Hey everybody, Sam Live. I think y'all can see me. I know I'm late, 5 minutes, but be quiet. Don't say nothing. Shh. Okay. That's my norm to be late. If I'm on time, y'all supposed to say something. Y'all supposed to say, girl, you was here early. On time, right? Okay, y'all. We got a lot to get into tonight. I'm still gonna okay, you can see me. I'm still gonna get into a bunch of stuff, right? Some of it we may not get into today because we got a lot to talk about. The screen is like this. That's why I'm a little late. I was trying to get it set up on the other computer that I have because this is the way it is for this one. So we're gonna be like this. I've never done a call in this way with the screen little, right? So but I can still invite people up here. Y'all gonna come up here one at a time though. We're not doing you know, five people at one time because y'all be doing too much. So y'all gonna get in, say what you gotta say. When that person done, then I'll let somebody else come up. Okay, this is how we gonna do it tonight. So y'all let me get my folks on MX Network going. Of course, y'all know if you do not want to watch the commercials, you can absolutely come over to MX Network, you guys, and you can watch this show over there. You can do that with your free subscription. You can watch it free while it's live, right? Um, so that's where you can find us if you don't want to watch these commercials. Now, if you want to watch the commercials, then go ahead and stay over here. Somebody said, don't be unhinged. Shout out to all the channel members. You know, y'all got a specialized emoji in there. I got to make y'all some more. I haven't made one since I made that one, but I got to make y'all some more. But you do have one you can use that will probably work very well for the conversations we're going to be having tonight. Okay, let me make sure that everything is going over here on MX Network. I gotta make sure my folks on my network is going right. Let me see. Okay, it is. Hey, everybody on MX Network. Hey, Carla, Chris, Sparkle, Lady Elect coming in the house. Shout out to everybody. Well, dang, we ain't even got started yet. Shout out to Joseph Hill in the house already with the $3 holler. Thank you for that. I appreciate that, Joseph. Let me see. Somebody say I made my popcorn and poured my wine. Okay, so we are going to get into a conversation tonight, you guys. There is a lot to talk about, right? Because I definitely want to talk about what's going on as far as people talking about civil war and how we should be prepared for that. Folks still losing their mind over, Mr. Kirk. And they talking crazy. Like it's some white folks online screaming, white men fight back. I just want to know who you fighting back? Who the hell is you fighting back? Because it's a white man that did it. I'm just saying, it's a white man that did it. So who they fighting back? I don't know. Okay. But the word is that Trump is also, he's not going into Chicago. So, hey, Chicago, they've been talking about y'all for a long time, but apparently he's not going into Chicago. So he says he's not coming there. I guess he's not wanted there. Everybody, I guess y'all been having protests. All of y'all folks in Chicago, I've been seeing on news, but y'all been having protests. I don't know. I'm not there right now. But so apparently all of that and the pushback, it has worked. And he says he's not coming there. We're gonna play the news clip. He says he's coming into Memphis. He says that he has already got the approval from the governor and the mayor, and they can't wait for him to come. Now the mayor says he is coming, but that the way Trump said it didn't go down like that. He said he doesn't agree. So I don't know if he feel like his hands are tied, but we'll listen to that and see what they have to say, right? We will play that again. We got this little screen, but last time I played it, y'all said y'all could see everything. Okay, so hopefully it'll work out tonight. We'll see how this works. I am going to, no, I'm not going to drop the link yet. I'm lying. I was going to say I'm going to drop the link. I'm not dropping the link just yet. I'm going to wait a second, okay? So when somebody said them YNs said they was ready, that is crazy. I don't think that's what did it, but it's going to be a bunch of Negroes in the hood right now talking about, yeah, we told Trump don't bring that ass here. He ain't coming because we made our videos, which is probably not the reason, but they sure was online telling him don't come here because they was ready. And to be honest, I don't think there's not one hood or one group, no matter what race you is. I don't think there's really any community that is ready to take on like the army. Y'all can say what y'all want, but you ain't ready. And the reason why I say they not ready is because They got way more weapons than guns. The guns they got, they don't run out of ammunition, and they have weapons that we have yet seen to be used on us. Doesn't mean they won't use them on us eventually, but they have weapons that have nothing to do with pulling out a gun, right? So they have all kind of things that they can use with technology that the likes of guns ain't gonna matter. And again, ain't nobody in Chicago hood got enough bullets to fight with them. I'm just saying they're gonna run out of bullets real quick. I, in my lifetime, have never met a Negro and been in his house and he'd be like, yo, I got this gun. And then he showed me 2,000 bullets. I ain't never seen a Negro with a bunch of ammunition. They always got guns, but I don't know where all their ammo be because I ain't never seen it. So I don't know, but I don't think they ready, right? Shout out to you, Walter, for the $15 holla over on MX Network. I want to remind everybody too that in the description of this video is the link. We are coming to LA, y'all. We coming to LA. And we are going to have our classes. Y'all know that they are donation based. So we're doing survival on Saturday, September the 20th. On the 21st, we are doing the Making Money Online class. All of them are donation based. Give what you can. Shout out to everybody that has already signed up for that. Somebody said Memphis is beautiful. I hate that they are going to harass our sister city. Now, let me ask y'all this, because I am going to drop the link tonight. People have so much to say. The conversation, you can bring it either way. We can discuss anything I have said all week. So if people want to come up here and you want to tell me, Charlie Kirk is not racist. I got a little couple clips because of the laptop that I am on. I don't have all the clips I wanted to show. So, if the conversation goes that way, we may pull up some more clips tomorrow and continue to have these conversations. But I do have one or two that I can play to make a point. They're not really the ones that I wanted to show y'all about the stuff that he has said, but I think that they make good enough points, right? So if anybody want to come up here, because some of y'all Black people is like, oh, Charlie wasn't racist. And when I say the man is racist, you have to understand that in this country, white people, they're raised in a certain manner that they don't think that what they're doing is wrong. I don't know if that even describes what I'm trying to say. When you are born in a certain type of a privilege or white privilege, or even when you're born in the hood, you just simply think things are that way. You know what I'm saying? You can only see things from the perspective of what's been given to you. So for him in his mind, he's a white man. And I don't know if when he speaks out of his mouth, his thoughts are necessarily, oh, I hate these Black people. When I say this, he's racist. But he spews some of the same racist undertones that a whole lot of other races do. I'm not saying that his mission or his organization was about white supremacy, because we've seen those groups and they are a lot different. But that doesn't mean the shit he said don't still carry this undertone of you a white man with white privilege. And the fact that you said what you said helps. He said a lot of shit that is not true. Everybody acts like he's such a great debater. The man can debate. I have watched plenty of his debates. I think one of the most interesting debates that I watched this man have was I don't know the name of the show. Again, it's on YouTube. It's one person. It's like 20 people, college students. They all come around and they run to the table and they debate this person, right? If the room thinks that they're not making good enough points, they can, get them out of there by waving a flag or whatever the fuck it is. Somebody else gets another turn to come in. He was on that show, as well as Candace Owens was on that show. And so I thought that was a really interesting one, right? In the questions that they were asking him. But this man spews rhetoric that is not true. It is based on stereotypes and not real numbers. And for as much as people say he is smart, for the smartest man in the world, for the man to think he knows something, motherfucker, you don't know nothing at all. So let's be clear. Nobody knows everything. And everything that comes out of his mouth is not right, but motherfuckers will think it will, even Black people, just because he's white. He's white, so it's right. He talks a lot of shit that give undertones that keep the same racist stereotypes going in our community that are not true. And if he was so smart, can't say he is because he ain't here no more, but if he was so smart, then he would do his due diligence to understand the roots of some of the shit that be coming out of his mouth, right? And so that is my point in it. So if you want to come up here and you want to tell me how he was a good guy, you want to cry for him like the nigga on Django, it's like, why they kill Massa? You can come up here and do that too, okay? I'm making room for you tonight. Just know that if you get loud with me and get smart, I got a smart ass mouth too if you new to the platform right now, okay? Click the link, but no, you go get whatever energy you give. And don't come up here and say no dumb shit to me. And know how to state your argument and what you want to say. And if you come up here, don't you dare bring your ass up here and start talking to me about some shit that ain't got nothing to do with the show. Do not do that, okay? Because I'm going to start hanging up on people and kicking your ass off tonight. I can't do that, okay? So keep that in mind. So we're going to play some of those. But before we get into that, I want to continue to talk about, like, somebody brought up in the chat, they were saying how, that a lot of young people, right? Then young people didn't know nothing. But let's understand that his biggest base is young people, white people specifically, right? And so when I say you have to be concerned with all of the things that are going on in our country right now, when we talk about survival issues and being prepared for what could hit the fan, I think that we need to be more concerned about that more than ever. What you must understand is that he has a lot of young, radicalized white men, white girls too, but white boys who are out here thinking that the rhetoric he spewed was right. So they have this disdain for certain groups of people, including Black people, and they're upset because he's dead. So now everybody is riled up and they're screaming civil war. But with who? Are you going to war with your government? Or I don't think so, because his group of people appreciate the administration that is there. So when they say they're ready to fight back, who are they coming to fight? Like all the groups of people that they feel are making America horrible. Does that mean the immigrants? Does that mean the LGBTQ? They do a lot of, I don't like trans. Now, I'm not saying whether this is right or wrong. What I'm saying is their focus is towards a bunch of groups, Black people, and they feel like a lot of the things that are within those groups, they make it seem like everybody should just be able to enjoy America, and why we can't all just live free like we do, because they're white. And America doesn't work the same for everybody else who is not white. But because they white, and ever since they was born, this is all they know, they don't understand that damn concept. They think the way the country works for their ass is the same way it should work for everybody else. And that when it doesn't, it's because of those groups' fault. Right? Black people, whoever else they don't like. So where do you think that anchor is going to go? That's what I'm saying. And then you have this administration that is bringing in troops to go to everywhere. They're coming to Memphis now, you guys, okay? And they claim they're coming in to clean up the streets. Now, I'm going to repeat again, because somebody may want to come up here, because a lot of y'all had a lot to say in the chat about Chicago and saying, oh, Michi, this is ridiculous, right? And the streets are out of control. So they need to bring the troops here. So anybody who wants to come make that argument, come make that argument. Please do, so we can have that conversation, right? But again, I'm going to tell you the same thing that the mayor said. This is not how you clean up crime. This is how you go through and you deal with some shit one time in one movement in one sweep. And as soon as you're done, the problem comes back, because you're not talking about the roots. You're not dealing with the long-term issue, or when the fuck these motherfuckers is gone. So for me, no, it's just a force of power and a money grab and a way to throw a bunch of people in prison, because we've already talked about how the prison industrial complex is very much alive, and it is money off putting people in prison. Somebody's going to say, Michi, but they're criminals. And I'm going to say, okay. And even if you put them in jail, one day they're coming back out to the streets. So that's not really the answer. Okay. So again, if anybody wants that argument, you can bring your ass up here and we can have that argument too. Okay. So any of those things y'all want to talk about. But as far as understanding that we are in a bunch of civil unrest, I think that y'all need to understand that and get focused and get prepared for some shit that can hit the fan. For real, right? Whether it is groups of people in America that are in organizations, from the people who are mad about Charlie ass, or, other groups of white supremacists, or other groups of any supremacists, or the National Guard and everybody else that's out here in all this turmoil. People are broke. They're losing their jobs. People get desperate when they don't have food on the table and when they don't have a place to stay. So crime is actually going to go up. Right. So as much as the guards want to come into places, crime is getting ready to go up everywhere. Statistics will tell you that when people are stressed out and in certain situations, domestic violence is going to happen more. Motherfuckers going to be whooping that woman ass that whooped their ass. Now, I'm not saying if you don't whoop your woman ass, that don't mean you're going to start whooping her ass. But for those that are abusers, let me tell you something. The stress of not having a job, what can't be done, they finna go home, take that shit out on their kids and on their girl. And at the end of the day, you're going to see people stealing, taking. And there are going to be people who are going to use this as an opportunity, absolutely, to commit crime. But you're going to find people that are doing things, I don't even want to use the word crime, that are unlawful in order to survive. Because sometimes just because something is against the law doesn't make it right. It's just what the government has deemed illegal, right? And the person doing something doesn't necessarily mean they need to be thrown in jail. Like, to me, it's a difference of somebody who just go to the store, steal a bunch of shit to go sell it to everybody because they a booster and they don't want to get a job and they don't care about doing it the right way. But then another person could come in and do that same act and be stealing food and stealing things because they have a family to feed at home and they don't have any money at all and they haven't eaten in a day or two and they're hungry and their kid's stomach is touching their back. To me, those are two completely different people. They are two completely different people. And the government could do things different so that that second person doesn't even exist. There's too much waste in this country. There's too much bullshit that goes on that causes the problems we see. How many of you know that every store, everywhere you go, there's people online who do this shit. It's called like dumpster diving. Right. And they're not in there looking for trash. If you go behind stores and facilities and malls and supermarkets, they will throw out a bunch of shit that they got to get rid of. Right. They have to get rid of this stuff. And so it could be good merchandise, but they got to get rid of it. So they throw it all away. They'll write it off. But do you know if they catch you in the back taking that shit out the trash, they will call the police on you and tell you you're not allowed to take the shit out. Now, they don't throw it away, but you're not allowed to take it. How do you do all of this when there are homeless and hungry people on the fucking streets? But if somebody come in there and start stealing food, you're going to call the cops on them for shoplifting when it's the gang of food in the back in the fucking trash can. You can't get him no food. Like, this is the mindset of this dumb ass country on some real shit. Okay? So let me play a clip for y'all. We're going to get into this, you guys. Let me play the first clip and you'll hear Trump say they not coming to Chicago. Now, I don't know why they not. I guess y'all gave enough pushback. And I want to point this out in saying this too before I play this clip, that they were very gun-ho. We going to Chicago. We going to Chicago. We going to Chicago, right? This is what he kept saying. So apparently they're not going to Chicago. So I want you to know that whatever has gone down from pushback or protesting, see, there are times when certain things work. When you're being abused and you're being murdered and violated in lots of ways, pieces of paper and marching in the street for police brutality and then murdering people, that shit never works. But there are times for certain things that do work. So remember, he is the president, but there is only so much that they are allowed to do. They do not have ultimate power. And I know that they make it seem like Trump has ultimate power and the federal government can do whatever they want to do, but apparently they can't, because they've been given so much pushback from the people of protesting and the officials there that now they are not coming because they cannot just do what they want. So I need y'all to keep that in mind. So whenever you see them allowing Trump to do some real ridiculous shit and you're like, why are they letting, no, we don't say why are they letting him do that, but that's what you should say. Why are they letting him do this? Because the truth is, if they wanted to stop him, they could. Right? He does not have all power, but they would like you to think that because he's been in his wrist and signing executive orders, 50 of them every motherfucking day of the week. Like, that's his job, right? So you think he has ultimate power. He does not. And that's why sometimes when he do certain shit and get away with it, I'll be like, see, this is what I mean when I say it's not just about Trump. There are people behind Trump, the government, and they're letting him do it because the truth is they could stop him in a lot of shit if they wanted to. Okay. So let's be clear about that, because if he had all authority, all power, and the government could do everything that they wanted, they would have marched their ass in Chicago and nobody would have been able to stop them. But apparently they've been stopped. So let's watch this clip and see what Trump had to say. Let me see. You guys can see that okay? Let me see. The screen is smaller, but let me see. Okay, I'm looking at it on my screen. It don't look too bad. Okay. If you can't see it, squint your eyes, go get your glasses, or just or just listen.
Troll and Tanya, that's right. We're hearing from people on both sides of the aisle after President Trump said earlier this morning that the National Guard is not coming to Chicago.
We're going to Memphis. Memphis
that's the next city.
Deeply troubled. And the mayor is happy. He's a Democrat mayor. The mayor is happy. And the governor, Tennessee, the governor is happy. Deeply troubled. We're going to fix that just like we did Washington. I would have preferred going to Chicago. Every weekend, they're losing many people. It's out of control.
The president made the announcement about sending the Guard to Memphis live on Fox News. Trump had previously entertained the idea of sending the National Guard to Chicago amidst the planned surge in ICE operations in the city, along with recent summer gun violence. This morning, Trump said he had, quote, preferred to send the Guard to Chicago and added that he could, quote, fix Chicago. We spoke with 15th Ward Alderman Ray Lopez, who was a supporter of the Guard being deployed to the city. He says having the Guard in Chicago would have allowed Chicago police officers to better focus on patrolling city streets.
I'm disappointed because that means the citizens of Chicago are going to lose. The victims of Chicago are going to be forgotten. And the criminals of Chicago are going to think that they now have scared the president from coming here to help put things back into place. And yet there's a fringe group in the city who says, we don't want a militarized zone. Wake up, people, because you're already in a war zone.
We reached out to Governor J.B. Pritzker's office after the news broke this morning. The governor posted on X, writing, quote, it's disturbing that the president is hell-bent on sending troops onto America's streets. Using those who serve in uniform as political props is insulting. None of this is normal. Now
I want to say something about this. Now, we got to be careful with that rhetoric that we just saw that man speaking, because he says people don't want a war zone, but wake up, you already live in a war zone. No, you don't. No, you don't. I know that we like to call places a war zone because of the crime that is there. But if you've never been to war, no, you don't. And I'm going to keep reminding y'all, there is a slippery slope when you begin to take the rights of American citizens and you find one thing to allow them to lock down on your freedom, then you realize it's not as good as an idea as you thought. Because then you go from, I'm going to tell y'all, remember the rhetoric, all of these cities keep having this news. If you haven't been paying attention, I watch news in all kinds of cities, right? Not just the city that I am in. And you keep hearing the same conversation that people don't want to be police officers anymore. Okay, so let's follow this, the dotted line of where they really going. So people don't want to be police officers no more. Police forces are losing a lot of police officers and they don't have them, right? So the next step, if you allow the troops to come in, again, I'm going to remind you that bringing in troops to a place for 30 days, 60 days, that does not change the problem. Because if you don't deal with the root of what causes crime, when you leave, the crime is going to go right the fuck back to where it was. Let's be clear about that, okay? But once you start to get used to seeing military on your streets, then it goes slowly into now the military are going to police the streets of the United States of America because of the shortage of police officers. So it goes from we're just coming and helping this situation to now it's the norm to see them on the streets. And I don't want to live in a war zone where I go outside in the United States of America every day like these other countries and there are fucking soldiers on the street all the time. That's where it can get to. And that's what people don't seem to understand. Because I'm going to keep saying that shit till I'm blue in the face. How does sitting in troops for 30 or 60 days fix anything? You go in, you do a rush of arresting a lot of people, and then you leave and act like those criminals don't still come back out to the street, or like there wasn't a lot of criminals that your ass didn't miss, or the fact that it's poverty, drug-ridden, illegal guns, not the right proper education. They're not using the tax dollars to do what they need to do for the people in the city, so that produces crime. So guess what, baby? More crime is coming. So how does that fix any fucking thing? It doesn't. It gets you used to seeing the military in your streets, so then it becomes a place where you're being patrolled by the military. Then let me take you a little further down this rabbit hole. What's really going to happen after that, because they don't have troops, just like they don't have enough police, they can't keep the military on the American streets all day long to patrol us, to watch us, and do all of those things. So you know what's going to happen next? They're going to say, well, we can't handle the surveillance to make sure that everybody's doing what they're supposed to do. Keyword surveillance, right? So then next, they're going to usher in this era of AI policing. You're going to find drones flying all over your goddamn community that are going to watch you instead. And then they are going to alert whoever is policing those streets to come out when it's necessary. The people won't have to be there. The drones will alert you when there is something going on. They won't even rush to do it, because if a drone is flying over your ass, they know who you are. They know where you live. The police ain't got to rush to the scene. And if you hurt somebody, it's drones for that too. That's going to dispatch the fucking ambulance to you. I showed y'all a long time ago, there's a company in the United States right now that already makes those for rescue drones and police drones with the lights on them. They already exist. They just waiting to roll them out. Should I remind you how they just had drones flying everywhere and lied to us and act like they didn't know who the fuck they was? Then they came and told us it was for research purposes and other things. Okay. What is your researching? Because they're getting ready to put them shits in the sky. So one thing leads to another, and another. This is why I don't agree with the military being on the streets, because it does not fix the root of the problem, but it damn sure starts a slippery slope that changes every fucking thing as we have ever known it. And America's supposed to be a free country, even though we're not that free, right? We have an illusion of freedom. And this is why I don't think it is a good idea. Now, when I drop this link, feel free to come up here and have this debate, but have some sense. Make sure your argument sound like something. Don't just come and say, well, it's crazy out here. If that's all you got to say, don't even fucking click the link if you don't have nothing better to say than that, okay? But let's hear, because Trump loved telling people, right, oh, they love us. He always says that, yeah, they're great. They love us. And, he says that shit a lot. Yeah, great guy. He says that dumb shit all the time, right? So he claims that Memphis wants them there. So let's listen. I'm going to play another clip. Let's listen to what what they had to say in Memphis, the officials, right? Whether they really want him there or not, okay? But he's coming. They do admit that. They didn't say he was lying. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm on this little ass thing. So I'm trying to find the goddamn button myself. Y'all just wait a minute. It's Friday. Y'all have some goddamn patience with me. Okay, here we go.
REG in Memphis. This is News Channel 3 at 4.
Mobilized in Memphis, it is official. The National Guard will be deployed to the Bluff City. Thanks for joining us for your News Leader at 4. I'm Alex Coleman. April has the afternoon off. While there have been rumblings about National Guard members being sent to Memphis to help curb crime, President Trump made the announcement this morning. He says he has the support of the governor and the mayor, although Memphis Mayor Paul Young wanted to clear some things up.
I want to be clear, I did not ask for the National Guard, and I don't think it's the way to drive down crime. However, that decision has been made.
He says there are still plenty questions about how this will play out. The city called a press conference just a couple of hours ago to discuss what could happen. WREG's Brian Ditlick was there. And Brian, what came out of this meeting?
Yeah, Alex, well, Mayor Young says while the world's eyes are on Memphis, he wants everyone to know that Memphis stands in solidarity when it comes to its reaction to the National Guard coming to the Bluff City. As we go to video, Mayor Young off the top saying that this is not a political stunt. Instead, he says while President Trump has claimed he has talked with the Memphis mayor, Young says that is not the case. Young also denying that he is happy about any federal intervention. Since the announcement, the city says it has already been in contact with state and federal partners, asking how federal resources like the Guard will mix with local law enforcement. Young says his priority is making sure the city works strategically in a way that benefits and strengthens the community. Young says the city itself does not have much say in what capacity we can see the Guard in Memphis, as he urges patience.
There are questions that you all have that I'm not going to be able to give you an answer to today. But my team and I will be discussing those questions with the governor and the federal government. When will they come? How many people are going to come? How long will they be here? What are they going to wear? Where are they going to be geographically in the city? What assignments will they have? Those are all questions that we have.
And now we have much more to break.
So I think that's enough we all need to see for that. So again, he said that they was ready for him to come in, and you hear him saying, the mayor saying that they are coming. He said it's not necessarily what he wants, but if you can see that Chicago stopped it, I don't know why he can't stop it, because he act like he ain't got no control over it. He says he doesn't want it, but then he also says, that they're coming anyway, okay? And so this is where we are, Memphis. Y'all be on high alert. I'm giving y'all the same warning I gave Chicago and everybody else. Keep your ass in the house, okay? Keep your ass in the house. If you know you got tickets, if you know you got other shit, you know what I'm saying? You know that gun you carry because you live in a crazy territory, not because you're out there committing crimes with it. But yeah, if you're not supposed to have it or it ain't been registered, or you need to carry concealed, just leave that motherfucker at home, right? They're gonna be out on the street, so you be all right while they there. You got a suspended license, you haven't paid your insurance, this month, catch the bus, right? So you don't get your car towed and you don't find yourself in a world of hurt. They come in to help, but then it ends up just hurting people that are poor, that are not the criminals, because those people get tied into this shit as well, right? Somebody in the chat said that Chicago definitely needs the force. So I hope for you people who say that, I do hope that y'all click the link, because I want you to tell me why you think that's okay. We always think that it's okay for them to do some shit, and then when it backfire on our ass and we have to then contend with the consequences of it all, and then the government unfolds on us what they was really trying to do. And it always baffles me that people tend to think that the government is going to change based on who's in the White House, as far as the president. So a lot of y'all think that this administration has done a lot of things to go against the government. So because Trump calls out bullshit politicians and systems that do wrong, and he does do that, right? But because he does that, you like, oh, he's on our side. Oh, he need to bring them in and do these things. But at the end of the day, I just want y'all to remember, this is why I keep saying government. I stop saying Trump and I say administration and I say government, because I want you to understand it's not about the person that's standing in front of you. And then I would like you to ask yourself, when the fuck has your government ever really done anything that was to the benefit of the citizens? When? I just want y'all to really think about that, because when I drop this link, I would love for you to come up here and tell me, when have they ever done anything to the benefit of the citizens in this country? When? And every time they tell you that they're doing something that should benefit us, you find out later it really wasn't a benefit to us. It was just another way to set us up with some bullshit. Now tell me if I'm lying, because it's amazing how before Trump got in the White House, everybody that I know, even my audience, because I've been here for years, right? All the Black people I know, we have always understood that the government is full of shit. And no matter what faces in front of them, we have always called them a puppet. They have some say, but they don't have as much say as they try and act like they do. We understood that. We didn't trust our government. So have you completely changed your opinion over all your lifetime of what you know about this government just because Trump is the president? Is that what the fuck has changed your thought? That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me that you all of a sudden forgot how politics works because Trump is in the White House. I don't understand that, right? So let me see, y'all. I'm going to drop this link. Hi. Let's see what happens. Don't be scared. Y'all be running now. Click the link. They got a link right there, y'all. I will not be having everybody up here on a panel like we normally do. We're not going to be here till 6 o'clock in the morning with the same 5 people talking about nothing and constantly changing the conversation to like what you ate today, what you doing tomorrow. We're not doing that, okay? So The link is there. We are going to get into some more stuff. I want to play some clips for you guys still tonight because all of this still plays into it, right? When it comes to talking about civil unrest in our country and what we need to be paying attention to, right? And what's happening that could affect you, right? And everything that's going on. So we're going to get into that. I'm going to also show some clips, but I don't want to necessarily play those clips just yet, because then if I give y'all too much before I start taking people coming up here to speak their piece, then what happens is we start talking about way too many things. So we'll keep it to this topic first. So y'all have had a lot to say. Are y'all scared of the link now? Nobody want to click the link? Y'all scared? Y'all scared? Because I've been having this conversation for a minute now. Right. And every time I do, there are a bunch of people that are in my chat. Y'all are in the chat tonight. I've seen your comments. And your thing is that the troops need to come in and that there's nothing wrong with that. And I need to, be quiet and, and that they need to send, everybody in. Moses said, fuck your link, bitch. Moses. Oh, you a hater. You a hater because you don't be having enough people watching you to drop your link. Moses, why you mad? Don't you hang out with Jesus? Your name is Moses. Hey, Jesus, your homeboy. Why you so upset? You supposed to be woosah in this motherfucker. I thought Jesus was your homie. With a name like that, you're not supposed to come around here talking like that. What you so mad for, huh? You mad? You mad, Moses? See, this is what I do for people on the nights that I drop the link. See, I dropped the link right here. And y'all got so much to say, but as soon as I drop the link, y'all don't have nothing to say, right? And so you run your mouth in the chat. So we have this rule. You're not allowed to run your motherfucking mouth in my chat, Moses, and type that shit. If you want to talk shit tonight, there is a link for you to click to talk shit. And if you're not willing to click the link, you don't get to talk shit. So we'll just block your ass. You'll never come back in this motherfucking ever say nothing again. You know what I'm saying? You know how Jesus died? They say that motherfucker rose. You will not ever rise again. You will die. And the only way you're going to rise is if you come back as another motherfucker. Because the name you have right now will not be allowed back in this chat. So again, you're so tough in the comment section. You're such a keyboard gangster. Click the fucking link. And with a name like that, I ain't seen your face. I assume you're a man. It's always you bitch ass men who always act like girls. You want to type and argue in the chat like a bitch. You know what I'm saying? But you're scared to click the link. And we could have came up here and had a reasonable conversation, but you all in the chat talking crazy. What kind of grown ass man is you? Fuck wrong with you? Who is your mother? Where's your father? Because something wrong with you. Y'all grown ass men be killing me. Moses says, I just think you're a fat piece of shit that should shut the fuck up and go back to whatever shithole country you came from. I'm from America. You want to click the link, please, and tell me how I need to go back to this shithole country. Baby, I've been in America all my life. This is my country. This is my country. You want to click the link? Moses, huh? Hey, Sister T. We got Sister T in the house. Y'all need to go check out my girl, Sister T. Her channel is always a good time, and she's funny. That's supposed to be like my auntie in real life, because she would cuss your ass out in a minute, too. I could care less about people watching my channel. I have a channel called Father and seeing bodybuilding, and I have more views than you. Good. So let's go over to your channel. How about that? Go over to your channel, nigga. I have more views than you, so go take your ass home, bitch. Y'all don't know this. I do got somebody in the back. I see Mr. Right back there. He ain't Mr. Wrong. He Mr. Right. And he about to come up here and say what it is. And we're going to have a good conversation. I can tell by that smile on his face. See, he ain't finna act like Moses' ass. But I just want to say to y'all, I don't know if y'all think that coming in here, like getting loud with me or calling me names, like that bothers me. I am a grown ass woman, unlike you grown ass men. It's usually always you men. The women don't really give me a hard time that want to argue in the chat and call people out their name. Do you think I'm finna get off here and cry? I'm from Detroit, West Side, baby. I kind of like to argue a little bit. I'm an introvert, so I stay in the house. It's just me and my kids. I only go outside when necessary. I don't even fucking like people, but sometimes I want to interact. So if you want to argue, you can argue. I mean, I'm not scared. What you running for? I don't understand why you running, because I'm not running. Y'all got the right one and the wrong one at the same time. Them words don't hurt nobody. Y'all being here typing. At the age I am, you don't think I've been called every name in the book? You think my feelings is hurt? Y'all be killing me with that shit. Y'all really do. It's funny to me. All right, so let me bring Mr. Right up here. That shit, y'all really do.
Oh.
It's funny. Why you out here with no shit? Let me bring. If y'all
I
put on
think
the shirt.
All right, so boom.
Y'all never know what you gonna get, y'all.
Right.
Okay, so first of all, Mr. Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all never know what you gonna get. I need you to turn off whatever you have playing in the background, because I hear us echoing.
Okay.
You can do that for me.
Yeah, I got you.
And why you all up in here? You trying to seduce somebody while you ain't got no shirt
Oh no,
on?
I honestly didn't think I was gonna get called up, but I guess nobody else clicked the link.
No, nobody else is clicking the link. They always have a lot to say, Mr. Right, till I tell them to click the link. Then they don't have nothing to say.
Right. All right. So first off, don't cuss me out. I didn't come to argue with you. I agree with everything you got to say.
I'm not gonna cuss you out if you don't cuss me out.
I ain't got no debate. I agree with everything you're saying. What I came to say is we're underestimating our people and what they could do if they came to Chicago. With a little bit of organization and training, we could make a difference in Chicago. And I'm not saying that we should fight them or we shouldn't fight them, but I think we're underestimating. If you look at the U.S. military, when they went to Vietnam, they underestimated them, thinking they was, with all their military might, bombs and everything else, motherfuckers in flip-flops and pajamas whip their ass and sit them home with their tail tucked behind their legs, between their legs. Right?
But can we agree that those people in those countries are born to be at war a lot? So for them, they're in a position to always some war stuff. They kind of raised to be warriors in that way.
Right.
Also, I just want to say in our community, if we're willing to fight, like I get what you're saying, but if we're willing to fight the military from coming in there, do you think that our community should probably get it together and take a stance that we should come together and fight the situations in our community, because it is affecting us? So that crime is affecting us. So for those that want to fight the National Guard, they should get together and they should deal with the crime in our communities. Don't you agree we could do that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I feel like that's where their effort should be.
Right. And like I'm saying, for example, half of the military weaponry they wouldn't be able to use because they're in the military system in a U.S. city. So half of their weapons would be obsolete because they can't just come through with F-16s, inspect the gunships, dropping bombs and shooting everybody. Right. And because people are blended in with the YNs blended in with regular citizens and civilians, they can't, like I said, they can't just come through with their bombs and guns and dropping everything, the bombs and everything. So half of their techniques and their strategies will be obsolete. With a little bit of training, organization, we can make a stand. We could do something.
But if the community gonna get together and they gonna do all of that to be fighting, I actually would like them to get up and do all that fighting to fix the community that they live in. Because I'm not gonna say, I've told everybody, so I'm not gonna sit here and act like Chicago don't got crime or these inner cities don't, and it's not an issue. I just disagree with what they're trying to do because I don't think that it will fix it. You know what I'm saying? Right. So if we got all of that fight, you had them Negroes online telling the National Guard don't come here. And let's be clear, no, they're not going to use the military weapons you can see, but that don't mean that they don't have silent weapons. That don't mean there won't be gases or things that might be sprayed, you know what I'm saying, into the community. They also have this I don't even know what to call it at the moment. I can't think of the name, but they've had this technology. They've used it in other places where they have like this it's like a microwave, right? Mm-hmm. And it will push you away because it's cooking up your insides. It never touch you with a gun all day. And we don't know the effects that has on people. So, it's a lot that they can do. It really is a lot. And one thing they can do if they think it's too wild and the National Guard is already there, they can always tell you it's a curfew, go in the house. So now they sending everybody to jail in your house, even though you're a free person. So, I just don't want to see that on the streets. And one thing they brought up, let me ask you, where do you live? Where?
Atlanta.
Okay. Oh, you in Atlanta? Okay, Atlanta kind of crazy too, though.
Yeah.
They ain't talking about coming here though. Atlanta crazy, right?
Right.
But you know, at the end of the day, even the people that were talking junk and saying all that, I would just like to see those brothers with all that energy maybe get together and protect their community. Then they willing to fight the National Guard. Well, why don't you protect the damn community and stop killing kids
Exactly.
and let innocent people get killed?
And even more so, shit, the police officer that killed Tamir Rice, like that was heartbreaking to me. Like the fact that we didn't stand up or do anything about it, that shit. And you know, another point I like to make, look at what happened with the Bundy Ranch. If everybody just look up what happened at the Bundy Ranch out in Nevada, this man was about to lose his land to the federal government over some turtles. White people got together from all over the country, came there to Nevada, and sent the federal government packing. Not a shot was fired, and they sent them home. Just a show of force, organization, and they understood that these civilians was not going to play with their ass. So the point I'm making is we got to stop being so fucking scared all the time, man. It's like, damn, like we got to organize, we got to get our shit together. We can affect change against the government. We can. We just got to get organized and get our shit together. In a nutshell.
I just don't. I don't want to see our people having to fight against the military like that. You know what I'm saying? Constitutionally, that's not what they're supposed to be there for. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because a lot, let's be honest, a lot of the brothers in the hood they're not war equipped. They're not ready for war. Most of them still turn their gun to the side. They have no aim. They doing like they see on TV. They ain't got now aim. They miss every op they trying to shoot and kill everybody else
not.
they aiming at. They not trained with their guns. They not skilled. Let me tell you who's skilled. That man that was on the roof that took out Charlie. Everybody swore. I was like, that man a professional. And he was a professional motherfucker with a gun. He was a white boy that trained all the time. Some people get guns and as a hobby, they really do train and be serious about their protection. We don't do that in the hood. We ain't at no ranges.
Not enough of
nowhere to shoot.
Yeah.
Well, I won't say that in Atlanta. If you in Atlanta, we got ranges, boy. And you can wear your gun on your hip, and we got plenty of outdoor ranges. So I will say that there in Atlanta, in Georgia, period, there's definitely a different group of Black people here, right? I do see that
different mindset.
I do see some other people in the back of the studio. If y'all can hear me, I do see y'all there. I want to bring up one person at a time. So give me a few more minutes. I'm going to let this brother down and I'm going to let you guys up. The Stone, got up here, you coming up next. And then the greatest American, I can't see the rest of your name. So I will say that in the South, maybe even in Memphis, where they talking about going next too, you do find that in the South, we Black folks are a lot more skilled with their gun because it's something we're used to being able to have and it be out in the open and it's not regulated like that, right? We got constitutional carry. We don't need carry concealed permits, and people do practice with their guns all day. We have a big Black gun culture. I will tell you that here in the South. So that's a little different. Chicago not like that though. You know?
Right. You're absolutely right. And I will say this to all the listeners, everybody out there. When you was talking about the amount of ammunition, I would say we are out here. We just don't put it on forefront because we ain't trying to be in the limelight. But at a minimum, 1,000 rounds per gun at a minimum.
Yeah.
That's a minimum. 1,000 rounds per gun.
Now, remember when I told you I ain't been in the hood and seen nobody with no bunch of bullets in the hood. But here, I done met a brother and he got bullets stacked up like some folks got ramen noodles in their cabinet. So
exactly.
It's another culture in the South when we talk about guns and bullets. Absolutely. I think that we think of them a lot different here. So so ultimately your statement is that you don't think that they need to come in. You agree with me that we don't need to militarize these people on the streets.
Nah, we don't. Yeah.
Somebody said no joke either. You right, Justin. What? Thank you for coming up here and putting your shirt on. All right. You have a good night, brother.
You too. Love you.
Love you back. Thank you for all your support. And let me go over here and read these. Let me go read the super chats. Let's see. Before I come to you, brother, I'm going to bring the stone up next. Let me see. We got Mr. in the house. MR, that's Mr. right there. And Mr. says, this is for the broke Michi fund. I love you, boo. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate for my broke fund. I need it in my life. Thank you. And shout out to DS for the $2 holla. I appreciate it, y'all. Okay, so let me get the next brother up here. The link is in there. Let me ask if there is somebody that is watching on YouTube as well as MX Network, you guys. If you coming in, you new to this, if you do not want to watch the commercials, you can go over to MX Network and get your free subscription. The link is in the description of the YouTube video, and you come over here in the chat and talk with us, and you can come over here and watch it without all of the commercials, okay? But if somebody that is on MX Network as well as over here, because I know y'all be watching on both, can y'all please take the link and drop it for the people on MX Network as well if they would like to come up. Right now, you guys do not come up if you are not willing to discuss the topic. We're talking about troops and the crime, and if this is the way to handle them coming into the city. So next, I'm going to bring up the stone. Hello, you can hear me? Your mic is on mute.
Hey, Michi, it's me. I forgot to change my studio name.
Oh, okay. So wait a minute. I'm gonna bring up the other brother first.
Yeah, just let me know when you need me.
Let me bring him up. Okay. All right. The greatest American. And you got on the shirt, brother. Thank you. Go ahead. How you doing tonight?
It's wonderful, Michi. Can you hear me?
I can hear you really good. Go ahead.
So like in my lifetime, right, September 11th, 2001 happened. That was 24 years ago. Exactly. 1 day minus, right? We lost 3,000 people, and for that, we fought the longest war in American history. We lost 10,000 soldiers, had 1 million soldiers wounded, some type of PTSD injury. We terminated like 1 million Muslims. I would never ask for that to ever come to American land. And everybody who's asking for that, they don't know what war is. And that disappoints me. Because I don't want to, like, when you come and you bring war, it's for poor people. And a lot of Black folks are poor. And I don't wish none of my Black folks to be terminated.
Well, I'm glad that you say that in that way, because war is different. It is, and that's why I don't agree with the troops on the street. It's not the same thing as the police. I wish they would come in and clean up the damn police department. That's what I wish they would do, so that the police could do what they're supposed to do, right? And invest in all of these other things that bring crime to our communities, right? Because it's a lot of things that perpetuate that crime that the government could absolutely change, right? And do something about. And again, you said people have never been to war. They don't really understand war, and we're not ready for that. No matter how much we want to talk, we're just civilians with a bunch of guns. We don't understand war.
I love the conversation about crime, right? Because when I was in Virginia, I was stationed there, and the crime that had the greatest impact on our in Norfolk, it was drinking and driving. And so they put drinking and driving posts everywhere to stop drinking and driving. Well, I live in Houston, Texas, yeah? And we got lots of sports. We have the rodeo. It's a drinking and driving culture. If they wanted to fill up Harris County Jail, they could put up posts at every major event, the Rockets games, the Texans games, and they have a whole bunch of criminals who could bond out, bail out, and get a lawyer. But they don't want to stop that type of crime, because that type of crime is good business. But the type of crime they want is Black crime. He's also been to prison. And when I was in Harris County Jail, it's thousands of Black men. It's like the new gold, Black gold. And it's like, holy Christ, you see all these Black bodies going to all these different courts. They can't make bond, and they sitting there making spreads every day. And I'm like, hey, crime is really good business for the government. They make so much money. A securist on the phone calls, commissary, the noodles. Mama got to drive up. Baby mama got to drive up. They spending money to come see me. And so now the government spending money on me. My family spending money on me. And everybody in America is talking about build more prisons. I'm like, you're taxing yourself when you say that. But you don't understand that because you're scared. And I understand.
Uh-oh. He frozen. That ain't me, is it? That's
that was me. I'm sorry.
Okay, I didn't know if that was me. Look, it might sometimes my Act two. Okay. Thought it was me.
I live on the south side of Houston, Texas. We don't get good internet down here.
But you are right. It is big business. And for people like somebody said, no, they need to get tough on crime or whatever. I would actually love for one of y'all people to come up. There is no disregard. I know Michi be going in and I'm not going to cuss you out. If you have that perspective, I would like to understand why you do. Maybe there's something you don't see. Maybe there's something you think that I don't see. But look, prisons just produce way worse criminals and then spit them back out and break up families. That is not the way to handle dealing with crime. It is more about money. And I know people keep saying, well, they got to get tough on crime. Your crime and your ghettos have been created by your government. Like they created those things. So, and this is why the prison system is the way that it is, because it is going to ultimately produce worser criminals when they put you out to the street to guarantee you're going to come back, which for them is something they want, to have a lifelong slave. This is why they treat people like shit when they in prison. Everybody in prison did not murder somebody. Everybody in prison is not this crazy rapist. Everybody's not a serial killer. That's not what goes on in prison all of the damn time. Okay, so for people to think those are the only people that are in there, that is not true. And people go in there, they traumatize them, they brutalize them. Let me tell y'all something. If y'all think police brutality is bad, you should go and look up the stuff. Tell them? As much as you can find. Go find the stuff that happens behind the walls. Because for the police out here that have eyes on them, they have body cams, and they still do crazy shit. Do you know how much shit people do to the prisoners in prison because the guards have authority and control over them? And nobody's watching them. The cameras are not on them. Do you know how much shit they do to people? Do you know how many people they kill and get away with it and just tell their family it was a suicide? You know how many people they set up so that they will get killed and leave them with the wrong people? Like, it's so much shit that happened behind them walls. The people that watch them are worse criminals than some of the people that are actually in the prison. So it's like, no, we don't need to keep doing that. If your concern is crime in our communities, we have got to deal with really rehabilitating people and dealing with the issues that causes crime in our community. If you absolutely would like a much safer America, period, you have to deal with that. Locking people up in prison is never going to be the answer if that's what you say you want.
It's my opinion that institutions create criminals, right? The biggest institution in America is the public school system. In America, like facts matter, 54% of the American population, white and black, that's everybody, cannot read at a sixth grade level. That's 54% of America cannot read at a sixth grade level. And they all came from the public school system. So you got people who can't read and poor communities that don't have no resources, like they ain't no infrastructure for them to go get no jobs. So they say, just get a job. Yeah, it's McDonald's, it's Wendy's, that's $7.75. Who could survive on $7.75? Like when they start talking about poor people, the cheapest and easiest way is the most expensive way, which is the carceral system. Because then if you don't think about sending them to prison, now you got to really build infrastructure in the cities. You got to really create opportunities for these people. You asked earlier what was like the legislation that really helped the people. And I think it was like FDR and the New Deal. He got elected president, I think 4 consecutive times because he put so much money in the people. He put like national parks, transportation. He was like, man, we got to get these men to work. Because when men go to work, they buy a car, they get a house, and they get a woman, and then you have babies, and and that's how you have the baby boom. When they came out of World War II, they put money into the veterans. The veterans built houses, and boom, you got babies, and you have the richest generation in American history. For everybody that talks about money, children and the family is the greatest generator of wealth in America, and they've put us in such a position where we're afraid to have babies because it's so expensive. We can't afford not to have children.
Yeah.
I'm saying how you combat the troops. You combat the troops with institutions. The most powerful institution in the Black community is the Black family. But it's illegal for me to say that because it goes against these ideas they've created. But there's no idea that's bigger and greater than biology. Beautiful women meeting handsome men and making beautiful babies. Like that's like, how do you stop the troops from coming? Yeah, you fall in love. Shit, you build community. Hell, and when you have community, you have resources. But if you don't have this type of talk, then we get stuck in neutral as Black folks in America.
I can't say that at my age I'm old enough to see the generation before my mother's. When I look at my grandmother and my grandfathers and all of them, like the families were together and they were stable. But that also comes, like you said, with having jobs, because being from Detroit, we had the car manufacturing there.
Right.
Everybody could get a job at the manufacturing company, but on the wages that they made and the cost of living, like my grandfather was able to take care of all of his family, all of his 11 kids, right? He was able to take care of his wife. They were able to buy homes because of the money that they made. But then when all of them jobs dry up, and then when the amount of pay for people in the hood don't equate to the cost of living, like that will put you at an imposition. Like everybody own their houses. I know people think that Detroit is like fucked up now, and it is, but let me tell you something. I remember a time when you could drive around in Detroit and people had mowed lawns, they had nice cars, they had flowers planted in the yard, families were together, the mom was there, the dad was there. For people to act like those times didn't exist, they did. And they did not have to have a college degree. They had a trade. They worked in the factories and they did those things. They removed all of that from us. So again, that's one of the points I want to make. Like when we talk about cleaning up crime, you got to give people jobs. You got to give people. I ain't never seen a drug dealer that got money and ain't stressing over paying bills or putting clothes on their back or a roof over their head. I ain't never seen them risk their life to sell dope if they had what they needed. Like that's where it always started. Some young dude who like, yo, mama broke, we can't pay the bills, daddy not here, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna go out here and I'm gonna make this money so I can help my mama with everything in the household, you know what I'm saying? Or put the clothes on my back that she can. Like it starts with a lot of poverty. So job opportunity is a big thing. They took away a lot of manufacturing and then they brought in all these immigrants that's gonna get the job before a black person get the job. You know what I'm saying? So those are the things I'm talking about that do help to perpetuate crime that they could fix if the government wanted to.
I just think about like, because the narrative matters, right? They told black people you're having too many babies and they like take birth control or go to Planned Parenthood. Like this was the narrative for my community. And then you do that, you start that in the 80s, 90s, and now you get to now, and now you bring in 20 million immigrants because you ain't got no people. You got work to be done. And you ain't got no people because you told me to stop having people. Like, we've been so propagandized by the media machine, and I'm so thankful for you because I love the way you talk. Your message is so powerful. You know, it's contagious. You can light, you light up people because it takes the right information to even start thinking correctly. Oh, this is not right. Oh, they have been lying. Oh, they told me they created the DARE program so that I could snitch on my mama and my daddy and they could get more arrests. And so they took the mama out and daddy, man, there was a documentary about that. Like the DARE program, they literally had children snitching on their parents, arrested parents, and they got this 9-year-old. All he did was like, well, daddy has some grass, and that grass sent daddy to prison. Like these are the things they did to us. They brought police into the school. And now that happened in the 80s. And now 30 years later, we have black people in America talking about bring the National Guard to my city. I want more government control. What?
Those black people, they don't understand. They ain't got no sense. That's the problem. They don't have no sense and they don't understand. And I get it. Maybe those black people have been victims of crime. Maybe their loved one has been lost by a stray bullet or a shootout, and so they are upset and they do feel like, yeah, this crime needs to be taken care of because I'm affected by the crime. So I just think, I'm gonna be honest, for my people who say that, I think they just don't really understand what they're asking. I get why they're saying it because they don't see no hope in other way of it being cleaned up. Because something that was said on the news in that clip, I think that should be addressed. Is it's like the guy said, oh, the police can patrol and do what they're supposed to do if the troops come in here. But this is the thing. The police in Chicago ain't shit. The police in most of the cities ain't shit. So like they out here mistreating people. They're not really doing the job they're supposed to do in the community.
Right,
so at the end of the day, they're helping to perpetuate the problem. The police don't ever help fix any goddamn thing, And I'm not talking about the 1, 2, 3 handful of cops. I'm talking about the department as a whole. and the police departments have never been on the up and up. They have never done the things they're supposed to do in the community. And so maybe they should start there, getting rid of the corrupt police officers. This is another reason why the community doesn't have any respect for the police and their authority, because they abuse that authority way too damn much. So there's no respect there for that. And they're not out there doing their damn job. Come on, so they can patrol the streets. Well, let me tell you something. I've been to Chicago recently a whole lot. On the south side, where they claim it's murder, kill. I'll be right there on the block. And I see a lot of police officers sitting in their car not doing shit, driving up and down the street, not doing shit. If all this crime going on, then what is they doing about it, you know? And so, again, I just think our people don't understand bringing in the troops, what that means, because later they're going to regret it when it's troops and military on this street policing them all the time, or it's drones flying around your head and you can't get no dang privacy no matter where you go.
I know exactly what you're saying. I live on the south side of Houston. Like, there are gunshots and slabs over here. Like, I get it. I really do understand. I know what it feels like to be helpless. My grandmother, she told me something, right? Because like she worked in the kitchen at Texas A&M University. For like 20 years, she worked in the kitchen. And she said, I had the same 2 outfits, but every day I washed my clothes and ironed my clothes. And they thought I was a rich woman because I had dignity about myself. I carried myself like I'm proud of what it is that I have. And I'm not saying that Black people aren't proud. I'm saying, but you should be more proud. Like, man, multiple things can be true. You're poor in America, but you're like the richest poor person in the world. Like, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't want to be poor anywhere else except for here in America. Like, that's a benefit. Like, my grandfather, my great grandfather was a slave. My grandfather, he died on a plantation in 2012. Like, America is an interesting place when you start to dive into it, but I don't hate it. I accept it for what it is. And I want men to start like just taking ownership of their birthright, which is America. Like, hell, you could be I'm not trying to glorify the person who does street pharmaceuticals, but this person is an entrepreneur who had no industry to really explore entrepreneurship. He caught his first felony at 14. So now I got this brain, and what's available to me? I got a bunch of sad people who need medicine and they can't afford a doctor. And so I'm serving them. I know it doesn't sound good. I know it doesn't. But around here, they drink tall boys, 25-ounce beers that cost $1. If they could get $2, they would get some Tunchi or something. Or you see them in the fentanyl lean. Like, people are suffering, and we say, well, just try harder. And I'm saying that we had an education system that made you this way because they wanted you this way. And so let's talk about the $1 trillion education system that created all these criminals before I ever talk about the little Black boy who got shot in the park for having a fake gun.
People cannot talk to me about prisons and saying that people should just be better, but not also address the fact that prisons are built based on 3rd and 4th grade reading levels of children in the inner city schools. Why would you build prisons based on the fact that how many kids can't read? Because that is a predictor of if they're probably going to end up a criminal and in jail without having an education. Because without an education, it's hard or reading, you can't really thrive and survive in life to be anything or have anything. So they start preparing a home for the miseducated children in the 3rd grade. So that is a fact. So a person can't ever talk to me and say, how does a lack of education have anything to do with crime? And this is what I mean by the government does this knowing what it's going to do. The government is the one that takes those statistics and build those prisons. So they damn sure know that education is a big issue. But they won't fix that, but they'll send in the troops. And that's what the fuck I mean by they're not really solving the problem of crime. They're just coming in to lock a bunch of people up, which is going to make a lot of dollars. It's a very lucrative industry.
I don't have my notes on me, but I'm a Texan. And Governor Ann Richards, like, she was a white woman, right? They came to her, and I don't know, but they offered her $700 million for education or $1.2 billion for the prison system. And Texas has either the 1st or 2nd largest prison system in the United States of America. Like, all you gotta do is follow the money. Like, they're paying people to go to prison. Why? Because they need cheap labor, and slavery is basically illegal except for the 13th Amendment. Like, if we could tell the truth, we could save ourselves. But like, we blame all this stuff. Like, man, if we just like stop making rap music, you know what I'm saying? Like, respectability politics.
That's
like, this is
you trying to go down a whole nother rabbit hole talking about And then we got to get it. We got to get into who owned the record labels. We got to get into what they require of them to talk about, or they're not going to push their albums, and who's really behind all of that. That's crazy to me too. How something as simple as we think entertaining is music, how powerful music is, but also people understanding the power to that. So the people behind it that own these record companies, what they want people to push out and to produce, right? So people don't understand when these rappers work for the record labels, they are told what to rap about, or that's not what we want from you. They don't think that these rappers have a job just because they're millionaires. They have contracts, and these contracts state, we're not releasing this song. That's not what we want. Go back to the drawing board, because that's not what's really hitting in these streets. So we need to hear more vulgarness. So some of these rappers, even if they wanted to make music that was better, the company gonna say, we're not selling this shit, go make something else, so we finna drop you from the record label, bruh. So people don't realize that's a job for them too, right? And how they get used in their desperation. They come along, offer them a big check, give them a car, say, we're gonna take you out of poverty. And they look at it as, this is the ticket to getting my family out of here. And yes, they will sell us out and do what needs to be done a whole lot. So, I mean, that even is a slippery thing too. And the music industry is very connected to politicians and everything else. Why the fuck Kamala hanging out with Diddy? Ain't nobody finna tell me that shit ain't, politics and music ain't connected.
If you allow me to be like a little bit vulnerable, right? Like, you know, I'm a vet with like PTSD and all this type of shit, social anxiety and stuff, right? And so before I found my voice, man, my homeboy was like, you ever heard of Meechie X? I was like, bro, I have not. He's a Hebrew Israelite. I had not. And you talk with so much passion, and with so much, you speak with so much passion and so much authority. I was like, it would be exciting if I could speak like that on camera, you know, because there are things that are happening. And if people just knew, because ties into the rap thing. They used to have it, but now if you have a phone with a decent camera and a little bit of internet connection, if you're talented, you can go crazy. Like, there's no reason not to go crazy. You pick that phone up, you hold that thing up, and you go nuts. Stop scrolling and start posting. It's just like a reversal of psychology. You can be a creator instead of a consumer with the phone that you have in your pocket. Your phone costs $1,000. It's like the most powerful phone and media transmitter. At the same time, you got a studio in your hand. And so, like I said, I was starstruck. Like, it's very exciting to be in front of a person who inspired you to do something.
Oh, well, thank you. I was saying, really, when you said he a Hebrew Israelite, because usually they call me an Edomite and they don't like me because my daddy white. So I'm shocked to hear an Hebrew Israelite told you that.
Oh, he was so excited. He's ready for the revolution. He can't stand He can't stand me because I call myself the greatest American alive. He's like, no, brother, you an Israelite. This ain't for you. This ain't your birthright.
All the blood, the sweat, and the tears, and all the shit we have put into America being what it is, even now, we are the biggest thing that keeps this country going. If we all decided to get up and leave, they wouldn't let us. That's how much they make off of us, even being poor. Poor people, it's very expensive to be poor. They make all the money off of poor people, right? So at the end of the day, I agree. I mean, once upon a time, I used to say, fuck that flag. I ain't an American, but yes, I am. I'm more American. And I'm not talking about the ideology of America. I'm talking about this landmass they call America. This shit belonged to us before it belonged to anybody else. We have built it on our backs, and to this very day, the economy is still built on our backs, from being the biggest consumers, or the fact that being poor, we are the ones that shuffle all of that money from Medicaid and everything else, and the pharmaceutical companies and the doctors and all of that shit. They take it and put it to all these companies, keeping Black people in a poor state. You know, it's poor folks that are paying tickets because they have enough money for their meter. It's poor folks that's paying $35 overdraft fees to the bank. Like, it's always set up to keep poor people poor while the rich get richer, and they get rich off you being poor. And so, you know, everybody likes to talk that shit. Black folks is below the poverty level. Okay, so since y'all keep wanting to put that on us, that shows you that if we the biggest group of poor people and we poor than everybody else, which that's not the truth, but we're gonna go with that.
Can we get nasty? Let's get nasty. They keep talking about, like, we're the most powerful 13% group of people on the planet. Like, there are 200 million white folks, and all they keep talking about is Black folks. There are more poor white women than there are Black people in America, but all they do is talk about the Black single mother. Huh? There are so many white single mothers they should be talking about, but they don't want to talk about their daughters. They don't want to use their media space for their daughters. They got so many white junkies. For everything that they say that we do, by the number, they do it more. But they say per capita. So by our size, we do it a lot. But there's more white people in prison. There's more white single mothers. There's more white poor people. There's more white women on welfare. These are facts. But they'll say, well, there's 200 million of us. There should be more. Yeah. Well, say there's more. Say that part.
They want to listen to the statistics, right? But didn't we just learn that they lie about statistics? Also, I got an A in both statistics class, 101 and 102. So I want to explain something to y'all about statistics, okay? Statistics is based on how they get those numbers. So sometimes they'll take a sample group, like they'll just survey a portion of a group of people and then give that to the whole. It's not number for everybody. So how do they talk about Black people not having fathers in homes? How do they know that they're single mothers? I'm going to tell you what they do, because they
right.
Have they ever knocked on the door in the hood and asked you, is the daddy in the house? So if people apply for welfare and they don't claim the man that's in the house, but how many of us know people that are on welfare and that man is in that house? We robbing Peter to pay Paul. They look at the fact of the marriage and see that Black women aren't married, so they assume that means there are no fathers. If the father's name is not on the birth certificate, they'll say that that child has no father in their life, right? These are the things that they go by. They're not actually looking at families, each individual one, and giving you a real number. That's not how statistics ever damn work. And they do fudge them to make you think what they want you to think. Now, they just told us that DC lied. Did they say that they fudged their numbers statistically to say that crime was going down, but it was a lie? So if they can do that, then what makes us think they don't lie when it comes to other things? And the reason why I say this is that when they talk about that, they're only taking samples from the inner cities. I live here in Georgia. I'm in a community that is nothing but Black people. All the fathers are in the home. All of the men are walking around with their wives. All of the kids are catching the school bus. They're riding their bike. The Black folks is on the golf course across the street, and they're playing golf with their wife in their retirement for the older groups, right? But it just depends on where are you getting the numbers from, because they would have people to believe there are a lot of productive Black families that are living and have a mother and a father and have whole families, right? They go to the they go to the projects. Of course, nobody in the projects got a daddy in the house. You know why? Because if they is in the house, they're not telling your ass, because Section 8 gave them that apartment based on the fact that they're single. They don't know who their daddy is, right? That's what they tell them. They're in that Section 8 apartment based on them stating the father's not around. But that don't be the truth all the time. So when you go to those areas to get that information, and that's the group that you're doing, it's a bit unfair when you're not then bringing your ass to where I live and then surveying all of these Black people that live here in Georgia and prominent communities that are families and are doing what they're supposed to do. Then I need them to go to the trailer park and go tell me about the white people that do the same motherfucking exact thing, right? So when people act like people in trailer parks don't have the same issues, that's not true. And so statistics can kiss my ass. They kill me with that, because yes, I would say this. When we look at the fight between men and women, especially today, right? There's this battle between men and women, and men want to fight with women now. Women say they don't need no man. And this is all over the place. You got all kind of men of all races having these regulations. They on that Kevin Samuels shit. You better weigh so much, bitch. I need you to do what I say do. Can y'all submit? Like, men are saying this all over the damn place, right? So we have this war back and forth with men and women, and they would like to make people think that nobody is actually together as a household. That is their target. But I want you to know that applies to everybody. Do you know how many white women don't have fucking baby fathers? See, this is not a Black thing. This is not a white thing. This is not an Asian thing. This is a poor thing. If you go to the poor communities, go to the trailer parks, just like you go to Section 8 in the housing hood, and I want you to see how many women over there don't have men, or if they do have men, them niggas is sitting around drinking beer all day. They over there not with no jobs. They white asses is in and out of jail too. So give the statistics and be fair, because to act like, oh, white people, no matter what their income bracket is, or no matter what their situation is, or where they live, they all got daddies in their house. That would be a fucking lie. But I never hear nobody talk about that statistic. It's always the Black community. And I want to know why the fuck they so concerned with us. When we 13% of the population, why are you so concerned with us? Tell me everybody else's goddamn numbers.
As long as I'm looking at Black people, I don't have to worry about my daughter being a freak. If I worry about the Black woman wearing Daisy Dukes, I ain't got to worry about my daughter going off to summer camp and coming back pregnant, and then me sending her to her aunt's house until she either has the baby or has that procedure taken care of. Like, for them, status matters a whole lot. And so when you come to find out that their lives are built on lots of lies, like I've been around lots of white people. Oh, before I go to the white people, for every Black person who says just go to Africa, I've been to Africa. And when I was in Africa, they call me a Black American. It was a cool experience. Well, I went to a place that was in the Civil War.
American. You still American.
Right.
We not
that, but
they don't see us like that.
Man, they did not like me. Like, we're different people. But I'm a genuine loving person. So they met me with love, man. But them people put guns on me and checkpoints. They live in war. And for everybody who says I'm going to go do that, okay, good luck with that idea. But as far as them using Black folks as scapegoats in America, like, man, we had some really dope Black people like James Brown on Black and I'm Proud, Nina Simone, you know what I'm saying, Young, Black and Free. And we have so many talented people who could sing so many beautiful songs. You know, Young Thug, he got a song about I Miss My Dogs right now. And I'm like, hey, if you just made music for the revolution, we could be powerful. But the check is so big for them. That's why you're so important. You know, the YouTube checks ain't that bad neither. I keep going.
What was your last?
I said YouTube. I said YouTube checks aren't that bad either.
They ain't that bad. They be trying to like give everybody as many views we used to get back in the day. I think they would have cut back on folks' checks, but it's not. It's not a bad at all.
Man. So yes.
Oh, go ahead. I'm gonna give you a last word and let you kind of sum up what you want to say. I do have another brother back been here waiting if there wasn't nobody up there, but he's here, so I want to go ahead and bring the minister up. He is in the back and see what he got to say. But go ahead. I'm gonna give you your last words. Finish what you wanted to say and kind of sum up what you want to leave us with. I want to thank you too for your service.
Oh shit! I did it for y'all, right? For America. Anyway, in prison, I've seen some of it. Like, they think it's like violence and just terrible. It's a terrible situation. I don't wish that on nobody. But it's some of the most creative people I ever saw in my entire life. People painting portraits with pencils. People like beating on their chest and making music and writing the most beautiful songs. I'm like, man, if you wrote that song in the world, it don't sound like nothing on the radio, and it's gonna be so amazing. But we have a lack of confidence as men. Like, we don't big up each other. And so when I'm around Black men, I'm like, man, whatever they do well, I tell them you did that well, and just lean into that, man. You be creative and you can do anything right now. I'm excited. Thank you so much, Jess, for your time.
It's a lot of talent behind those bars. Absolutely, it is. It really is. Well, thank you for coming up here. I appreciate you for coming and talking to us tonight. All right, you have a good night, brother. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna bring up the minister. I want to say I have that message up there. I it's too small for me to go back and read it, but I do remember what it was saying. So I want to say to Yosef, because people always say this all the time, and I'm gonna drop the link. Yosef, would you like to come up here and give us some solutions? Because I really hate when people say that and they be like, well, what is the solution? These is not solutions. We need to just man up and do what we got to do. And what's the solutions? I give solutions all the time. I'm not sure why people are always focused on when we're having a conversation, why the solution is the thing that y'all always say we should focus on. Solutions are given all the time. This is the thing with solutions though, right? The question is, how many of you are willing to actually take the solution and use it? Like, people give solutions all the time for problems, solutions to our community. I've been giving solutions for years. The question is, are you going to take the knowledge and do something the hell with it? So whenever people are talking And then people come in and they say, you know, oh, well, what about the solutions? Or this ain't giving us no solutions. First of all, having a conversation about things and seeing where people are and people's mindset, that is part of the solution. Because first we have to get on the same page. First, people have to understand the root of the problems, because you can't fix anything without understanding how it begun, right? And then there are people, I had somebody tell me today in a post that I put up, you know, oh, we already know this is obvious. And just because some of you might know what I'm saying doesn't mean that everybody in the chat understands what I'm saying. They may not know the information. Some of the things that I'm saying might be new to them, eye-opening to them, right? And at the end of the day, that's where solutions start. We have to first talk about what the issues are, make sure we understand, make sure that we can all be on the same page with what's going on. And that's how you get to the solutions. The truth is, solutions are put out there every day. So I don't know why Black people come in comment sections, or they make it seem like when people have these conversations on social media, what's the solution? What's the solution? Y'all hear solutions all day long. Let's stop that shit. We hear solutions all day long. The problem is not solutions. I think a lot of us know what the solutions are. People are not willing to implement those solutions, right? And so that's what it is. And there's another thing that social media has really messed up the mindsets of our community, because one thing that is a problem is that when there are solutions in your face, like right now we're having this conversation, we were talking about education being an issue of why we see crime and things in our community, right? And that we have to deal with that. Well, there's a solution that be in y'all face all day long. It's called Zayax Institute. I've been helping them and promoting that school and supporting that school for years. There are times that I have given Q access to my platform. Sometimes y'all will come and see us live and you think it's me and it's Q. Those videos have the least amount of views. So there are solutions in our face all day long. The question is, why don't we support the damn solutions, right? Why don't we move towards the solutions? Why don't we invest in those solutions? So I think that should be the better question that's being asked, instead of always telling somebody, what's the solution? What's the solution? The next thing is, I think it's very unfair for a person to tell someone who is trying to highlight an issue and break down what all of these different things are, right? I think that it is problematic when y'all always tell that person we have to come up with a solution. Just because something is a certain way and we can express to y'all, well, this is an issue. Did you know that was going on? Let me make you aware of how these things are happening. Did you know this? Did you know that? Just because we show you the problems, why is it that we have to be the one to have the solution to it? I never understood that. Like, we got to bring the issues. We got to tell you what it is. We got to problem solve it for you. We got to come up with the solution, and we got to fucking fund it. If you sitting in my seat, you want us to pay for your freedom. You want me to talk to you, think for you, come up with the solution, and then you want me to fucking pay for the solution. It's ridiculous to me. Why do y'all always say this to people? Why? Like, and again, I dropped the link if you would like to come up here, because for the person who says that, I would just like to know, Brother Yosef, right? Do you have some solutions? What are your solutions? I mean, it's amazing to me how, as people are talking, people always want to bring that up. Where are the solutions? What, y'all ain't got no solutions, right? So my question is, for the person who says that, since that's your focus, do you have some solutions? Because we dropped the link. You could have come up here and given us your solutions. You really could. So being that you don't have any, I'm going to need you to stop asking a person on my show. Y'all quit coming over here asking me, because I have given you more solutions than shits you have taken today. I've given you more solutions than anybody has given you in your goddamn life. I have been giving nothing but solutions. Every time I give you an issue, if I have, and that's an if I don't, I'm making you aware. But if there is a solution, I tell you what that solution is. Now, whether you implement it or not, that doesn't have a fucking thing to do with me. So why do y'all come over here and say that shit to me? What are the solutions? To ask me that on my platform, and I've seen your name before, means that you obviously don't pay attention when you be over here. That's what that tells me. And again, I invite you to tell us what your solutions are. That's all I'm saying. When you steady asking us, what are yours? Because you ain't clicked the link to give us none. But you dare ask, well, you got to give us solutions. I don't have to give you shit. I don't have to give you shit. We're having a conversation. It's called making people aware. Let me tell you something I've learned in my life about people having solutions. The only thing that makes somebody get up and do anything is a made up motherfucking mind. A made up mind is what's going to make you move forward and do something, right? But in order for you to have a made up mind, you have to understand in your mind what it is that you're going after and what you're up against and how you get to what you're supposed to do. Okay? So at the end of the day, I don't have to do nothing. I don't have to give y'all nothing, right? I give you a solution. If it's a solution, it's not my job to save everybody. Save yourself. So again, since you know all of the solutions, Joseph, I'm sure that you are ready for whatever, and you and your family is good to go because you got all the solutions, bro. And if you got them, I don't understand why you mad we don't. All them paragraphs you keep putting in the comment section and in the chat, just give us the answers. You writing paragraphs, write a paragraph of the solution. Do that next. I just don't understand why y'all always say that shit. It's really irritating and it's asinine. It doesn't fucking mean anything. Why do y'all always do that? What is the solution? I can give you a solution right the fuck now and you ain't gonna do it. Quit asking me that shit, okay? All right, I'm gonna bring. We got a minister. I don't want to mess up your name. I'll be murdering names, brother.
That's okay.
How you doing tonight?
All praises is due to Allah. This is my solution system.
Okay.
What this man wrote, what this man fought all his life for, his blood brother, Supreme Minister John Muhammad. I was his video and audio and tape man. He made me minister in Highland Park, Detroit, Michigan, 1994. I continued to work. Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad from 73, 83, and then a little bit in Atlanta, then to Detroit. I've worked with the greats, Robert Brock, the reparations man, Steve Coakley, Supreme Minister John Muhammad, audio video archives of Mr. Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm Shabazz. I'm giving these books out all the time at my expense. I just do that at a grassroots level right here in this pitiful city called Pasadena, California, where there's only a few of us. But I live here. I'm 73 years old, a widower, and my wife and I worked hard. She passed away 4 years ago. Peace be upon her. All I'm saying is I do agree with what you said about the so-called Nation of Islam groups. I'm not with them. We are the few, and unfortunately we're scattered all across the country. We meet telecommunications-wise. I have brothers in Los Angeles, Rancho Cucamonga, Compton. I have an elder there, and I could just go on and on. So Farrakhan has done nothing for our people, sister. Nothing. He's about to die, and he robbed our people, deaf, dumb, blind, changed the teachings. Wallace Muhammad, he destroyed what this great black man did for our people. So
do you think that in saying that, do you think that part of the problem in our community is that a lot when we're talking about solutions, like our people are looking for solutions? Do you think oftentimes because of a person being able to speak well or put on a certain character that they can garnish the people's attention that are truly vulnerable and looking for solutions, but they lead them in the wrong direction, since you made the comment about Farrakhan?
A total agreement. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Mester's brother was not like a Farrakhan. He took his time and he delivered it slowly. But he laid some, I'll just say it this way. He taught it like it was, that his brother taught. I also sell his book, Supreme Wisdom, and then the Journal of Truth. And so I also distribute Willie Lynch pamphlets and books, tapes and videos, like I said, at my expense, whenever I see black people that just show any kind of interest or just want to be a little bit civilized about it and don't want to fight, And so anyway, that's all. I just wanted to say, I agree with you that the Nation of Islam groups that you spoke against, I'm definitely not with them. Unfortunately, we're scattered all throughout the country, just a few of us. And you know what they say about the Marines? We just have a few good men.
Just a few, yeah.
We just don't have enough in our ranks, Sister Mishi. That's all.
I think about all of the men that are in the nation, and I think about, for example, okay, before the military comes in, there is a wonderful brother, and I love him. They're individuals that, regardless of what it is, but his name is Golden Child, and he's out there in Chicago. He's young, he's an amazing rap artist, right? But he is in the streets trying to do the best that he knows what to do. But I think about all of the men that are in the Nation of Islam, and I think to myself, he has this big force of men for what? Why don't they go and clean up the streets? And what I mean by that is, like, they got all of this training to fight. They go out there and they will preach this word to try and get people to come and follow Farrakhan. But why don't they patrol those streets? Like, he has this army of men. Why don't they go and make Chicago streets and these inner cities better? That's why I don't have no respect. He's done built an army of a bunch of black men who put on bow ties and suits, but they're not out there doing anything to change the situations in the community.
But they're selling bean pies. Okay,
Yeah.
I can make that at home, and I do.
I
make a good one. I have two. I just want to close by this. I have two, and I'll put the links in the message units. I can't put it while I'm on. One is called one YouTube channel. All the videos I shot myself, and you can critique my work and look at it, and you see it for yourself. One is called Supreme Minister John Muhammad. Now I have the #1 Nation of Islam YouTube channel by hits and everything. The other channel, of course, is named after me, Salam Allah Alternate Channel. I'll close on that.
Okay, well, please drop them
This
in there.
is my solution.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that.
1972, I came in. I did not look back. When Wallace Muhammad tried to destroy the Nation of Islam in 75, I hit the door and I was gone. I couldn't fight all them niggas by myself. You understand what I'm saying? They wanted to go back to white America, eat pork, run around with these white women, give up what this great man taught. No, I refuse to do. Oh, one more thing. I'm 73 years old. Do I look 73?
You said, do you look 73 years old?
I think I look 70. Do I look like I'm 73?
No, you don't look like you're on your way to being 80 years old. How you feel over there at 73? That's the bigger question.
Well, you feel it. Arthritis.
You feel it. Don't tell me that, because I don't want to feel it. I'm getting there.
I lost all my teeth, Mishy. They're all gone. I wear choppers. But I'm told I look 50. My heart was checked out. It's of a 50. Prostate, 50 years old. Body condition. I think this is proof of how to eat to live and what Mr. Elijah Muhammad taught us. I stayed away from all the crap, the pork, the dope, the smoking.
Eating better is definitely important. Absolutely.
It is.
For our people, especially in our communities too. We have our food deserts and they pump certain kind of foods into our communities. So it's very hard though, because even when you try and eat right today, you could go in the store. I've experienced that, and just, not too long ago, trying to eat better, juice it and eat more fruits and vegetables. And then you go there and the fruits and vegetables are not what they're supposed to be. But I'm in Georgia, so I go to the farmer's market most of the time, and I get stuff straight from the farmers. It's completely different.
No seeds and watermelons anymore.
I need watermelons with seeds, and that's why I go to the farmers market.
Exactly.
All the meat is fresh, everything there. It's a whole different thing. But I know that in a lot of our inner cities, they don't have farmers markets like we have down here, because we have so many farmers here in in the South. So
closing shots. I said no to the flag salute in 1965. I said no to all the white females coming at me. I turned them all down. I said no to pork. Yes to marriage of a black woman, and I was with her for 50 years. I took care of her all the way to the end. She died of cancer. Peace be upon her. Beautiful black sister. I still mourn her death. I close by saying that, yes, this is the solution. That's what I think. Since 1972. I thank you, my sister.
Thank you for coming up here.
The links on my on my YouTubes in the chat.
Okay, yeah, put them in there. Definitely put them in the chat. Thank you. You have a good night. Thank you for coming up.
Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, let me see. So I left Yosef's comment up there. I'm gonna bring up I'm gonna bring my girl back up here in a second. But I left Yosef's comment up there because I can't see it all the way, but I believe it was something to the fact of you being an activist in the streets for 17 years and stuff like that. And I want to say shout out to you. I respect the fact that you've been doing work in your community and you are an activist. That is amazing, right? But even more so based on your comment, if you've been doing work in the community for 17 years, then you should have some solutions to offer us. And so let me say this, let's not get in a place where it's one activist against another, because often too many times I think that we do this. You know, you sitting in my comment section and I'm out here working, I'm an activist as well too, you know, and because maybe you don't agree with the conversation we're having because you want to see more solutions. I think it's unfair to come at me in that manner, because it's not like you've been in the streets doing more work than anybody else, right? You hear me talking here on this YouTube. Y'all haven't seen very much of me on YouTube over the years because I'm in the streets and I actually do the work. So if you have watched me long enough, Joseph, you know that I'm out here doing the work as well, and I have solutions as well. So I'm just not understanding why you made the comment to me. And if you've been out there doing the work and you feel that you're helping your community, more the reason for you, instead of telling us what we not doing, is more of the reason for you to come up here, have a conversation with me. We're both activists. Maybe we could have collaborated. Maybe we could have did some work together. Maybe you could let me know where the work is you're doing. How can we support you? Where are you at? What are the things you're doing for the community? You could have given us some of the solutions that you have. So again, that comment just makes me wonder why you took the approach that you took, because the approach you took should have been much different. If you're an activist, then come up here and talk to another activist. Talk to me about what you see. Let's talk to the people about how you want to be the change that you want to see. Because you say you're out there in the community being the change in your community. You're doing the work. So come on up here and let's talk to the people about being the change that you want to see. Give us the solutions you have. More of a reason for you to have approached that comment completely different. That was more of a reason for you not to say what you said. I just want to say that. And I got somebody says that I'm gonna drop the link. I don't know if you're still in here. I just stopped your comment because I wanted to see it. But this person, AFBM, I don't know if you're still in here because it's been about 10 minutes before I got to you. But it says, how can y'all sit on social media all high and mighty? The Democrat district is getting shot up. Well, nobody can speak but the Democrats that still need mortgage is paid over being fair. I'm going to need you to learn how to write. If you're going to write that much, write it right or click the link, and then you can just say what you got to say, okay? Write it right or click the link. But who are you talking to? Who's sitting on social media high and mighty? Like, y'all come in and say the dumbest shit. Let me drop the link, because if you're still here, I'm gonna need you to come and explain that comment or be quiet in my fucking chat. Who is sitting on social media all high and mighty? While the Democrats is doing what? I don't give a fuck what the Democrats is doing. Your mama is doing, your daddy is doing, Trump is doing. I don't give a fuck what Charlie Kirk family doing right now. I don't give a fuck about these politics. Other than the fact of how this shit affects us and how we have to deal with the government, period. I don't give a fuck about the Democrats. I don't give a fuck about the Republicans. Who's sitting up here high and mighty? Y'all niggas get on my nerves. Y'all come in the chat, you see hundreds of people watching somebody, or over 1,000 people, you think somebody is high and mighty. Shut the fuck up. I go all over this goddamn country and I get down in the dirt with my people all the time, high and mighty. It's always a motherfucker who got an opinion but don't got a platform to project their opinion on, that always got some dumb shit to say. We sitting up here high and mighty. Shut the fuck up or click the link in my chat. For anybody who got some dumb shit to say, don't say no more dumb shit to me tonight, okay? It's Friday. I'm tired. I'm an introvert. I've been talking to motherfuckers all week, trying to be on here giving people solutions and covering the things, because I done told people I be gone too much. So I'm trying to get back in the rhythm of doing this instead of being out in the goddamn streets. It's Friday. I didn't even want to fucking click on here. Let me be honest with you, because of stupid motherfuckers like y'all. But I'm trying to keep my word to my people so we can have these conversations. So I can pack my bags in a couple of days and fly my ass on my own dime to go over to another city so that I can for free teach people how to make money online, because everybody losing their job. That for free I can teach people how to fucking be prepared to survive and whatever is coming for us. and handing out shit that I paid for out of my own motherfucking pocket. So I got your high and mighty, bitch. Get the fuck out my chat. Y'all always got some dumb shit to say. I can't stand you fucking keyboard gangsters because you're so tough in the chat. You got so much disrespect. You click on a motherfucking channel you don't even know, bitch. And you got so much, you sit here high and mighty. You obviously don't know me. This might be your first time here. It probably is. And if it is, you should shut the fuck up because you don't even know who paid you on. Y'all be so quick to run your mouth, but be so slow to click the link. Shut the fuck up in my chat, okay? AFBM, shut the fuck up in my chat. For you don't say another motherfucking word in here, okay? Let's be clear. Y'all got so much shit to say, but be a scary motherfucker when they don't want to click the goddamn chat. I don't give a fuck about a Pam Bondi. Fuck you, fuck Pam Bondi and your mommy, nigga. I'm a lyricist too. I can cuss you out and make it rhyme. Leave me the fuck alone. Y'all always got to say some smart shit to get somebody's attention. Then you want to backtrack and act like you want to say something with some sense. If you wanted to fucking talk about Pam Bondi, you should have brought your ass up here, click the link, and we could have had that fucking conversation. Instead, you in the chat running your mouth. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, we have Miss Watchman in the house. I don't know. I'm gonna bring up my girl first because she been waiting a minute. Y'all don't leave me alone. I swear to God. And people be like, I'm not bothered by your comment. I just don't like stupid people with ignorance. And y'all all be grown. Let's be clear. I don't think there's any 12-year-olds, 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds in my chat right now. If it is, go to fuck the bed and get off my lap, okay? Because I'm not talking to your little ass. Go get your mama or go get your damn daddy, okay? So all of y'all are grown. And when y'all come in here and say the most dumbest shit and you're a grown-up, somebody need to help you with your dumb ass. And it's not me. I don't want to help your dumb ass. Absolutely not. Let me go back. I'm sorry. Deacon Jones, I just forgot all about you, Deacon Jones. I apologize. Deacon Jones gave $5 holler twice. He probably said something we were talking about a long time ago. Let me get these and I'm going to bring my girl up. Then I'm coming to you, Miss Watchman. I see my girl, Miss Watchman, in the back. D. Jones gave a $5 holler and said, if they are willing to focus on the circumstances that promote criminality, 30 days of military occupation will not help Memphis. Absolutely. That is, I agree with you. Thank you for the $5. That's exactly what I've been saying. That's not the way to deal with it. Desperation breeds crime too. When the chips are down, these civilized people will eat each other. The Joker, Dark Knight. You're right, though. You are absolutely right. I agree. Something needs to be done about crime. But this is not the way to go about it. This is absolutely not going to fix crime at all. It's not going to do that. It's actually going to lock up more people and create more crime later on, right? Right? Somebody said you got a career in comedy. I've been told I'm, naturally funny. Sometimes I crack myself up, but I'm just naturally funny. I wouldn't know how to do like a stand-up set if I was in front of everybody and like had to be funny on cue. That shit would never work at all. At all. You just got to catch me in regular life when I'm talking. That's all. All right, let me go talk to my girl. How you doing? What's your name over there, the Stone?
Girl, don't laugh. I noticed I hadn't changed it, and I was like, you know what? We're just gonna go with it for tonight.
I know. I was like, what a Stone.
I was trying to touch you, Michi. It's me.
Okay, so let me ask you, because I already know we've had some of these conversations. Let me ask you, as we're talking about the troops coming in and I'm not done tonight with as soon as I get done with Ms. Watchman, I'm actually going to play a couple of clips, you guys, from Charlie Kirk, and I want to have that conversation. So it's Friday, we hanging out for a little while if y'all want to hang out, right? But when we talk about them, coming in and the troops coming into all of the cities, and then we're looking at all of the civil unrest that is going on, especially with Charlie Kirk, people are protesting because they don't want the military in their streets, right? They have so much stuff that is going on. There was something you brought to my attention, because I constantly tell people that we need to be ready, right? And I've talked about this as well when it comes to power and cyber attacks and things of that nature. So with so much turmoil going on, talk to me about what you think is also something we're missing that we should be focused on right now. You were talking to me the other day about.
Yes. Well, I think that we are within weeks of a catastrophic event happening involving our grid, a grid down event and a cyber attack combination. And they've been telling us that they're going to do this for years. They've been outright telling us through legislation, politicians. They're telling us through the media. They tell
and
us.
You gave me a video. You want me to play that? Because I sometimes seeing is believing. This is why I be playing the news, because people like to see stuff. You said politicians have been saying it. So let's play what you sent me so that they can see this as well. Because this is another thing that we got to deal with, y'all. And I keep telling y'all, it's a lot of stuff that's going to hit the fan. This is the administration. I believe that it's come in to usher the whole new world of the way things will be done. There's a lot of destroying that's going to happen first. They got to destroy a lot of people, a lot of cities, a lot of, structures, a lot of systems that they've already built to go into the new way of doing things. But the new way don't mean better. New does not mean better. So let me play this. Let me play this clip.
Our country will, for example, at some point face a major cyber event that will have a serious effect on our lives, our economy, and the everyday functioning of our society.
There's a very few number of substations you need to take out in the entire United States to knock out the entire grid.
Knock out the entire grid?
That's correct.
How many would it take to knock out putting the entire country in a blackout?
Less than 20.
Bill, just 20 substations to knock out the entire system? I mean, that's unbelievable, but your reporting is it could be even less than that.
That's right, Nora. That report was from 2013, and it actually found the number was even lower, 9. Taking out just 9 critical substations could black out the whole country.
We're seeing planning to disable the delivery of power to the American people.
Now, I be telling people all the time, and people be like, power outages. If your power go out and that shit don't come back on for 2 weeks, you gonna be like, God damn. And it's gonna be real hard for you. You might survive that first week, but then you gonna start to get a little weary. And I just don't think that we all know what no power really entails, how many things that will make falter for us. But go ahead and talk to me about this, because I know this is something that is a big concern for you as well.
Absolutely. And well, first of all, my previous professional background was in marketing, specifically in sustainable energy, smart cities technology, and distributed energy. So I've had awareness of issues with the grid and the fact that our grid is so antiquated, and also how our infrastructure is intricately tied to the fulfillment of Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2021 and Agenda 2030, which is basically the infrastructure to bring in the New World Order. And I worked in that era, in that industry, and at the smart cities in Colorado. Well, you're familiar with the smart city out at the airport.
Mm-hmm.
And also we did different experiments and projects with putting in smart cities technology, like autonomous nodes along I-70 corridor, so cars could communicate with each other and share data amongst each other, and different surveillance lighting in the downtown area, basically putting in and testing out all the surveillance equipment that was coming in with the reset that we're going through. So one of the issues that we have is that our grid is antiquated and can't sustain and uphold all this new technology that's coming online anyway.
Do you think that with the new technology, it also makes us more vulnerable? Because a person might have had to drop a bomb or a missile or get to something to destroy infrastructure, but now when it's automated and everything is on a system, folks can cyber hack all of that stuff, yes?
Exactly. And that's one of the big That's going to be one of the major elements of World War III, right? And it's already happening. I mean, when you look at the cyber attack on Ukraine, when you look at the grid down attack on Texas, right? You look at the blackout in the Iberian Peninsula of April of this year, April 28th, 2025. That was Spain, Portugal, and parts of southern France in a complete blackout. And it was sustained for about 12 or 14 hours. But I really do believe it was a beta test for a much larger blackout, which is going to happen here in the US.
I don't think it's no mistake. I remember when I brought up the fact a couple of shows ago, like, why would Trump name the Department of Defense the Department of War? And I had a couple people come in, and shout out to them for being smart and knowing their history and stuff. But they was like, it was already the Department of War back in such and such year, hundreds of years ago. And that's fine. It still don't change what I said. Why are we now changing it back to the Department of War and not Defense? What is the purpose of that? Because I do think that there is a war that's going to be started, but I don't think this war is necessarily about them going to war with other countries. I think it's a war on the American people, because the grid will go down and they will tell us that it is somebody else, but it will absolutely be them.
Oh, it's absolutely a war on us. And we, us Black people, we've been in this war, sustained war, since we've been here. So we're already, how we're 220 something years behind economically, where we're like 500 years ahead in dealing with the war in the US. But it really is about to get serious, because they're putting in this new authoritarian system. They really are bringing in the New World Order. And if you want to speak of it in a spiritual way, or an occult way, an occultic esoteric way, they are going to turn off the lights or the power in this world, in the old world, to force us into the New World Order. It is a huge ritual that's going on as well. This is an extremely spiritual event to humanity that's going to happen. And it is so much focused here in the US because of, American hegemonic power, right? The role that we play globally. We also have the reserve currency, and that is intricate. That has to be brought down to merge us into a real world, a one world order.
Yes. And that's the crazy thing, is that when you guys listen to like the World Health Organization or the Economic Forum, all of these like people that come together from a world perspective, if you guys have not been paying attention, I have tons of these videos on my phone. I need to go through them and find them so I can make y'all some videos or play them for y'all. But when you go and watch these things where people are speaking from a world perspective, and there are people there that represent like all kind of countries, they're constantly using the word New World Order. One world order. They say one world and new world. There was a time we couldn't say New World Order because people was like, oh, you're conspiracy theorists. The government never used those terms. And now around the world, you find them saying New World Order mixed in with one world order, where it's an order the same way everywhere, right? And as far as we go, like when we look at our country, we claim we're the freest. And you have people who live in different conditions and they could survive some of this stuff, but we're not used to that. We like some spoiled ass brats who are used to, if I just, pay my light bill, flick it, the light gonna come on. I'm gonna be able to charge my phone when I need to, call whoever I need to call. But they've slowly been preparing us for this time because, for example, nobody has a landline. When the power went down, your landline would still work. When the power goes down, your cell phone will not work. You don't even know most of the people number by heart. You know their name and you push a button. You don't even know their phone number no more. They took out all the pay phones. Like, I know people are like, that's just the evolution of going into a new place, but it also dismantles you when this new stuff we have is not feasible and it doesn't work for you.
Well, it enslaves you.
Yeah.
Because we're being enslaved. It's a slave system for everyone. Because you're tied. Once you're hooked into the system, you're in the cloud. You have no control. You can be turned off, and that's where we're going. It's a digital. It's a top-down authoritarian control that will be sustained by and ran by technology, digital technology, and AI technology.
I should say her parents still got a landline. Shout out to your parents.
Yeah, the hanging tough, and that's great.
Right. Somebody else said they got a landline. You're gonna keep them landlines.
Exactly, as much as you
The
can.
only question is there anybody on the other end that has a landline? Because if you got one, but everybody else got a cell phone, you ain't gonna be able to call nobody. So I don't know how that's gonna work either. If they don't got a landline too. So keep that in mind. But again, so let me talk to you as far as like when you say preparation, I talk about it all the time. So it'd be nice to hear somebody else talk about it. So when we have to prepare, how do you want it to, how do you suggest that the people should prepare for this kind of stuff?
Well, I think that the first thing that you need to do is be aware of what's going on, that this is purposely being done. They're also trying to foment a civil war, as we can all see, divide, right? I mean, have you ever seen division like it is in this country right now? It is insane. And of course, this ritual event with Charlie Kirk, it's like it's throwing, oil on the fire, and it's moving us through these, everything's escalating to get us to this point.
God, and them people is mad over Charlie. They out there screaming in the streets, white men fight back. I want to know who they're going to fight.
What they're going to fight, they're going to fight us, and they're going to try to fight whomever is against them, because they've been conditioned to do this. And you got to be we have to be honest and open about the American population. Most people are on some type of psychotropic drug here, right? We have a lot of people on psychotropic drugs here. We have a lot of people with substance abuse issues. We have a lot of untreated mental illness. And I don't think that medical intervention that came about 5 years ago helped with neurological things. And just, I mean, it really does seem like people are possessed or demons almost these days. It's getting insane. But those are real considerations. You have to think about your safety. You have to be prepared for that. You have to mentally understand what's going on and not play into this, because that's the whole point. They want to get it as riled up and crazy as possible and let chaos reign. And this is part of the bigger scheme of population control, right? Which is intensified. And it will as we continue through this reset. And we've got 5 years to hit those 2030 agendas, the agendas set by the World Economic Forum and the United Nations.
I think one thing that people should pay attention to is I know that people are like, okay, people have been saying some of these things will happen for forever. Some of the things have come about and happened. And when they do happen, like, we need to be prepared for those things and not think that it won't, right? But when you turn around and look at somebody like Bill Gates, who has been speaking for so long about population control,
Yes.
He's always talking about making sure the population goes down. Right. We've had Kamala mention that the population needs to go down. We have had, Bill Gates constantly say it, even talking about the best way to deal with healthy people is to get vaccinated. The best way to depopulate is vaccinations. Like, this is what they're trying to do. So the thing is, how long do we think that these people are going to talk about, right? We need to depopulate before they do something to depopulate everybody. And so, like I said, they've been talking about it. So that's why I say ain't nothing happened yet. But that doesn't mean that it's not.
No, it has happened, Michi. It has happened. And actually, I can share the real numbers with you of how many people the medical intervention has actually killed and harmed. That was like your first test of survival of the fittest, because that's what we're in right now. Because the push for exponential a reduction in the global population from 2020 to 2030 is part of what's happening. And so it really is coming down to how much are you paying attention and being aware of what's going on. And if you're walking yourself into, it's taking you out, the survival of the fittest. Because if you have been paying attention to what was going on in 2020 and really using your critical thinking skills, why on earth would you allow a government, a system that has been poisoning you with your food, dumbing your children down, making it harder for you year after year to live, stealing your money? You're going to turn around and trust that they're going to put an experimental something in you, and which all the people who made are absolved from any repercussions if something happens to you. People, they came out and told you it was an experimental thing for what was a virus that by April 2020 we knew was 99% survivable and killing mostly 70-year-old people with 2 or 3 more comorbidities. You knew that if you were actually paying attention to what was going on and not getting caught up in the mainstream media that's there to condition you to lie to you and to keep you distracted and totally transfixed.
I was gonna say, what's crazy though is, remember back then, I want everybody to think about this for a moment, right? I want y'all to remember that when all of that was going on, all of the COVID, all of the get your vaccinations, I got demonetized at that time for talking about the virus and the shot, right? So they were going hard on everybody. They was taking people's stuff down. They wouldn't let us say certain things. They kept pushing that vaccine, pushing it. Did they not? But today, we can talk like this about it. You know why? Because they have openly admitted in Senate hearings and everything else, they will sit and tell you that people that took that vaccination, more of them died than lived. It didn't hurt them. It didn't help them. It hurt them. They said that it was experimental. They talk about how bad it is now. They openly will tell you to your face after they were forcing so many people to get it. And when I say force, they wouldn't let you keep your job. There were people who they told you, if you were a nurse, you had worked hard, you had done this and that, you have to do this to keep your job. You couldn't fly without certain things. In New York, you could not go out and eat at restaurants. You had to stay in your house. You were isolated from certain places because you didn't do this. And they went through all of that just to tell you that the mindset they put everybody in, all of the propaganda they threw around that, just to admit that, yeah, we didn't know what the fuck we was doing. Yeah, it was an experiment. Yeah, mostly everybody that took that shit is dead. There's more people that took the vaccination is dead than people without the vaccination that they say died from COVID. More people have died with the shot than without the shot. And they're admitting this to you now, right? And so it's like, when you turn around and think about the stuff that the government does, this is why I don't understand why we would ever be trusting of anything that they say they're doing that's for our good. They do the shit and then they come and say, oh, well, yeah, we really was. The latest news on the vaccine is that people who got the vaccine, I think it's up to 10. It could be 15, but it might be 10. It might be 15. Don't quote me on that, but it's 10 or 15. Either way, it's still going to make the point when I tell you this. They say that they are susceptible to sudden death for that long. So you might have got it and you might feel fine now. You could just fall out and die 7 years from now because you got the shot. And we watched that when people first start taking the shot. Do y'all not remember people just falling out on the news? Falling out on TV and dying? People falling out on the field when they was playing sports, right? And so I just want to say that our government, I think that's proof enough that they're very diabolical in the things that they do, and they're not stopping at anything. And I do believe, Katrina, that it was just a test run, right? And they were seeing, will you go in your house if we tell you to go on lockdown? If we tell you this is what it is, will you do it? If we force you to take this vaccine, will you do it, right? And then immediately after, they told us what? The World Health Organization simply said it's not a matter of if, it is a matter of when. They told us that there will be another pandemic that will be worse than the one we already have seen. And if they're talking like that, they're not guessing at this shit. That means they're going to cause it to happen. So again, as you're talking about the grid, or we're talking about things like this to come, like, I think people should be on high alert. And this is the reason. All my life, I have heard about this thing that's coming, the New World Order. But I'm actually at a point in my life where I can watch the things that are happening in the government and in the country right now, in the world, that are actually playing into those things. Right now, if you knew what I knew, and I know some of y'all do it, Katrina, you do, but for the people who don't, if you could just understand what it is that some of us know and we see, we know that this is the administration that is here to tear everything down so that the newness can be built. That's what this administration is here to do. So the shit that's been coming, it's here. It's here. So the thing is, being that we have seen all these other things taking place, to say that this thing is starting to happen, when is the other shit gonna happen? Which means it can't be long before it does. As you talked about the power grid, as we talk about maybe another pandemic coming and all of those things eventually, or a civil war and causing all of this unrest. Because even Charlie Kirk's people, yes, a white man shot him, right? But they are angry, and that white man is in jail. And so now they have turned their anger and they're upset with every group that he didn't agree with, because they feel they don't care that he's dead. They feel that they're online making fun or celebrating, and that's white, black, whatever, right? And so now they're just angry and they want their vengeance on all of the people who don't have any sympathy or respect for Charlie, in his death. And now they're upset. And now all of the groups he had problems with, they have problems. And that's where they want their revenge. So, it doesn't matter that a white guy shot him. And so there's a lot going on, military on the streets, all of these things we just said. And I think people should just be wise to be prepared and pay attention. Stop just going to bed. I'm not trying to fearmonger nobody. Like, I don't get up every day in fear. I'm not scared to die. I am prepared for whatever can come. And if I'm not prepared and something taking me out, then damn it, like the white lady said on my video earlier about Charlie Kirk, look, everybody got their time to come to an end, and that was the way he's supposed to die. If it's my time, it's my time, right? But at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, I still think that people need to be paid attention. Don't be fearful, but don't be a dumbass. Don't just get up every day, go to work. Don't realize what's going on around you and don't prepare. Because a lot of people gonna get got, okay? And
that's what I was about to say. When you were saying don't, I was about to say or do, because at this point, it's if the message is for you and it's in you to hear it and to take action, then good for you. But if it's not, it's not. I mean, we're literally down to within weeks of something major happening in this country, and I think everybody feels it. And if we are looking at the whole big picture, and the spiritual side of this, again, is the foundation of this, really. When we're looking at what's going on astrologically, when we're looking at all this symbolism and things that are happening around Trump and the energy in this country, it's about to happen. And when you look at things hard cold, like politics and things, the World Economic Forum released a statement in 2023 saying there will be a major cyber attack within the next 2 years. That was 2023. This is September 2025. Okay. It's going to happen. They are preparing. I do believe that is part of the reason why they're putting metal bars up around the Treasury Department and the White House. I think that's part of it. I think the military in the cities is part of it, because it helps, one thing, to bring in control, but it also helps to get people to agree to the authoritarian, oppressive use of the military and technology. And of course, they're going to start in Black cities with Black people, because people, the majority in this country, are anti-Black, and they will agree to it. They always start with the ones that the least, and push them out. And everybody agrees to it. But when people agree to it, they agree to it happening to them too.
Yeah.
And this authoritarian system is going to be across everything. Yeah. But how they're going to bring it in, I do believe, is going to be through trauma, because that's how they handle us. And also, they have been referring to this. And if you understand the esoteric cycles that's going on, they are looking at this as the completion ritual to 9/11. So they're saying, Klaus Schwab of the World Economic Forum said that the cyber attack will make COVID-19 look like a small inconvenience.
Absolutely. I keep telling people, I just want people to stop for a moment in the chat. First of all, let me say shout out to the super chat. Shout out to my life being exchanged for yours, FBA. Shout out for the $10 holla. I love you back. Thank you for loving me. I truly appreciate it. Thank you for the $5 and came back with $10. It came back with a $5 and says FBA kids are the future. I hope so. We got to get it together so that we don't get left behind, because I do think that our people are the, last to be prepared. So we're the first to be affected, and we don't prepare for stuff like this. Because you was just saying, about the grid going down is going to be worse than COVID. Like, I don't really think people realize without power what that does to your life. And I'm not talking about a power outage for a day or two. I'm talking about stop and really think about everything that power is able to, dictate in your life. Without power, what does that look like? Everything. And we think about our house. Okay, when your cell phone is not charged anymore, you don't have no communication. You have no lights. Does that mean that important medical equipment that you have to use, how you gonna turn that on so people gonna die if they can't have their machines? How do you keep your food cold? How do you cook your food? How can you drink the water? Because if the grid is down, you cannot drink that water out of the tap. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because it's liquefied bodies in that water, it is sewage in that water, and without the plant filtering it, you might as well drink the water out your toilet after you took a shit in it. I'm just being honest with you, right? So you can't drink the water, your food is all gonna go bad, right?
Water pumps stop working. The water pumps don't have electricity. The water's not moving. Toilet's not working.
You can't drink the water out your sink. So now you lack water. You think you run into the store to go get water? Oh, it's going to be price gouged, but it's going to be gone. But wait a minute. It's not going to be gone, because you know what's going to happen? We got used to carrying plastic during COVID because they told you we will not give you any change back. This is what I mean. Little stuff that actually does things to you and you don't realize what they're doing to try and get you ready and prime you for something. So in COVID, they told you had to have exact change. Remember that? So if I bought something for $1.50 and I only had a $5 bill, I had to let them keep my whole $5 bill. So people was like, fuck that. Ain't nobody giving out no change. What do? We started using our debit card. We started using our phone payment. We started using all of those things and have gotten used to it, right? And so they want you to be able to do that. Let me tell you why. Because if the power grid goes down, you know what else don't work? The ATM machine. You know what else don't work? The motherfucking debit machine at the store for you to pay for your groceries. It's down. They can't charge you. So how you gonna go buy anything you don't already have?
Yep.
How you gonna get gas? How you gonna get anything? So I don't think we think further than, we've had the power go out, and we think about how it affects our house. But what if the power grid goes down and everything that runs on power is affected and it don't come back up for 30 days, 60 days? What then? In
what
60
if it's an
days,
EMP?
do you know how many people will die for not having
in 60 days? And it takes nothing. With an what if it's an EMP and it completely destroys everything? We're looking at years.
Power could come back on and none of your stuff that was electronics would work any damn way.
Think of the movie Leave the World Behind, because that is the purpose of that movie, is to prepare you for the possibility.
It's a primer.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And look, I do believe that we're within weeks of this happening. That this is my belief system, on my experience and my understanding. I am a practicing occultist. So I do understand the agenda and what's happening and the spiritual side of all of this. I think that right now you need to be hardcore. First of all, you need to assess where you are in your life. What does your community look like? What does your family look like? What are their health needs? Where are you financially? What do you have in your home? Starting with your food and how you're going to get clean water. Because the other element that they are not telling you, and I know this for a fact, we are in the beginning of a food shortage in this country. Okay. They have been calling our animals since 2021. They have been destroying our food processing factories. Now with these tariffs and the political relationships going on internationally, it's also affected our imports. But here, our farms are tanking.
Yeah, on purpose.
on purpose. They're bankrupting them because that's part of the planned food shortage. And we're in the beginning stages of it. And there is less and less food on the shelves. And professional grocers are talking about how, okay, the expectation is that inflation is going to continue to go up on food. They are expecting a 7% rate rise every 6 to 8 weeks from now on up. Okay? So we're also dealing with inflation and a food shortage. They're putting the pressure on us, and it is time for people to get really serious and figure out what they need to do to get as much food, figure out clean water, the health needs of their family, they protect their digital life, because we all have a digital identity. If you own assets, if you own property, even if you don't, all of your important documents, you need to be getting those on hard drives. There are steps that people need to get serious right now about what's going to happen. Okay, they really do. And let me tell you, the other part of this is that we are seeing a mass flood of people leaving the country because they understand where we are in this cycle and what's happening. Many people.
I want to say with the food too, that she's not lying because, and somebody earlier said that we was fear mongering. If you think that's what it is, you don't have to be here. The same.
You don't. Ain't nobody got time to worry about you.
Motherfucker, you just back on out. You know, you walk through a door. Oh, I'm in the wrong place, and you leave. Like, bye.
Nobody cares. Seriously, Mickey, nobody cares. Nobody cares.
When the shit hit the fan, though, it's gonna be people like them crying. And do not knock on my door, because I'm gonna answer it with that gun, and I might shoot you in your face. Because when the shit hit the fan, I don't have no help for nobody. If you are not within my four walls and you are not my family, I'm not helping none of y'all. I'm telling you right now.
But
So
you're laughing as you say that, but that is a real consideration that we're going to have to deal with in this country. If you're here, there are going to be a massive amount of people who are unprepared, and they're going to lose their shit. And we are the most armed nation in the world. We are facing some real serious times. And that person, if it's fear mongering, then move the fuck on. Nobody cares. You know why? And I say this to everyone. I say this, people, anyone who can hear me, and if this resonates with you, don't give a fuck, good gracious, about what anybody has to say right now. You focus on getting fucking food and getting prepared. Seriously, the time to be on social media arguing with these idiots, if they're talking about fear mongering, leave them the fuck alone.
They gonna be crying. They gonna be crying one day.
Yeah. Even if I'm wrong, and I don't think I am, but even if I'm wrong and it's not a blackout, let me tell you something. If you can't look around and see all the shit that's going down, you might be next. Even if it's not a blackout. Look at Texas. Look at Hawaii. Look at LA. Look at our whole country is collapsing, people.
Them fires was not natural. But the thing is people said we were fear mongering during COVID. When we said that shit was set up the way it was, when we told people don't take that vaccination, they told us we were fear mongering then too. And look what happened. Look what happened to all you motherfuckers that took the vaccination. We were fear mongering, but look what happened to you. Look what happened to your family members. Look what happened to you.
Don't argue with stupid. Because that's
why I say, if people think that they could just, you could leave if that's what you think.
Yeah, don't even waste your time, because that is part of the whole test of the survival of the fittest. Are we going to be so distracted by these people who come out with this nonsense, who don't have the good God sense to see what's going on around them? No, I don't give a fuck. Fear mongering. Okay, great. I'm fear mongering. Fuck off. Thank you. Goodbye. Meanwhile, for anybody who hears me and really hears me, you really need to be sitting down, and I mean ASAP. Do it tomorrow morning when you wake up and talk to your family and do an assessment of where you are. Do you have dried, shelf-stable food back up for at least 3 months? If you can't get to 3 months, you just start and try and you keep doing what you need to do right now. You get it started now. Okay?
I will say too, about the food thing. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but quite a few years ago, and this is what I mean, they do stuff little by little. This was before even COVID happened, but you do know that they modified all of the seeds. So if you go to the grocery store or the Walmart, or you go to the section where they sell gardening stuff, and there are seeds you can buy to grow food and all of that stuff, those are modified seeds that produce fruit and produce with no seeds. So whatever it grows about the ground, it will not have seeds in it, like the new watermelons and things that we see. So you're not able to then take it and from one thing continue to reproduce it. That's for a reason. Why would you change the seeds? The way it's supposed to be is you plant a seed, that thing grows up, it has other seeds in it, and you can replant those things and continue to keep going without having to buy more. Now you can buy those today, but they're called heirloom seeds. But at one point in time, all of our seeds were that way. Okay. So they have changed that as well. And somebody said, you wrong about that because Trump is working with the farmers. So I just want to address that. Like, it doesn't matter if Trump is working with the farmers. Understand that, again, everybody keeps acting like Trump can fucking do more than he really is capable of doing. He is still just a puppet like any other president that has sat there. Anything he does, they allow him to do. Let's look at the reality of this. Let's bring up Bill Gates once again. You do know that Bill Gates owns majority of all of the farmland in the United States. He owns more than all of the farmers combined. So let that sink in. And if you don't know who Bill Gates is, maybe you need to start off with this conversation on a one-on-one. And maybe what you're hearing today, it's like being in advanced calculus. You shouldn't be here today if you don't know who Bill Gates is. Bill Gates is also the man behind putting vaccinations inside of the fruits and the vegetables, which he will now be growing on his farms. So it will have the vaccines in the food, right? And he will also be producing the animals that have the vaccines in them. He also is invested in companies that are doing things like creating butter. I don't know if you just recently seen the news talking about, like, that's the new rave. So now they can produce butter without having a cow. So it's made in a lab, just like printed meat and everything else. Bill Gates has his hands in all of this, and he is going to be the biggest producer of our food in the United States of America really soon. And so even if Trump is coming in and trying to help farmers, I actually know farmers. I'm here in Georgia. And there are plenty of farmers. The Black farmers say they don't have it as bad as the white farmers because they say they've never received help from the government. So they have had to learn how for their farms to survive without any of that fucking help. So they're kind of prepared in this time. But at the end of the day, that's just a bunch of hoopla. If you talk directly to the farmers, you will find out they're not getting as much help as people are telling you. And right before Trump was in the White House, they were actually being paid to destroy their crops because they told them, we don't want that shit, okay? I just saw a white farmer on the news the other day destroying his whole crop because he said nobody was buying it because of the tariffs. He sent a lot of his shit overseas or what the hell ever, and he had to destroy the crops. So no, farmers are having more of a hard time than you think. And I want y'all to stop thinking that like Trump is Jesus. You do know this nigga old, he can die, and his administration will come to an end. So no, the ultimate plan of the government before you ever knew who a Trump was to put us in this position. So Trump is not going to save you from a plan that was in place before Trump was ever thought about being president, or is going to take place even after he's not the fucking president, okay? We must remember presidents only hold so much power. I know they have upheld Trump and made us believe Trump is the president with the power. If he got all this power, then why all the other presidents seem so powerless? My hands are tied. I can't do this. I can't do that. Yeah, because all the shit that Trump is doing, they're letting him do it, okay? Trump, they can shut Trump down at any goddamn time they get ready to. There are checks and balances in the way shit works. So again, yes, Trump is saying that he is helping the farmers, but where's the evidence that he's actually helped these farmers? Have you spoken to the farmers? Because I find it amazing that Trump is a politician. He's the president. And all of a sudden now, everything a politician promises to do or says they're going to do, we believe they're doing it. Like, when the fuck did that happen? Did y'all lose y'all mind just because Trump came president? All of the stuff we've always known about the government and politicians, now all that's out the window and we don't know these things anymore. Politicians make promises just to not keep them. So let's not play that game. But again, if you think that we're wrong, then do what you do, man. Do what you're doing when this shit hit the fan. I want you to do one thing. If you have a gun, I want you to save a couple of bullets for yourself. Okay? Save just a few. Put them in your pillow. Put them in your pocket. Don't use none of these on the enemy. Because as the Bible told y'all, and I'm not even a Christian at this point no more in life, there will come a time that you will look for death and it will flee from you. So when shit gets so bad, I'm gonna need you to take a couple of them bullets for your damn self. Because you gonna need to put yourself out your misery. Save one for everybody in your household. Because when there is no food, there is no power. When things have gone the way that they're going to go, nobody is coming to help you, and shit is in a lot of turmoil. I know we're very comfortable in America. We think, oh, that could never happen here. That's your first motherfucking mistake in life, thinking that anything could never happen. Something can always happen. I don't give a fuck what it is. Stop thinking things can't happen to you or happen to us because we're in America. And I mean that seriously with a straight face. Save one bullet for every person in your household because that may be your last resort. Because dying slowly is no way to die. When you know it's inevitable, you might as well get it over with.
Listen, Michi, the persona of Trump, right? The character Trump. What was Trump known for? He's the businessman that went through what? Several bankruptcies, 7 or 8, I think, right? And so when you go through a bankruptcy, what do? You dismantle and you take a piece, you break up the assets and people claim the different assets, right? So he's gone through dismantling and breaking up and selling off the assets of several corporations. Well, the United States is a corporation. And what's going on right now is the dismantling of it. And that's how you can think of it. That's really is his role.
Yeah.
Right?
How do you have a new world order? How do you bring about new order? Don't you have to tear down the old systems first?
Exactly. And they're dismantling it. They're dismantling our constitutional rights. They're dismantling, they started with our civil servants of our governments, what social net we had, our economy, our food system, our food, we were glorious as a self-sustaining food system in this country. They're dismantling everything because the United States will not be the United States any longer. And that's going to be a really harsh transition for whatever is what's going to come out on the other side. And it's going to happen in a short amount of time because they're on a timeline, and their timeline is to reach this by 2030. And they've got that financial reset to happen, and it's happening. If you're not paying attention, but the currency is going down, being inflated nonstop. They're adding like $1 billion to the debt nightly. Okay, there's not much else that's going to sustain us here. It's collapsing. That's why gold and silver is shooting through the roof right now.
People should pay attention. You talked about gold and silver,
exactly.
But wasn't it Florida that just said that you can use gold and silver as a currency again versus cash?
Which is part of the process.
Pay attention to the signs, y'all.
You got to pay attention because actually that is part of the process of this reset. And you need gold and silver because you need to be able to hold some value with your money for holding
the dollar ain't gonna be backed by nothing. And this is why Trump is also the president that he's ushering in digital currency. We always talk about New World Order. Part of that is being a cashless society, and people will tell you you're crazy, but are we not looking at a cashless society? If the government is talking about digital currency, that means no cash. Digital
stablecoin. That's what
stablecoin. The shit I've seen. Some of it is happening. It's not that it's gonna happen no more. It's
here.
Like, damn, this shit is here.
And they need it to happen now because of where we are with the economy and going up with the BRICS nations and how they're coming together. And the multipolar world is breaking out, and we're trying to hold on to this hegemonic power. And it's a fight for resources and the authoritarian push down here. There's a lot going on, but they're going to make us suffer to get to the other side because this system has to come down, and it is not going to be easy for us Americans. We hold the world's reserve currency. We've also the ones who are losing our hegemonic power. There's a lot coming at us. Okay. And this is real and serious, and people need to be paying attention because this is all coming down this year. We're getting really, really close. And I think people can feel that. If you are tuned in, you must be able to feel the energy and what's going on. And look at how we are divided. Look what's going on in the social consciousness. We're getting really close to something dark happening in this country, and we need to prepare. It is not time to be fearful, but it is time to be awake, knowledgeable, taking in information, and do something. Get up and take
don't be
action.
blindsided, you know?
Exactly. Just imagine this is a hurricane. Imagine this is a huge weather event, and you've got a short amount of time to prepare. If you got to play mind games, do it. But you need to start moving now and prepping to be in a situation for an extended amount of time without power, without our systems working, with our day-to-day life completely disrupted, interrupted, and non-functioning.
Let me read out these super chats that I was missing because we was getting in the good of the conversation. Shout out to the Sassa in the house with the $20 holler, says, please continue to awaken our village. Thank you, Anastasia, for the $20 holler, and came back with another $20 holler and said, have to have an EMP protection device. Yes, you do. And that's the thing. There's a lot of things that people can do to prepare for anything that is coming from civil unrest. We've been talking about that. You know, you got these military on the day, streets is going to be coming, whether it is the grid going down or whatever it is, right? There are things you can do to prepare. And he is right? When you talked about the EMP, you have to have a protection device. Those exist. If you don't understand what that is, though, and you don't know those are real, and those things can happen, you don't know to have a protection device for that, because that's not even something you're aware of. So that's why it's important to have these conversations for people to be aware, and because them Gucci shoes or that knockoff bag you got, none of that shit is gonna protect. And you can't eat that shit when there ain't no food. So I mean, I don't know what you gonna do with it. And shout out to My Life being exchanged for yours, FBA, for the other $10 holler, says, love you. She's an MOP. What is MOP? I was gonna say mop, but I don't think you're saying we a mop, but what that mean? Let me see. And shout out to Afro Stone. Thank you for the $20 holla. I appreciate it, y'all. Let me see. Yeah, you know, everybody got, you know, we fly, we got wigs and shit, we fresh to death, but you can't eat none of that stuff. Maybe you can set that wig on fire, but I don't think it'll burn long for a fire. You need something else, hair burn quick. Y'all get what I'm saying, though. So I think this is a perfect time for me to stop and say this to everybody that is watching. Y'all know that I've been talking about survival for forever and being prepared for things. Shit, during the pandemic, we started having these conversations, right? And there were things that were valuable that were said that during the pandemic could have been used for survival, right? That we need to pay attention to, even that happened then. So I want to remind everybody, and shout out to Gail. She done already put it in the chat, you guys. There is a link to go to the event that I am having in LA, September 20th and 21st, Saturday and Sunday. Saturday is a survival class, okay? Now, and Sunday is a how do you make money online class, because everybody's losing their jobs left and right. The new economy is online. I'm not talking to you about being a content creator at all. That's not even one of the things. So if anybody thinks that, we're talking about the real ways that people get jobs online, they make money online, their side hustles, start a business, or work for somebody online. Everything is online. So we go over more than 10 ways, because that's an issue. People are losing their jobs. They're not finding new jobs once they lose the job, because AI is taking everybody's job. So you're going to lose your job, and your job ain't coming back either. That's going to be another world we're going to be living in soon, where AI is going to kind of take over everything, and you won't have jobs or any of that shit. You're gonna watch people walking around with like AI boyfriends and girlfriends and shit. That's gonna be crazy, but that's coming. It's on its way, right? So we're having this conversation, guys. These events are donation based. So you can give. The link is in the description of the YouTube video, but it's also in the chat that Gail put in the chat, you guys. And so, you know, get your tickets. It's donation based. Bring whoever you want. Give what you can give, which allows us to be able to actually get some supplies, right? I would have liked to have supplies. I asked for donations from the people, but that didn't seem to be working, because apparently I'm not Umar Johnson, and maybe I don't say things 3 times. So nobody wanted to help with those funds. But we wanted to be able to give everybody all kind of supplies at this event. And so it's donation based. It's whatever you can give. I am bringing myself out. Shout out to the sister who is setting up the venue and putting that effort in. All of those things are taken care of by us, right? So we don't need the funds for any of that. So just keep that in mind, y'all. It is an important conversation that needs to be had, and we will be in LA. So go ahead and get your tickets if you are in the area, if you're close to the area. And I will see everybody on the 20th and the 21st. So y'all make sure that y'all go and do that. I think there is another super chat, and then there's two of them. Okay. Let me say, shout out to my life been exchanged. I ain't gonna keep saying it. I feel like that's a spell. I don't want to exchange my life for yours, but shout out to the FBA brother. Words matter. Shout out for the $10 holla. I appreciate you. You've been showing love all night. Somebody said, sister, why you keep talking to MOP? What does that mean? I don't know what you mean. I don't know what that means. You can't, before you ask me the question, you got to tell me what that means. What does MOP mean? When you say mop, I'm a mother. I think of what I just used to clean my kitchen floor earlier. I don't know what that means. You got to explain it to me. Thank you for the $10. And you don't have to give it as a super chat unless you want to. You can just tell me in the chat. I really don't know what it means. Shout out to Swedish Princess says with the $5 holla says, I'm homeless with my 11-year-old daughter. I don't know what to do. This is very overwhelming for me to take in. Oh, wow. Oh, shout out to you, sister. Well, you know, me and Chantel, we trying to help you get it together. I talked to Chantel. Chantel said that she found some places. So hopefully you're looking into them and letting Chantel give you the help that she is giving you. And so we getting it together. And that boot camp class starts. I want to say shout out to the sister who sent the donation to help get her laptop. We did get her laptop. So she's ready for class. So she has a laptop to do that. And we do have people in Chicago that are helping this sister get to where she need to go. So don't be overwhelmed. You know, one thing at a time, find your place and where you got to go. And yeah, you're going to get it together. You're going to be all right because you is not in this alone. You already have us helping you. So know that. Somebody said you must say 3 times and click your heels. That's what the fuck I was doing wrong. I ain't click my heels. I'm gonna try that shit and see if the community want to help me help them. But I want to say that too, that I know that me and you have been talking, and so while I brought up the event, I think that you created something really good. Speaking of my boot camp that is coming up, this sister, I know her because she is a prior student of my boot camp, and we've had consultations and things. And she has created something because this is something she's been talking about for a long time. And when you sent it to me to show it, I did put the link in the description of the video. So tell us about what you created, because it is something that helps with this, what we're talking about. I'll let you explain it, but when you sent it to me, I did, if you guys are interested in what she's talking about, I put the link to it. It's in the description of the YouTube video. If Gail, because Gail is really, really dope, if you will go and get the link and put it in the chat for me. Shout out to Gail. She also put the link to MX Survival. So anybody looking for generators, looking for survival food, it's dehydrated. I think that's the best kind of survival food. Other than those, I can't think of the meals now that they give out to the army.
The MRAP meals. Yeah.
Them shit is good. But anyway, we sell the dehydrated food. So it's just dehydrated. You add water back to it. It's dehydrated fruit. You can eat it that way. Food, meat, rice, whatever. So we do have a lot on the MX Survival site. So thank you for putting that in there. If you guys are looking for survival supplies. Yeah, tell me about what you created, because I'm proud of you. This is one of my students, so I'm all, MREs. I like MREs is not bad, y'all, okay? MREs and dehydrated food are the best survival food. Some of them other ones is like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But those are actually not bad. MREs are not bad at all, right? If you hungry, they be having little bags in there. You can heat the coffee up with in the bag. Okay, they got little gum, chiclets, you got your little ketchup, your condiments, they give you hot sauce and shit. It's all right. It's better than some of the other stuff. So, you know what I'm saying? If you think about some food, we do not have MREs, but you can find a whole case of them on Amazon for not too much, okay? So keep that in mind. Okay, so Gail put it in there. Shout out to Gail. She got Get Your Survival Guide. So I was really excited to hear that you created it. So tell me about what you created for this situation.
So it's a self-paced guide / course, basically, because it's teaching you how to prepare for specifically a catastrophic grid down event and cyber attack, basically an extended blackout and cyber attack within 30 days is the goal, or 2 months was initially, but I wanted to take it down to 30 days. You can if you really need to, but it was starting from September 1st, preparing you from September 1st to November 1st is the timeline, and it takes you through prepping, doing the assessment with your family to see where you are, backed up food wise, your health needs, if there is anyone who is tied to electricity for any medical equipment, medications, who's on what medications, that type of thing. You have to take a total assessment of where you are, thinking what you would need to survive, right? And map that out, make a list. And from there, you've got to look at your resources. That includes money. That's going to include equipment and tools. But you also need to look at your community, because the community that you have is going to be a huge part of getting through this and surviving this, right? And depending on where you were, I think a lot of people really experienced that to a new degree during COVID. So it's important to understand who's around you, what's going on with your family. Are they able to work together? You've got to hopefully establish multiple ways to get food, sources of food. I think that one of the first things that all of us who can afford it, and it's a small fee, but what we can start to do right now is join the National Black Farmers Association and the Black Farmers Index, because there are plenty of Black farmers now who are starting to ship food, and they also have a strategic pickup places throughout the Southeast region, which is where a great many, most of us are actually located, right? Because people who know, and definitely white people who know and white people with money, they've been doing this for years. They've been securing their own source to buy directly from farmers for a long time now in preparation for this. So that's something that we can do. And the fee is small. And again, it's supporting our community. I encourage everyone to join those two organizations and really try to source food from Black farmers as much as possible. Because what we want to do, hopefully also coming through all of this, we want to survive the crisis period of this, right? The order out of chaos is how they operate. So there will be a crisis period. But if we're able to survive that and really be aware of what's going on around us and work together, we can come out on the other side of this and make moves and do things that maybe we haven't done as a collective, a Black collective in this country before.
We come out on the other side, we'll get to live with all the robots.
What's that? Say that again.
When we come out on the other side, we get to live with all the robots.
Well, look, there'll be a period of that, but also a lot of this is just going to include pushback. Yeah. And a lot of it is really just going to be people, like once we survive the crisis part, a lot of this is just going to be whether or not people comply and they go along with it.
Yeah. Most people will comply. I think that COVID was also a tester of that. Like, go in your house. It's cold out here. That's gonna make everybody sick. Everybody's like, okay, I'm gonna go in my house. Right. And they knew everybody was gonna say that shit because everybody gotta go out to work every day. They was like, you really giving me permission to not go to work at all, and I ain't gotta pay my rent, and you gonna give me a check? Everybody was like, hell yeah. But ultimately, what they were doing is getting people in order to do what the government tells you to do, to comply. We was too quick to comply with that. Like, think about the reality of that. They told all of the country, go in your house, you got a curfew, don't come outside. If you come outside, you got to wear a mask. We shutting down everybody's business. Anybody who had a brick and mortar, they told them they couldn't even open up their businesses. That was a bit much. That was a bit much. It really was. And if you know anything, the people who got the shot, like I said, they passed away. They had a greater risk of dying than those of us that didn't. A lot of people did die from COVID, but not as many as they tried to tell you it was. If they had showed you a percentage, like point whatever versus numbers, you wouldn't have thought that it was as big. That's why they use numbers and not percentages, when the percentages were actually much smaller than people thought. And whenever there is a new type of a virus introduced to society, the best thing to do is to let us get sick, because our bodies, if they weren't steady tearing us down with food and all of these different things that they give us so that our immune system doesn't work like it's supposed to, guess what? You get what's called herd immunity. And so eventually it's something that our society will adjust to, because didn't they tell you that COVID is here now? Is it not here? COVID is here, right? Like the flu. And they offered the COVID shot still, just like they offered the flu shot, right? But aren't people getting sick and still getting COVID today? And they just feel like, oh, I got a bad cold and I got COVID and it's no big deal. Nobody's crying about dying, but COVID is still here. Why are people not dying, even though a lot of people rejected the shot? Because we built up an immunity to the shit and we got sick and we lived. I had COVID. I never went to the doctor, but I know that I had COVID when COVID first hit, before they ever locked everybody down, because I had never been sick like that in my life. And I had all of the symptoms and I couldn't taste and I was very tired and I was in my bed and I was sick for like 12 days. I've had pneumonia. I've had the flu. I've never been sick that long. All of the symptoms that came with it, I know that's what I had. And then I got over it and then I got the fuck up, right? And went about my life. And so again, it wasn't that serious the way that they did, but the government shut everything down and we didn't give them any pushback. And we said, okay. We said, okay, we comply. So we're good at complying and they know that we're going to do that. Somebody said that I think it's ZD said that their son is in the military or something. And when she said she talked to him about the stuff we say, he said, none of that stuff gonna happen. He's in the army, okay? He says, all this is talk is ridiculous. They're concerned with China. Well, I will say this too, just like in politics and like Trump, I don't believe that the government informs the military on all of the things that they're doing. One thing,
and the government is definitely not informing her son on everything that they're doing. Okay,
well, no, that's what I'm saying. Just because they're military, I'm saying doesn't mean that they're going to tell people. You know, they're not going to do that. And I know a lot of people who are in the military who agree with me. And I think being in the military depends on what your ranking is, because I know people that have different rankings, and they just saw and heard things that they're like, yeah, this is what it is, right? But also too, I would take it with a grain of salt if I was him, as far as thinking everything's fine just based on what the government is telling him, because we have watched over the many years, the government will actually experiment and do stuff to the military. They go off the war. They want you to think that it's the enemy that did it, but they give you poisons. They try and test things on the soldiers. Every time there's a war, soldiers come home and they always have some type of new sickness that was given to them by their own government. So the government will fuck over the military too. They use them as test subjects and everything else. So, I mean, even though they're military or they're in the army, the government doesn't regard them either as other than objects. They use them to fight their wars, to enforce things for them, but they don't have any reverence in the way they look at them, right? And the things we're talking about the government is going to do really doesn't have anything to do with the military or the government. They don't even play a part in any of these things. These conversations or what are happening wouldn't have anything to do with them. So it's not even something that they would know, you know.
But it's interesting that she said that her son said they're more concerned about China. Well, China supposedly just put Ecuador in a blackout a few short months ago, right? Because you know all those I was just gonna say that. Because you know all those men of fighting age from multiple countries, including China, that have flooded our country over the past 5 years through these open borders. All those men of fighting age have been coming up through the Darien Gap through Ecuador, free with no stopping, no passports, anything, to make their way to the United States, if you know what I'm saying. Well, at one point, Ecuador, the Chinese men that were coming through Ecuador were causing a lot of problems, supposedly. So this is according to Michael Yana, an investigative journalist, excellent guy. He also used to be, I think, SEALs. So Ecuador told China, okay, look, you can't send any more of your people here without getting a visa first. And so China said, oh, really? Wow. Okay. Next thing you know, within 24 hours, blackout. Now,
right.
who was the country?
I think that's what we have to remember, that at the end of the day, I think that the government would do something and blame it on another country, or they'll just back up and let the other country do it. Because I've always said too that China is way more advanced in technology than we ever are. And when we talk about all of our stuff, the grid, everything that's run being on automation. And when we talk about how it's all connected to computers and everything now, that's what I'm saying. The era we're going into with all this new technology and everything being set up with automation and connected to all these smart systems, what ends up happening is that we actually make ourselves more vulnerable, because where there were times where countries can't get in our airspace, they can't drop no bombs on us, they can't come and drop no missiles and things like that in America. What that means is that through these systems, they could definitely cyber attack us. They could definitely hack these systems and do things to us and touch us without ever having to get within our airspace. All they have to do is get into our digital spaces. And China is very advanced at that, right?
Well, not only that, but
people don't know Israel is very advanced in their technology. We don't talk about that enough, but Israel is, and I know Israel partners with the United States, not saying that they're an enemy in that sense, but they're more savvy in technology. So going to technology actually makes us more vulnerable for attacks that we were never vulnerable for before. So again, as he says, we should be concerned about China. China could do something to us. They could absolutely take down our grid.
And the thing is, who's been the world's manufacturer for the past 30 years? China. All the equipment, all the solar panels, all the energy hardware it's made in China. and they were the biggest investors in Ecuador's grid. Look at all the stuff that we haven't, that is connected to China, that China created. What's to say that they don't have control of it, or back doors, or any of that stuff?
Right. So, somebody said the U.S. can't hack China, and you right about that. We ain't hacking them. We ain't not touching they shit. They look, China. They can turn off our internet. They fuck with us like that. No internet for a day. What the Americans gonna do? Like they can do all kind of stuff to us and touch us. So she's right. She said, that's what her son said, that we should be concerned about China doing something, and I don't disagree with that. Yeah. I don't disagree with that. And that's the crazy thing, is us being the citizens. Guess what? We do have to contend with those things, as well as the war that our own government wages on us. So yes, we can get it from all these. The fact that we belong to this shitty ass place where a lot of people hate our government and our country, right? We are vulnerable to some of them, and we are also vulnerable as citizens here because our own government wages war on us at the same damn time. So we double fucked, right? Let me read some of these super chats before I get too far gone about them. Shout out to Sweetie Princess. She came back and said, I love you and Chantel Michi. I appreciate y'all. We love you too, sis. And it's gonna be all right. We rocking with you to get through this. Don't worry about it. And Assassin came back with another $10 holla, says, please put the link for the Black farmers. Oh, okay. I think that Gail did that. I believe she did. And thank you for the $10. And another $10 holla. Nassassa says they killed Dr. Sebi for evil reason. Absolutely. Why would you kill the man if you ain't want people doing that natural way? Because what you put in your body, they are poisoning us with it. And food can heal a whole lot of things. But if you eat the wrong foods, or the foods that have been tainted, which is 90% of everything they feed us, guess what? It can also be poisonous to your body. So absolutely. So let me see. All right. So let me, you want to leave any last words with us? And then I'm going to because Miss Watchman, she been waiting patiently back there. Look, she got an hour. I just didn't want to bring up everybody at once. I want to talk to everybody.
No, I appreciate it.
I know that makes everybody wait a little bit longer. And I appreciate her waiting, but I want to give her chance to come up here. So leave us with some last words before we bring up Miss Watchman.
Well, I appreciate it. And I just want to let you know the program teaches you how to get prepared in the shortest amount of time if you're going to stay in place. But the other part of the pillar is divided into 3 parts. The second part is how to strategically relocate abroad if you think that that's the better option for you. Because a lot of people don't want to go through what's coming. And there are a huge amount of people that are relocating strategically right now. And I've done it before myself, gone through the process. And so I have outlined every single thing that you need to do to get that done in 30 days. And it's broken down in budget increments, starting with you can get out and settle yourself for 3 months with $5,000. And it goes up from $5,000 to there in different increments. And I give you the options of what you can do step by step what you need to do to get all your documents in place, your visas, prepare your family records, pets, all of that. So the first part is if you want to prep in place and you plan to stick it out here in America, what you need to be doing. The second part is if you think that you'd rather relocate, because again, there's a massive flow of people leaving the country right now because they understand what's happening and they don't want to go through it. If you feel like you would be better off leaving, there is a whole section on how you can get that done in 30 days and what your options are according to your budget, locations in the country, in the world with various countries. And the third part is just explaining the spiritual side of this and why this is happening and what the outcome goal on their part is, but what we need to also be doing spiritually, because this is a big point of evolution for us. And it's a lot of spiritual work that's going on, and it's a lot of dark things that are going to happen, but we need to understand why they're happening, and it's part of the process. So the third part is the spiritual aspect of why it's all happening.
Well, that's interesting because I've seen a lot of people have like survival guides, but I haven't seen one yet that tells you how to relocate, because some people do just want to get out of Dodge. Maybe they're older, they ain't got time for all of this. They got younger kids and just feel like I'm getting out of Dodge if stuff get too bad. So that's new. I've never heard anybody add that. So that's good. In creating something that you gave it a twist that most people don't have, and the spiritual aspect to it. So shout out to you. That's one of my students. So I got to be proud of anything that she is creating and what she has put out there in her product. So again, the link to that, if you guys want to check it out, is in the description of this video. And Gail just put it in there for the survival preparedness guide. That's some extra stuff in there that I have not seen yet in anybody's survival guide. So shout out to you for that. And it's Black owned. So, there's plenty of white people out there that got stuff, but it don't got what hers got, and they ain't Black. So
that's right, baby. And I meet you. I just want to thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Also, everyone, September is National Emergency Preparedness Month. And I do believe that this is very meaningful, especially at this time. So please commit to each day doing something towards being prepared for a big emergency, because even if a blackout doesn't happen, you never know what can happen. And we see that every single day, right? So thank you all. And I really appreciate it, Michi. And we're having the plan is half off for the month of September, since it's National Emergency Preparedness Month.
It is National Emergency Preparedness Month. As Black people, most of us don't know that because we don't be prepared for shit. But you're right, it is. It absolutely is. I get all them emails because I have all of those companies in my email. But thank you for coming up here and talking with us. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
All right, you have a good night.
You too.
Somebody said, I don't even know what your name is. What they say? Let's put you up here real quick. People like attention. Let's give them some attention. Yay, Amon G9 says, so we pay $1,000 for a phone to hear fear mongers turn survivalists into consumers. Your success is based on an epic fail. Work on your sales pitch. Just saying. I just want to tell you, your mom, fuck you, your dad, your grandma, and all your kids. I don't understand why you have to come in here and say dumb shit. Nobody's working on no sales pitch, sir. At the end of the day, these are things that we have because these are the lives that we live. I have a whole website I've had for years, sir. And many people in my chat are already prepared because of the products that we do have on my site. Why the fuck would I talk about survival as a woman who hasn't worked for anybody in all of my life? I'm a business owner. Why the fuck would I send them to go buy that shit from a white man or somebody else? You sound crazy. At the end of the day, we got to prepare somewhere. And I don't know why you paid $1,000 for your phone. Maybe it's not that I have a bad sales pitch. Maybe it's you're a dumbass consumer, because I would never fucking pay $1,000 for a dumbass phone. And you do know, since you paid that much for that dumbass phone, because you ain't wait for like a special when that shit was free for Christmas or something. You ain't do that, you dumb motherfucker. You do know they have sales all the time. You didn't wait. You actually paid a whole $1,000 for your phone. You actually are the dumbass. Somebody said that part. Well, somebody informed this person who was probably not a black person. We black folks, we get stuff on discount, baby, okay? And so we don't pay $1,000 for. We wait till that shit is free on the holidays, okay? And I just want you to know, I don't know if your dumbass know or your $1,000 phone, you do know, you said you bought it so you could hear us. You do know you could do a lot of stuff on that phone. You do not have to be on YouTube right now. And if you want to stay on YouTube, you ain't got to be listening to me. Do you know how many motherfuckers is on YouTube right now? They talk about Charlie Kirk. Go watch some of their shit. You don't have to be here. You paid $1,000 for a phone, and you think the reason you paid for it that you have to listen to me? You don't have to do shit. You could click up out this motherfucker. You could go look at the other apps on that bitch. You could go call your grandma and make sure her CPAP machine is still working. You could motherfucker go downstairs and make you something to eat. You could go take a bath and wash your ass. Like, nobody told you when you bought that phone you had to listen to me. You ain't got to do shit. Let me inform your non-black ass. In the black community, we say some shit like this. I don't have to do shit but stay black and die. Like that. That's all we got to do. You ain't got to do shit but not be black and die, nigga. That's all you got to do. You don't got to do none of that, okay? So, and I hope you get the most out of your $1,000 phone that your dumb ass paid for. Apparently, I guess that's the kind of pitch you want me to have. You want me to make people spend money that they don't need to spend, because your ass obviously fell for that pitch. Which the fuck I would pay $1,000. You know how many phones we got in this house? We ain't paid for none of them, okay? Wait till the sale come next time, okay? You doing it wrong. Are you still here? I thought you ain't want to be here. Why you still here? Let me drop the link. You want to come talk to me? Here go the link. You want to come talk to me? you just want to stay in the chat. You want to talk to me? Click the link, boo. Come on, come talk to me, G. Let me see your ugly ass face. Y'all like to hide in the chat. What you look like? Let me see your face. Come on, click the link. You see my face. You got that $1,000 phone. Let's see what your camera do, bitch. Nobody said the phone was. Look, he said that his phone was $1,000. Look. See, and you smoke crack, don't you? Look at you. I'm gonna stop roasting you in a minute. I'm gonna bring Miss Watchman up because she been waiting long enough. You smoke crack, don't you? What kind of drugs do you be doing? You said phones were 1,000 earlier, and I quoted, duh. We never said anything about phones being $1,000. You need to get a hearing aid. That's what you need to do. Or you need to turn the volume up on your device. Or you need to listen slow and not fast. Okay? We didn't say shit about $1,000 phone. And nobody is selling anybody $1,000 phone. Are we selling phones over here? Sir, do I look like AT&T to you? Do I look like motherfucking Sprint? Do I look like T-Mobile? We said nothing about paying $1,000 for a phone. Nobody in here is selling a phone. We were talking about her guide that she created to help people get prepared for survival, to tell them what they need to do, to give them all of the information if they want to go abroad. You don't listen very well, do you? Well, you know, if my mama did drugs when she was pregnant with me, I probably wouldn't hear very well either. I understand. But we're going to move on, okay? If you want to talk to me, you could click the link and let me see your beautiful face. Other than that, we gonna move on, okay? Let me highlight these super chats and then bring my girl, Miss Watchman up. She just been waiting. Miss Watchman about to come up here and let it go. She got something to say. I think Miss Watchman is in Memphis. I think that's where she at. Let me see. Shout out to the FBA brother who been showing love all night. You've been in here showing love all night. I appreciate you. I'm going to keep saying the computer was based on a black woman brain. That's right, because we smart than a motherfucker. Okay, we don't pay $1,000 for phones, nor do we ask for $1,000. We don't sell phones around here because we smart. You heard that? Let me see. Where you been at? Fuck you mean? I ain't seen you in a minute. Hey, shout out to you for the $5 holler. Said them Chicago YNs said come here. We will start crashing out. Trump said nah, fuck that. He said fuck you mean? He said he wasn't going. He did. He turned around. He said, we're not going there. They told him that they got switches and Trump believed them, I guess. And shout out to you, FBA, for FBA all day. Thank you for the $2 holler. You're right. Trump said, no, we're not doing that. Those guys mean business. I guess I don't know what the fuck making him not go, but he sure did change his mind. It's funny because I imagine the niggas that was online that was talking junk like, don't come here. We got these switches. You not ready for us because it's about to go down. I imagine they're at home right now and they really have convinced themselves. They have convinced themselves that they're the reason that the National Guard is not coming. I think they've convinced themselves of that. They proud of you know, they was online. They got Gates and they like, we talked down the president. He ain't coming up in this mug. They really thought they did something. They really think they hard now. They about to go shoot up several blocks. Black folks need to stand up and fucking change Chicago. That's what I want y'all to do. I need all them activists out there to get it together. Go and get your community together. Go get the Nation of Islam. Them niggas sell bean pies so you will never be hungry. They got newspapers so your ass will always have something to read. And them niggas know Taekwondo. They can fuck everybody up and take them guns from your ass real quick. Okay? You see that Jackie Chan shit? You point your gun at me and they just snatch that shit from you real quick. Go get the Nation and tell them to make it right in Chicago. That's what y'all need. A bunch of niggas in bow ties that do Taekwondo. Okay, it's late. I'm gonna stop talking about people because I get silly talking about folks when I get tired. But I'm going to bring up Miss Watchman. Hey, Miss Watchman. I'm sorry I had you waiting so long.
Hello, how are you doing tonight, Mitch? Yeah.
I'm good. We ain't had a call in a minute. I missed y'all.
Yeah, but
you're
you
in
need to rest. You need to rest sometimes.
I am.
I see what you go through. You know, and
I'm out of here to go to Vegas. I'm going to Vegas to hang out with my girls before I head to LA, and we'll have some fun.
Okay.
They convinced me to do so.
Get yourself some relaxation in between all of this business.
I will. I'm a Pisces. I get my sleep in now. I love some sleep. Ain't nothing going
I know we do. I know we do. However, my reason for calling in is because I live in Memphis. Born and raised in Memphis. And we don't want the military here. We do not want them here in our city. When it comes to what some would call civil disobedience, Memphis is number one on that list. When COVID hit and they were locking everybody down, these young people were having parties. They were setting parties up on parking lots. They were sending the messages out on social media where to meet up for the parties. Whatever they wanted to do, they were doing. And the way to gain control over what's happening here in Memphis is not by bringing the military in, because it's not going to do anything but make things worse.
What do you think that we should do?
I have a vision, and I've been trying to get people to come in with me to bring this vision to fruition here in Memphis. And I call it COOL. It stands for Cherishing Our Own Lives, Producing Children of Our Own Love, Resulting in Creating Our Own Legacy. And there are a lot of people who have this mentality that is not at my front doorstep, so I'm not concerned about it. I recently moved into a new neighborhood here in Memphis, and my next door neighbor, I was talking to him when I first moved in, and he tells me, "Oh, it's real quiet down here on this end. The bad stuff happens down on that end." And I'm like, what? If it's on one end of the street, it's going to filter down to the next end of the street. And if you're not concerned about what's going on down there, then that means you're not concerned about what's about to happen at your front doorstep. So since I've been in this neighborhood, I've been doing what I normally do, which is to talk and to speak with everybody that I see that comes down my street anytime I'm outside. And I address the issues within our communities and within our people. A lot of our people have this misunderstanding because they believe the propaganda that America has sold to them. They don't understand that we are the royals. Royalty is not something that comes from just a crown sitting on your head. It's in your bloodline. And what this country has done for our people is they've taken our crowns, they've dug a hole that's over 500 miles deep, thrown it down off in there and buried it. Well, I am here to help our people to understand you are a royal, and it is time for you to begin to walk in your bloodline, not in the propaganda that America has sold. We have integration being a problem because integration was not about building us and bringing us together in unity and love and equality. It was about taking our resources because we used to own everything. Our families owned whatever they had, be it land, be it a house. They were homeowners, they were landowners. They raised their own food, regardless as to whether it was meat, vegetables, fruits, nuts, you name it. Our people owned it because they grew it, they produced it on their own land. And they took the brightest in the family, which always seemed to be somebody who was in the poorest sector of the family. They took the brightest and they put all of their money together and they sent what they felt like was the brightest off upstate somewhere to get their education so that they could bring it back home and help the family to continue to flourish. And somewhere along the line, while that biggest and brightest that they sent off was in school, somebody taught them, you don't have to be concerned about them. You got your own, now it's time to get yours. And we've got to bring ourselves back together in the unity that was lost in the division that was created.
Do you think that's really possible though? I think that as we have gone into newer generations, each generation has gotten much further away from from that thought process. And I think that it's very hard to get the newer generations to see things the way that they don't see it that way, if that makes sense. And so I at one point like even had to adjust my idea of what unity was, and I've come to the conclusion like I'm just concerned with finding the group of people, my tribe, as we like to say it, that we have the same mindset, that we can work on those goals instead of trying to get everybody, because I don't feel like that's possible when I really understand human nature and uplifting people. So I agree with you, back to that, but we are fighting like with media and propaganda and all of the stuff that they are pushing on us, even our kids, with this new gender stuff. Like I never thought I would grow up and be watching. I watch teenagers, 15, 16, online screaming and yelling. If he say he a girl, just because that he's still a female. Like they've been birthed with this ridiculousness in their mind, and because it's all they know, like it's hard to change that. So my thing is we do need to do that, but on how large of a scale is that really possible?
We're going to have to start with that group that's like-minded. Mm-hmm. We're going to have to start there. We can't be afraid to talk to our young people. I've talked to the young people in this area, and they have all informed me that my way of thinking is correct. All they want is for someone to let them know that they are loved and cared for. Mm-hmm. That's all they want, is for someone to let them know that they are loved and cared for. A lot of them are out here on their own doing whatever it is that they do because mom's somewhere trying to make some money, or mom's somewhere on drugs. Dad's might be in prison, or he might be out here trying to make money to take care of the household. You understand what I'm saying? And it leaves the children alone by themselves. They don't understand that my parents not here because they're trying to provide for me. All they know is they're alone all the time. and they want somebody there with them to care about them. If you have a parent who's working 16-hour shifts and then has to come home, get some rest, take a bath, eat, go back to work, where's the time to spend with the child? Whereas there was a time when dad was out working, if there was more money that needed to be made in the household, the children might go and cut some grass or help somebody clean up their house or paint or do something of that nature to make some extra money. Mom might cook some fish plates or something of that nature to sell to people in the neighborhood, in the community, in the church to help bring that income in. But now there are a lot of divided homes, and they've taken people that our people identify as us because they look like us, but they brought them in from across the waters from overseas, and they're setting up this look of our people saying it's okay to get out here and take one another's lives. It's okay to get out here and degrade our women. It's okay to get out here and show your assets to the world instead of just keeping it for that private time with you and that special one in your life. You understand what I'm saying? I hear a lot of people talking about Cardi B, and I had the discussion with some people earlier this week that she's not one of us because they thought she was.
Ooh.
Our people fought against the degradation of us. They turned down money. They turned down jobs that would bring our people down. When we began to do our research on how the music began to change, it didn't start changing with people who were in our bloodline. It started changing with people that they were bringing over here from other countries. But they had to not just look like us, they had to sound like us when they hit the shores. I've even watched some TikToks of some young women complaining because they're over here and they're acting and they have to sound like us when they get here in order for them to be able to get the roles that they're going to be playing in the different movies and things of that nature. And we've got to remember that everybody in our skin is not our kin. So when we come together with those who have the same mindset and began to move according to that, those who belong to us are going to be drawn to us. And those are the ones that we will be able to reach and to help to bring out of the circumstances and situations that they're already in. Because it's the mindset that needs to be changed. We've got a lot of young people in Memphis whose I'm talking about grandparents who are 45 years old. Some are great grandparents at the age of 45. Now you think about that. I'm 54. I'm not a grandmother. I have one child and he's 26.
I could be no
so
right now. I'm a grandma.
There are a lot of children who have been raised by children who were raised by children. And when those children were left alone to become parents, became parents, and the parents forgot, Big Mama helped you raise your baby. Your sisters help you raise your babies. Your aunties and your uncles help you raise your babies. Your brothers did. You left that child alone and told them you're grown now. So now you have someone who's a 45-year-old grandmother and great grandmother who still has the mindset of that 14, 15-year-old child who got pregnant and was left alone. So until you teach a child what they do not know, it does not matter how old they become, mentally, they are still that child. And I can genuinely say that what I'm telling you is truth, because as a foster care child, there were some things that I went through as a child and nobody ever talked to me about it. Nobody ever discussed it with me. I lost a friend of 47 years because there was a part of my mindset that was still stuck in the hurt that I received as a 12, 13-year-old child. So he asked me a question and I was trying to answer his question, not knowing that because he was in the presence of his wife, it was inappropriate for me to explain to him what I was explaining. After I lost that friend, it brought me into the realization of that's what a 13-year-old child would have done. That is not what a 47-year-old woman should be doing. So it's been 7 years since I lost that friendship. But I realized in that moment that, hey, this is something that's going on inside of you mentally because of what you went through as a child that needs to be brought up to the age that you are now. Until you teach me what I don't know, I still don't know it. It doesn't matter how old I am. So instead of them closing down programs that will help the people here in this city, especially our children, they've shut down parks, they've shut down libraries, they've shut down community centers. Instead of shutting those things down and saying the money's not in the budget, open them back up. Because if you have the budget to take 4-lane, one with a turn lane in the middle streets, into single lanes with one turn lane, and then you're putting decorative bullcrap on the side of it. If you have the funds to do that, you have the funds to keep these parks, community centers, and recreational centers open for these children so that they have something positive and constructive to do. As long as we have those things, we have some adults who are going to have positive mentalities that are going to be in those spaces that will be able to teach and nourish those children mentally and emotionally.
That's why I said if they have money to send in troops and do all of that, why not deal with the things that actually will help the community to be, right? Bring the programs back, make sure the parks are there, all of the stuff that the children need and the things to stop crime. They can put money towards that. There's a lot of things in the cities, these inner cities, they won't put the money into.
We have a lot of new prisons. They're looking for a lot of new residents.
Absolutely.
They have empty beds in all of these new prisons, and they need new residents. And they don't care whether you're guilty or not. It's about whether or not they can set it up to make it look like you're guilty so that you can be found guilty in a court of law. Or so they can trick you into pleading guilty because they're going to tell you, well, if you take it to court and you're found guilty, this is how many years you're going to give.
Do you know?
But if you accept this plea, we're going to give you 10 years.
Do you know that like in the 90th percentile of people in prison, everybody took deals? Do you know that in just 20% of people that are being charged with a crime, if they would not take a plea bargain and they would force them to take them to trial, that they would not have enough finances nor attorneys to do it. And most people will get their charges dropped or probably get sent home because by law, you have to give somebody due process. You can't just keep them in there forever without putting them through a trial. But do you know that in the 90th percentile, y'all, of people who are charged with a crime, they take a plea deal. If they were forced to take them to trial to prove they were guilty, do you know how much they wouldn't be able to do that? And you're right, people take plea deals because they're scared of getting all that time. And when people try to talk about Black people filling the prison, I also want to remind people of a statistic that Black people are the highest number of exonerated people, meaning they were in prison for shit they didn't do. So let's keep that in mind. People will take plea deals because they want to go home. People don't want that big thing on their back. Because some of us know that even if you didn't commit the crime, the situation you in, when they telling you could do life or you could do 30 years and you don't have to murder nobody today to go get them kind of years. People are not murdering people and they are adding up every single charge. And you ended up with looking at 35 years and you ain't murdered nobody. They want to charge you with the gun, the bullets in the gun, the color of the gun, the kind of draws you had on that day. And when they get done, right, you looking at 40 years, you ain't killed nobody. If you go to trial, and this is a true practice. When they tell you if you go to trial, the judge is gonna throw the book at you. If you make them go through all of that work and go through trial and spend those dollars and you are found guilty, 9 times out of 10, the judge is gonna throw
maximum time.
Absolutely. So people are scared of that, and they cop out to plenty of things they didn't do. And even if they did, at the end of the day, they're not going to make the court prove that they did.
That part.
Yeah.
So we end up with a lot of innocent people being locked up behind that.
Oh, they said the microphone is. Sorry, it's not y'all. I think that's Sister Watchman. That's her microphone. I think giving feedback. I'm sorry.
Something's happening with my mic.
When I talk, I think when I talk, it's like a little reverb. They say they hear it on. It's what I'm talking about.
Okay. So, you know, a lot of people don't understand if they take it to court, 9 times out of 10, the state, if they're trying to give you a plea deal, they don't have the evidence. A lot of the time when they're trying to make you take a plea deal, they don't have the evidence to convict you. And our people need to understand that when you get locked up, just shut your mouth and ask for an attorney. Just be quiet and ask for an attorney.
I think the problem is that people could be in jail for a year or so.
We've got to love on us.
And people can't afford to fight your case from the inside. And most people can't afford to pay their bill to get out and fight it from the outside. And even if you go to trial and you find not guilty, nobody wants to see you in jail. Like, that's fucked up too. And be sitting somewhere for like a year.
Well, you've got to remember that if they hold you and you're found innocent, they've got to pay you. But if you take a plea, you're saying I'm guilty, and they don't owe you anything.
That's
you're
crazy.
innocent.
You can't even appeal it.
You know, so our people have to research the law more. Know your rights. A lot of our people don't understand they don't understand their constitutional rights, their human rights, their legal rights. They don't understand what the police have a right to do and not to do. And they feel like if a police officer tells you to stop and come here, you're supposed to stop and come here. They've got to have a reasonable, articulable suspicion in order for them to even be stopping you. If they can't articulate to you why they're stopping you, you can keep walking.
But we know that don't work.
You can keep walking. You know, and just like you've been telling people for years, go to the range, learn how to use your firearm and know how to protect yourself and be prepared to do so if necessary. You know, that's all I'm saying. And if you don't understand what I'm saying, then learn how to read in between the lines, because I know what I can say on this platform and what I can't, that they can turn around later and try to use against me when I've done nothing but try to inform you of what your rights are. But no, we don't want the U.S. military here in Memphis. If they want to bring somebody to Memphis, let them bring the DOJ. Let them bring the Department of Justice. Let them get rid of some of these crooked cops that are on the police force. Let them start investigating what is going on with our criminal justice system here. Help us to understand what happened with the Tyree Nichols case, because I'm still pissed off about that. And that's a case I cannot forget about. No matter what anybody says, no matter what anybody does, I cannot forget about Tyree Nichols, because it was just not even a good 2 weeks prior to that happening with Tyree. Police officers were walking up in my yard on my son sitting in my car. And had I not stepped on the door, who knows what would have happened. And I mean, he was creeping up. And when I stepped out on the porch and looked up at him and said, "May I help you?" he didn't say a word. He did a very quick about face. And then the other officer who was in his car that was laid all the way back, set up straight. Prior to that, I did not know a second officer was in that car. So Tyree Nichols hits home for me, not just because it's my city, but because of what happened with my son and what happened when I got stopped by the police officer. And I had a cop to tell me he stopped me because my window was down and it was cold outside. This was all in that same time frame. So they can send the DOJ here, but we don't need the military on these streets. And the only thing that will stop me from being out here on these streets is if my health fails me, because if my vehicle fails me, I'm still going to be out here because I'm going to be out here talking to my people. I'm going to be out here trying to reach my brothers and my sisters because that's what I do. I would love to be able to do it with a group of people, but if I have to do it alone, like I've been doing for years, for decades, I'll keep doing that. Because I'm concerned about us. I'm concerned about future generations. It's not about me anymore. It's about what legacy is going to be left behind for this generation that's growing up now and those who come behind them. We've got to be concerned about what kind of world we are leaving for them. And I want our people to please realize that this thing that's going on with, what's his name? Curtis Kirk.
Charlie Kirk, somebody
Charlie Kirk.
No damn no one care about. Yeah.
Please, let's keep our eyes on what's going on, but let's keep our lips and our hands away from that situation. Because what they are trying to do is they're trying to trigger us. That's why we have an HBCU that's been locked down because of him being taken out. They've been trying to trigger us for quite some time. And our people said, it ain't our business. We're out of it.
That's what I
and
thought.
with the research that I've done, I had never heard of the guy until your live yesterday. And after I heard you speak on him, I did some research and I watched a young man's posted live last night, and he had a lot of clips from debates that this Charlie Kirk had done. And one of those clips, it seemed that his mindset had began to turn. And the derogatory things that he was saying, it was like he was trying to clear it up. And you know, anytime you flip on them and you're part of their agenda, they come after you. From what I've seen, it appears that he was a professional hit. From what I've seen, I could be wrong, but from what I've seen, if my reading is correct, this was a professional hit. It was a government hit.
I agree.
They had to take him out. That's why they're flying the flag at half-mast for a man who was not a member of the military, nor was he a member of the government itself. This man is a part of their agenda trying to trigger our people so that they can start their desired RACE war and put it on our people. Stay out of it. Keep your lips off of it. This is my advice. What you all do with it is up to you. But I would say for us, do what we've been doing. Sit to the side. Keep your eyes out on what's going on, but stay out of it.
Yeah.
Stay ready so you don't have to get ready, but stay out of it. And that's all I had to say. Thank you for taking my call and giving this time for me to speak my mind. I appreciate you. Continue to do what you do, because what you are doing is necessary. And the ones who get it are the ones who need it. Always remember that, young queen.
Thank you. And thank you for coming up and talking with us. It's always a pleasure listening to you and what wisdom you come to share every time you come up here. So thank you.
Well, I'm hoping you all will be hearing more from me soon. I have a manager now, and I'm trying to take this spoken word to our brothers. I have what appears to be a 3-part series for the brothers. And if we can get our brothers lifted, our brothers can lift our sisters. So I love you all. Have a beautiful night, and I will continue to watch from YouTube.
Okay, you have a good night. Stay safe. We talk to you soon.
All right, peace.
All right, good night. Okay, y'all. So let me read these super chats and then ask everybody in the chat. We've been in here almost 4 hours. It's only 3.5. Shoot, we done had 8-hour call in, so we ain't done bad. Okay, I ain't dropped the link in a minute, but ain't nobody clicked it either. Let me go back to these super chats. My life in exchange for yours, FBA gave another $10 holler, said FBA's YNs walk down, don't run. Don't encourage them. And shout out to Hot Spot Casino with the $20 holler, said this is because the Elites, this is back when she was talking about the children and all of the stuff they've taken out the communities. This is because the Elites know that in order to control, they have to bring in new people who don't know about America, and they incentivize the new people so they can carry out a specific agenda, the Biden administration. Well, they claim they're getting rid of them now. We'll see. And shout out, let me put it back on the screen, to the Don. He just put some eyeballs and $5 holler. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. And then come back around with showing man love all night. Been showing love. My life been exchanged for yours. FBA with the $2 holler, says YNs are the future. They are. They are young folks. Okay. They are the future. So let me ask y'all in the chat. Okay, we've been in here 3.5 hours. Do y'all want me to play these 2 clips that I was gonna play? I mean, there's always another day. I will be back tomorrow. I'm trying to come in here and holler at y'all. Let me look up at the camera now that I'm not talking to anybody. It's hard to remember to look up here after I've been looking at the screen all day. So I'm trying to come in and talk to you guys. I know I haven't been as consistent. Y'all know I'm the person to disappear and y'all won't hear from me for a month or 2, and I do not be online. Of course, we have MX Network. And for anybody who's watching, if you're new here and you do not want to watch the commercials on YouTube, you can go to the description in the link of this video and you can go over to MX Network, which is my network that I've created. You can watch this live over there. We have a chat and everything. It works just like YouTube. You can leave comments on the videos and all of that. And you can watch the lives with your free subscription while the live is free. I leave it up for the longest is usually 24 hours. And after that, it goes into the paid section for the other content that is paid for. But if you do not want to watch the commercials, you can definitely get your subscription at MX Network for free and watch over there and talk in the chat over there. Shout out to everybody that is still hanging out over there in the chat that ain't went to bed on us. But I will be back tomorrow at 2, you guys, because I am leaving next weekend is the event in LA, the 20th and 21st. And if you guys do want to come to that event, the link for that is in the description as well. It is a donation-based event. Give what you can, right? We're going to be talking about survival one day. We're going to be talking about making money online the next day. If you are new to me, know that I am not new to this. I am true to this. We're going to go over more than 10 ways to make money. And guess what? Content creation will not be one of them at all, because everybody can't create content. And this is actually the least of what I do to make money, right? It just makes me money, but this is not really what I do to make money. And so we're going to go over all of those things because things are shifting. So that link is in the description of this video as well. But I'm leaving Tuesday. I'm leaving early, even though it's not to the weekend. Somebody said that they're in Vegas too. We got to meet up. Send me an email. I will be in Vegas. I've never gone to Vegas in my life. And so we're meeting up in Vegas first, me and my girls, because they're coming out there as well. Shout out to Chantel and my girl Tansy. These are women who are part of their own organizations who are doing their own work. Chantel is from Chicago. Her son was murdered by the police 10 years ago, and she has still been fighting the fight all of this time. And so she will be there to support and help things when it comes to the event. We have a sister that is out there very close to LA, who is on the reservations out there. So we're gonna go to LA. We're gonna be in Vegas for about 2 days. We're gonna be hanging out. Okay, we got some comp free rooms they wanted to give us, so we're gonna get them free rooms and we gonna hang out. Maybe I hit the jackpot. I might, win like $1 million. Y'all know I deserve that shit. Okay, the universe know that shit too. So, but if you in Vegas, just send me an email. Absolutely, you could come hang out. We just gonna go to the casinos and whatever else it is to do. I do not want to sit in my room. I want to enjoy my time while I am there. So after those 2 days, I get to enjoy being on a really dope reservation, and then we're gonna make our way on Friday out to LA. And then, of course, aside from the events, we have plans to have a good time there too as well. So yeah, I probably will not be live very much once I leave on Tuesday. And if I do go live, it's going to be to say, hey, but it won't be any lives of any substance. We won't be breaking nothing down. We won't be having a bunch of conversations. If I do go live, it'll just be to say hi, because I will not be in stable places to be giving live. So that probably will not happen very much. So I'm trying to, come live before I get out of here, and then y'all don't talk to me for like a whole week, because I do disappear a lot. I told you I'm trying to get better at that. Okay. So with all of that said, we've been in here for 3.5 hours. I will listen to the chat. Do y'all want me to play these clips from Charlie Kirk? I had more stuff, but I do have 2 clips that I already have. I have them on the other laptop, but I have 2 that I can definitely show y'all since she talked about it. A lot of y'all said y'all don't know this man or don't know what he is talking about. So I was going to show y'all some of the stuff. It's a clip, and it's a man breaking down points. So he's actually he plays the man clip, and he actually explains why he's full of shit. I don't have to do it. The man does it for us. So okay, y'all said yes. Okay, if y'all want to kick it, we can kick it. So let me play these. Let me go over here to the media and find the first one. Okay, so this one I want to talk about. So let me play this one first, and then I'll play the other one.
Okay, everybody, you've probably heard the situation that happened in North Carolina. Say the name Irina Zarutska. Irina Zarutska was just riding public transit. By the way, she was a refugee from Ukraine, of all places, and she came to Charlotte, North Carolina. And a terrible person, well, you saw what happened. I can't describe it here on TikTok without some sort of community guideline being violated. But if you haven't seen the video, you absolutely should. This individual should not have been on the streets, 14 prior arrests. And it really makes you wonder, why are we putting up with this? Why are we allowing so many people that have committed these crimes to keep on being released? The magistrate judge continued to release this individual, and this is a horrific thing. It's really interesting. The media was totally covering George Floyd, tens of thousands of articles, reconfigured and changed the entire American body politic. Yet when it came to Irina Zarutska, the entire media was quiet, silent. In fact, we forced them to cover the story. Why do you think that is?
Now, I want to say shout out to Portia for the $10 super sticker. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Now, the reason I play that, some of y'all might be like, well, what's wrong with what he said? It's the end part of what he said. Okay. So you noticed he brought up George Floyd. He talked about all of this infrastructure and things were changed in the government. Nothing was fucking changed for George Floyd. Let's be clear. So this is where he gets to give you misinformation. And this, even though y'all don't see it, this is those stereotypical like racist propaganda. I don't have the video for you, and I probably will play it tomorrow. Some of you may have seen it, but this is that propaganda that they are trying to play towards now. You know that they're putting this narrative out there that Black people are are murdering and harming and doing violent crimes to white people more than ever white people do it to them. So now they're switching this narrative. I don't know if you guys have noticed that they're saying like, we're racist now. It's amazing to me that white people that created racism, and we know that full racism is not just the fact that I think my race is better than yours. I think anybody that's in their own race, you should uphold your people and think that you are better. Not that you're better than somebody, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna love up on me and mine before I worry about somebody else. We should all take pride in the groups of people that we come from, our culture, who our people are. There's nothing wrong with that. So don't get it twisted, that fucking definition that says, oh, well, racism means when you think you're better than another race. No, that's not racism. Racism is not a thought. Racism is something that is acted out, something that is felt, and something that you can fucking see. So let's be clear about that, okay? So racism is about people who think they are not only better than other groups, but they hold power and hierarchy to then oppress those other groups that they believe that they are better than. That's racism, okay? So, but they're playing this narrative that just because Black people talk junk to white people now, or we'll call them crackers or say the things we say, oh, you guys are being racist. Oh, y'all talk junk about white people all the time. Talking junk about people is not racist, okay? And when white people talk junk to us and they use words that have racist bases in them, this is why people say something about them, because those words that they use against us actually has a historical meaning of racism and things that happen to people behind them. Does that make sense to everybody? So the two are not the same. But the bottom line is that they're pushing this narrative that now white people are being subjected to racism more than ever. They are being mistreated based off something that happened many years ago they had nothing to do with, and they're being mistreated, and it's not fair to them. So now racism belongs to everybody, and now Black people can be racist against them is the narrative they're trying to push. Now, I thought it was really interesting that he brought up George Floyd, because let's compare the two cases. Now, the person he was talking about was the woman we spoke about the other night, the white girl who got stabbed on the train by the schizophrenic man. This has nothing to do with race at all. He was a man that was mentally ill. He was hearing voices. I do agree that they should have never let him out of jail. He should have been somewhere in a psych ward. But my understanding is that they've closed down all the mental hospitals and psych wards because they don't give a fuck about stopping crime. Right? If you want to stop crime, did we not talk about the things that predict crime? And mental illness is also something that causes people to commit crimes. So why are you shutting down all of the facilities that those people need to go to? So the man shouldn't have been out on the streets, but they've also stopped funding for facilities where that man should have been, which was in a psych ward, okay? So no, that lady shouldn't have never got killed. It was sad. I mean, at the end of the day, to watch that lady be stabbed the way she was, look up at that man and she just coming home from work. Yeah, it was not a good thing, right? But it has nothing to do with race. But the motherfucker brought up George Floyd and said, why is that they had national coverage over this? The two are not the same at all. Let's be real, y'all. Let's break this shit down, right? Right? Let's break that down. Those are not the same. You're talking about a woman on a train who was murdered by a mentally ill man on the train versus a man that people stood around and watched this man. Yes, it's on videotape on the train. So the news showed that to us, okay? The news showed that to us. We weren't all there to see it. This man is on the ground. He is being murdered by a police officer. That might be the difference, you dumb motherfucker. But I guess he's gone, so we don't get to call him a dumb motherfucker because right now he don't even exist no more. He on the other side, okay? I don't know what side he on, but he ain't on this side no more. So again, though, why are you comparing the two? See, that's that shit that I'm talking about. People act like, oh, because he didn't outwardly say fuck niggas, he not racist. No, a lot of the stuff he said, and I'm gonna play another clip for you that will show that even more. But I wish I would have got to see the full video he had. I think that this was the last that video I just played was like the last story that he ever put up before what happened to him. Okay. And so there was no other video after that, but it would have been interesting to where he was going to go. Cause he's like, you know why? I think the two are completely different. So now we're comparing what he's trying to say, that a black man that killed a white woman, America doesn't care about that, but we care about the black man that's killed by the white guy. That's what he's trying to imply. Sir, that man was a police officer. He is supposed to be upholding the law, not murdering people. There is a big difference. And the reason that took so much fire, which I will tell you that politics played a big part. They did fan the flames. They did tell everybody to go protest. I will tell you, I have never thought protesting ever did anything for police brutality. But let's be clear, that police officer was not a mentally ill patient. That police officer is an official. He is somebody that works for the goddamn system. He is paid with our tax dollars. So that was very much a political situation because of who did what. And this motherfucker's so smart, not anymore, right? That he feels that because he debates, he's so right. Everybody act like this man's so smart, but he doesn't know the difference between a regular crime and a crime that involves police and political issues versus a crazy person. He wants to make this about race. When black people kill a white person, nobody cares. That's what he's really fucking telling you in that video. Okay, based on even the other stuff that's being said. I have got to show you guys tomorrow. I got to find a clip. I don't know if y'all have seen it, but the news literally behind this killing decided to put up statistics that were bullshit about how many black people commit crimes to white people and how many white people commit crimes to black people. Okay, now I'm gonna show you the ridiculousness because I need you to see with your eyes tomorrow. I'm gonna go get the clip and I'll be ready and have it all set up. But in this, the interesting thing is it shows that black people assaulted or did violent things to like 300 and something thousand white people, when it says 140,000 black people had something done to them by white people. Why are we not breaking down every race? Why don't we have what Asians do to white people or what Hispanics do to white people? Like, why don't we have every group of people there? Why is it just black versus white? But then these motherfuckers got another number under each group. And under the white group, it says that there are 600 and something thousand people, white people, that have been victims of violent crimes by unknown races. Unknown. Under the black people, it was 300 and something thousand unknown races. How the fuck you gonna show us what black people do to white people and make it seem like they're being brutalized by black people more? And if you got over 600,000 numbers of people you don't know, then you don't actually have the numbers. And I find it very interesting that they didn't show any other group of people. This is that propaganda that is setting everybody to fuck up for some bullshit. I'm telling you right now, because even though a white man killed Charlie Kirk, they are going to be outraged at all of the groups of people that Charlie Kirk spoke against and that they felt they had a problem with. And so even though he was a God-fearing man and he didn't agree with some of these things and he let people have their perspectives, he spoke against a lot of different groups and why he didn't believe in the things that they were doing. Right or wrong, because some of the groups and the things he said, like transgenders, I agree with everything that motherfucking man said about them, right? So it's not whether it's right or wrong, it's the fact that him and his young crowd, his following was tons and tons of young white people. Okay, so we're talking about young white boys. And so now they're angry because he's gone, because these groups of people don't care that he's gone. People are being disrespectful to his memory. And so now they're going to take their anger out, not on the white boy that's in jail because he's already in jail. They're going to take their anger out on all of the groups of people that they feel they are against. Does that make sense? That's who they're going to take it out on. That's why they're in the street saying, white men, fight back. Who the fuck are you fighting? Who are they fighting back? The narrative is they should be fighting us because we're the ones that violently offend them more than anybody else. So I want y'all to watch how the narrative is changing in America right now. Black people have now become the racists, and we are brutalizing and doing stuff to white people more than they ever do to us, and they're making us the bad guy. They are literally reversing the roles right in front of our face. And if y'all haven't been paying attention, you should. Okay? Now, that was one little clip I just wanted to play. It was the last story that he put up, but I thought it was interesting that people thought he was so smart, but he really didn't know the difference in those two cases. They were both tragic things that happened to people that shouldn't have happened. But we're talking about officials. We're talking about police killing another person and it was on video to be watched. They're not the same. Okay? Y'all didn't have to release that footage of that girl being stabbed for all of America to see. There were tons of people standing around at George Floyd. The police had on his thing. People had out their cameras. And he stood on that man's neck until he died. It didn't happen quickly. So we're going to compare the two? No. He wants you to believe America doesn't care when black people do stuff to white people. And the crazy part is the train wasn't a white or black issue. It was a mentally ill man. He could have done that shit to anybody who sat in front of him. Any fucking body. Okay? Now let's play the next clip. Let's play the next clip of this man.
Should black people get reparations?
I believe they should.
Why should we generalize and say reparations for black people?
Because there are people that are in a worse place because their family was brought here as slaves.
So over 150 years, they didn't have any ability to make better decisions, to save money, and to invest. It was such a big deal.
Are you blaming a person for being stuck in indentured servitude?
How did the Jews get so wealthy post-Holocaust? How did the Jews get so wealthy? How did the Asians get so wealthy?
Reparations. The answer is reparations. The Jews that came here as refugees from Europe during World War II, believe it or not, even though they weren't American citizens, received reparations to help them out. That's why their descendants are so wealthy today. The Japanese Americans that were interned during World War II also received reparations. That's why their descendants are so wealthy today.
He gave an answer for me. Okay? But again, you hear his rhetoric. He doesn't know what he's talking about because they have given reparations to all kind of people. I told y'all the other night, they're always giving out reparations. They gave out reparations to Asians for Asian hate because they claimed everybody was being mean to them during COVID because they blamed them for bringing the virus over here. They took the video of one mentally ill black man beating up an old Asian lady in New York. Y'all remember that? And then all of a sudden it turned into black people was beating up Asian people and they gave them reparations for what? One thing Charlie Kirk has continued to say, if you watch his further clips and see the more stuff that he has said in some of his debates, a lot of people have said, I've had white people and black people, you're just going by clips. You've never watched him if you think he racist. I don't know why motherfuckers, because they ignorant, think that everybody else is ignorant. I know who Charlie Kirk was. I knew who the fuck he was before the man died. Okay? Many black people did not, but I did. I have watched a lot of his fucking debates, and they all come with the undertone of I'm a smart ass white man, but motherfucker, you wasn't as smart as you thought, because he said a lot of shit that was stupid. Like, you see how he was loud and wrong in that clip? How did the Jews do it? How did they didn't pull their motherfucking self up by their bootstraps. They were given reparations. We've had this conversation all the time. And why would we pay reparations to Jews? The Holocaust did not happen here. And if his dumb ass understood the definition of reparations is financial, but it's not just financial. Reparations means to repair what you have destroyed. So there's a lot of things that has happened to the black community, even today, in the systems that stay in place to hold black people down. And this motherfucker, I guess nobody informed him that just a couple of years ago, not in slavery day, motherfucker, but a couple years ago, there was a study done. And even before that, there were the same study done. But do you know that there were appraisers coming into black people's homes and appraising their homes at hundreds of $1,000s less than what they were worth? Did y'all know that? So how is a person not a person hold back if they do renovations, they build their house up, there should be equity in it. They go to sell the motherfucker and the appraiser won't give them a better price for their house. That's not holding people back. When black people go to banks and have the same credit scores and have the same shit, this is not people going in there with a 200 credit score. It's always been proven that they go in there and they're denied the loans. They're denied all of these things that they give to other people. These are facts, okay? To hold people back. I don't know what you're talking about. White man can go to the doctor. If something happened to him, it's truly a mistake of malpractice. Black women go to the doctor. We give birth just like anybody else. And all of a sudden, black women die more giving birth to anybody else. As black people, we know what that's about. You know how many of us go to the doctor and go to get medical services and they turn around and they do things to you? How many of you know that when you are on Medicaid and you go to the doctor that you get a different vaccination than they give other people? Do you know that? Do you know that when you have regular insurance, they grab this bottle? When you are on Medicaid, they give you this bottle. How many of you know that even though we are the smallest group, they say in the United States of America at 13%, how many of you know that Black kids can track autism at a higher rate than anybody else? When the fuck did that start happening? Because when I was growing up, wasn't nobody autistic. Now everybody's autistic. I told you my son got autism from a vaccination. So they are purposely giving Black people a certain vaccination. But there's not things done to hold people back and oppress them. We have done studies that say when a person puts in a job application, they are more likely to discriminate against a Black name over another name that sounds white or more proper because they don't want to hire the person when you ain't even fucking stopped to look at their credentials yet. You just discriminate against their name. What the fuck do you mean? All the immigrants that come in this motherfucker, they done took all the jobs, not from the white people and nobody else. It's the Black people that got pushed out, because every time our number of immigrants in this country go down and then motherfuckers get kicked out, guess what happens simultaneously? The unemployment rate for Black people goes down. So this motherfucker think he's so smart, but you not. He not here no more, so he not nothing, okay? But these are the things I'm talking about, because there's been a couple Black people in my chat too, like, tell me what he said has been racist. Get the fuck out of here. The man continued, he don't know more. He would spew the same stereotypical bullshit that makes people look down on Black folks as though we're in the situations we're in because we chose to be here. We've had all this time, and you mean to tell me you couldn't get your life together? I know, because we're the ones that flooded the community with crack. It was us. It wasn't that the government admitted to flooding our communities with cocaine, right? To fund an illegal war. I guess this so smart, he dumb motherfucker forgot all of that shit, but he's so smart, right? But everything else that has to do with politics, he knew. Everything else, when he could prove how white people were being mistreated, he knew that shit. But all that shit I just said, he ain't know none of that. So he was always spewing this rhetoric of Black people are their own problem. They're not shit. They don't deserve any reparations. They ain't got no fathers in the household. This is why their kids are running rampant. When is somebody going to give us the statistics on all of the white people in the trailer park that are on drugs? I mean, the last time I checked, I have a friend that has a channel and he has live cameras on like Skid Row and all these other places. And what is the name of that street? Is it in Philly where all of the fentanyl users are? Where is the street? I can't think of the name right now. One of y'all in the chat know. When I look at that camera, all of the motherfucking people passed out but a sprinkle of a nigga here, a nigga there, and a nigga over there. They all white. Kensington Ave. Thank you. They all white. They're all white. They're all white. So you cannot tell me that all of those white people out there have not left their children fatherless, that their households are not destroyed. What? Oh, let me guess. The fentanyl users are not committing crime like the other drug users because the government is just pushing drugs to them. You know, they just go get fentanyl from the store. Do you see anybody out there slanging fentanyl to them? No. I watch the camera all day. The police be out there watching them get high. Their thing is, long as they ain't hurting nobody, don't do nothing to them. They sit there and let these druggies just stand around. They're all white. So I guess we missed that white trash part of America that motherfuckers like him never like to speak about. How many of them are fatherless? How many of them are on drugs? How many of them go to prison? How many of them are in gangs? Because you let y'all motherfuckers tell it. Only Black people are in gangs. Wasn't Black people who stabbed up, what was that boy's name? In New York? The little Hispanic boy. They shanked him up. Those wasn't a Black gang. Why y'all think Black people are the only folks that got gangs? Y'all think that the Aryan Nation and the white gangs is just in prison? You know, for them niggas went to prison, they on the streets, right? So again, that rhetoric is dangerous because when you want to give statistics just about Black people, but you don't talk about nobody else's statistics, yes. that makes him a fucking racist. That makes him a man that in his mind, let's go back to the definition, he's white. He was white. And he keeps spewing rhetoric that said that Black people somehow were insignificant, beneath them, and that all of our problems we caused ourselves. That's the very definition of racism. You think your race is better than somebody else's, and your race is actually the people holding us back and oppressing us. And when I say your race, I mean him even more, because it's not the average white guy down the street from you that's oppressing you. It's the system. It's the government. It's the politicians, the motherfuckers he was all buddy-buddy with. It's those people. So he definitely played a part in this. So yes, I don't give a fuck how much he spread Christian love, because everybody keeps saying he was a good guy. He was a Christian. I don't give no fuck about this nigga being a Christian. He was a racist. He might not have thought he was a racist, but see, that's the privilege that white people have. They can just grow up with this superiority complex, be taught this shit all of their lives, and to them it's just normal. And something's wrong with these Black folks. It's not us, it's them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, he just living in his white privilege, and he has no idea. He's oblivious to the fact that he was full of shit. He tells himself every day he's not racist because he got a token nigga friend named Candace. He had a token nigga friend named Officer Tatum, and that nigga was on live snot crying. My friend. Shut the fuck up, Officer Tatum. You was a token Negro. You were the thing that man went to when he needed to convince himself he wasn't racist. And I don't want to hear about his Christianity, because the KKK are Christians. The KKK were Christians when they would still lynch a nigga and burn a cross in your front yard. See, our Christianity for Black people, that's why I threw that shit in the motherfucking trash. That shit for Black people says, pray for your enemy, bow down, ask for forgiveness, ask for fucking mercy, right? Turn the other cheek. Bless your fucking enemies. Get the fuck out of here. You want to keep your foot on the devil's neck, but not on your enemy neck. You know what Christianity say for white people? Y'all remember I had that white man that came up on the panel? He told us straight up the Bible says that Black people are abomination, although I ain't never saw where the Bible said that. But he used the Bible to justify his hatred for Black people. Do y'all not remember that? How many of y'all was here when that white man came up on the panel? The clip is on my page. If you knew, go find it. It says Trump supporter calls in and uses the Bible to justify his racism. Go find it. It's a small clip. And you will see that man come up here and tell the God truth about how white folks feel about us and was a Christian to his soul. See, white people could be Christians and be very hateful all day. Only niggas think that being Christians mean you got to be meek so you can inherit the earth. Your ass been in the ghetto all your life. If you ain't inherited shit yet, you not going to inherit nothing. Oh, well, when I get to heaven, I'm going to walk on the streets of gold and have a mansion. What the fuck would your spirit need a house for? Nigga, you need a house right now. Why would I have to go to heaven to get some shit that I watch motherfuckers buy all day long in the flesh? You know, mansions exist right here. When I am not in this body, I don't know why I would have a need for a house or a bed or a mansion to lay down in. That doesn't even make any motherfucking sense. See, white Christians don't wait to get to heaven for a mansion. They just get their mansion while they're here because they white. That's what they do with their privilege. And if you pull white trash, that is your fault, because they feel like, oh, well, if you didn't use your white privilege to come on up, then you stay your ass down there with them. They even despise the poor white people, you know, because if you didn't know what to do with that whiteness, we can't help you, boy. We just stay on down there with them Negroes. That's how they feel. So for anybody who wants to tell me that this man was not a racist and all of that shit, miss me. Let my sign tell you for me. You can't see the whole sign right now. You did earlier. It said, miss me with the bullshit, okay? That's what they need to do. So with that said, y'all, I will ask, it's late, but I'm going to drop this link one more time. Is there anybody that would like to come and speak about Charlie? There were people in my chat and people in my comments about Charlie saying, what has he done that's racist? Saying that, you know, this is not the way to be. We shouldn't be rejoicing. Who's rejoicing? I don't care. I don't feel any kind of way. I just want y'all to leave us alone. This ain't got nothing to do with us, right? But they're going to link one last time. If somebody click it, we're going to do the little countdown. If you don't, I guess where I'm going to bed. But if there's anybody in here that would like to speak their piece on Charlie, a lot of y'all, and it's funny because I always get the people who want to click and talk to me that agree with me. I would love to speak to the people who don't agree with me. Not to have an argument. I would just like to hear your reasoning, your rationale. Now, motherfuckers love to watch this white man debate. Come up here and debate me. Tell me what you do. Y'all always stay in the comment section, and y'all would tell me in the comment section how much you do not agree with me, but nobody ever clicks the link to tell me they don't agree with me. I'm just 5'2". I'm not that big, okay? I'm not tall than a motherfucker. I ain't got no muscle bound. You know, I'm all the way on the screen. There's plenty between us. I can't really hurt you. I don't know what y'all be scared of. I don't know what you be scared of. Because y'all be big and tough in the comment section. Y'all do. Y'all be tough as fuck. Y'all be tough as fuck. Okay? But then I'll be like, click the link. And y'all just be so scared to have words with somebody. You don't even have to show your face. So even if you make a fool of yourself and you just feel dumb, guess what? We don't even know who you is. You can still hide. But y'all be so scared to click the link. And it's amazing to me. It's like none of the naysayers are ever around when the link drops. Which is good. Nobody clicked it because this Pisces is going the fuck to bed. And if you know what I mean, Pisces, we love our bed. Whenever life, anything, you know what fixes everything? Going to sleep. If life is crazy, I'm going to go to bed. It's like a reset. When I wake up tomorrow, I'll change it then. But right now, I'm just going to bed, right? We find sleep for any reason. Oh, it's my birthday. I'm about to go to bed. Oh, wait, you graduated. Let me go take a nap. And it's not being older. We like our sleep. I'm not a morning person. I love my sleep. Somebody said 5'2", I'm 6'4". I'm still a little scared of you, Mish. You be packing, but I can't shoot you across the screen. Okay. So all of the Charlie Kirk supporters, Black people that be in my chat, they apparently have gone to sleep or they've gone silent. Okay. Now don't let me look up tomorrow and y'all done came and said some shit in the comment section. If you come in my comment section, if you watch this and then you be like, oh, I'm gonna leave a comment about Charlie and tell her she wrong and he ain't racist and she retarded, whatever, I'm gonna block your ass. I'm gonna delete your comment. I'm gonna block you from my channel and you can watch, but you will never ever be able to say anything over here again. So if you don't speak now, you shut the fuck up. And if you miss this live, you better come back on the next panel and say something. Just shut the fuck up. Because I hate y'all running ass, big mouth, and the chat ass niggas. And I just want you to know that description of running your mouth, big mouth ass, scary, whatever motherfucking niggas, even though I use that N-word, I'm talking to white people too. Anybody, any other race. I'm talking to all of y'all. All of y'all. The white people can get the smoke too, okay? You just come on up here and tell me why you love Charlie so much. Because y'all won't click the fucking link either. I'm with it. And I can argue with you with my black side, or do you want my white side to argue with you? See, you can't call me racist. You can't call me racist because my daddy is white. Well, he was. He where Charlie Kirk is now on the other side. So even if you be like, oh, you can't talk about white people like this is racist. I can't be racist. Pretend my white side said it to you. There you go. There you go. There you go. If I can say niggas to the Black people and y'all like, yeah, she Black, then you accept what I say to you. Pretend Michelle said it. Michi is Black. Michelle Rose, co-check. She's white. So I will give you the white side. That's my white grandmother's middle name, Rose, okay? But we turned it Black again. We did. We took it back to the Black. I got a beautiful Black grandbaby, and her middle name is Rose. So we took it from white back to the Black. You know what I'm saying? That's how that works. When you biracial, you either go Black or you could go white. Yeah, I ain't want to go the white way. Y'all gonna say this racist, but again, I'm half white, so I can't be racist. But y'all be smelling funny when y'all take a shower. I can't lay down with no white man. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Let me see. Shout out to these last super chats here. Somebody says, thank you. I don't know if I shouted this one out. Shout out to FBA for the $5. It says, I don't know why we talking about him. Because I asked everybody in the chat, did they want me to Show the videos of him. And they said yes. You ain't see them yeses? That's why. I let y'all choose. Y'all could have been like, no. And I would have went to bed. Y'all said yes, okay? So don't ask me now. It's over. We done now, okay? And the reason why we was talking about him is because all of this. Let me sum this up. Even though we've been here a long time, it's late. I'm going to be serious. Let me sum this live up before I get out of here like I always do. Look, y'all, the bottom line of this live is that whether it is the military is coming into your communities, whether it is things are changing very rapidly in this country and not in a good way for the citizens, y'all, whether it is the anger from these white people who are screaming civil war and they're telling white people to fight back, and this fight who, I don't know, and this narrative that now we are the racists and white people are dying and being subjected to the violence of white people. Like, it was one thing when they were screaming black on black crime. Now that they're screaming black on white crime, that's an issue, y'all. And then on top of all of the other things we talked about earlier, with the power grids that can go down, with all of the threats that are being made to this country, you know, I mean, they don't like Trump and Trump is making some enemies. But if shit go down, Trump got a whole place he'll go and be safe that's underground in a fucking mountain in Colorado, okay? It's going to be us that's going to feel the pain. If the power grid goes down, Trump will not be without power. Wherever the president is going, he's going to have fucking power, right? He's going to have all of the things that he needs to have. So there's a lot going on in our country, and I don't want anybody to be scared. Don't ever be a punk bitch and be scared. There's no reason to be scared, but what you should do is be aware. You should keep your head on a swivel. You should watch your back wherever you're going, and you should know that there are a lot of things that could happen, and you should be prepared for all of those things. There's no reason to be fearful if you are prepared, right? A person who is fully armed, who knows how to use their weapons, and they have an alarm system, they go to sleep every night with no fear, right? You get in your bed, you're not worried. You're not in fear. But if something was to go down, you know what you are? Prepared. And that's all I'm saying to y'all. Don't be scared. Don't ever be fucking scared. Don't be no punk bitch now, right? This is not to fear nobody. This is just to be aware, you know, not being aware, get motherfuckers stabbed on a train. You're not aware of your surroundings. You didn't realize it was a crazy man behind you. So you should just be aware and be ready for whatever. Because if you think life is crazy and society is crazy, baby, it is not over and it is about to get worse. It's about to get crazier than it is right now, okay? So we've always been the target. We've always been the fall guy people. So whether it's us fighting our own people or fighting everybody else, like, we're double damned. We have to fight each other, and then we have to fight everybody else as well, right? So just be ready for whatever. Be prepared. Don't be stupid. If you love your family and you love yourself, if you are the head of your household and you are the provider for your household and your family, just make sure that you have the things that make sure that you are all right, because you will regret it if shit hits the fan and you're not ready. I would also like to encourage all of my people, go get a gun. Get a bunch of guns and get a lot of ammunition. And then what I want you to do is I want you to train with that thing. I want you to go to the range. I want you to learn how to use every last one of your guns, get comfortable with them, know how to take them apart, know how to clean them, know how to put them back together, blindfolded with your eyes closed. Learn that thing in and out. And then if you would like to practice actual, it's different to go to the range, and then it's different to like practice shooting it, moving and taking cover. And if you were like in fighting mode with that gun, right? And so to do that, one thing that Q does at the school with the kids, which I think is really dope, you can go to airsoft, right? So you can go to airsoft, or you can go do paintballs out somewhere, paintball shooting, right? Or airsoft, but they have obstacles. You can really put on gear and you can actually shoot them things. And it's not about the gun at that point. It's about you learning how to use a gun in a tactical moment. I promise you, all the brothers in the hood, y'all can have all the guns in the world, but I bet you don't know how to lay low like that motherfucker did on that roof and shot Charlie. You're not ready for that. And there's a white boy somewhere who would take your ass out just as quick as he took out Charlie, boy. You better get it together. Yeah, have you ever had to cover your man when they got to run from somewhere? No, that's why y'all be shooting all of these innocent fucking people, because y'all ain't got no motherfucking aim. Go learn how to use that shit. Do you know how to shoot a gun laying down on the ground, crop behind something? Do you know how to hide and then come back out and shoot? Go and do airsoft so you can practice that. It's not real weapons, but it gives you the strategies and understanding what that's like. It's not easy to run, to hide, to duck, and shoot guns from all different angles if you never have before. So I don't care how many guns you got. If you're not skilled with it, you still get your ass taken out. So learn. Go do that. And take your kids with you. Kids only take guns in the house and they shoot them and kill themselves and shoot their friends is when you keep things from them. Let them see what the gun does. Let them shoot it, stand behind them. They'll get that kick. Let them shoot a watermelon or something. Let them see what the fuck it really does. When you let them see it, they'll know what it is. They'll respect the gun and they won't try and get it when you're not around because they know that you will allow them to go to the range and use it when they want to. And when they really see that kickback and they see how that motherfucker blast that watermelon in half, they're not going to want to play with it anyway. So don't hide your weapons from your kids. And I'm not saying leaving them laying around your fucking house. It's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is train them on how to use guns too. I'm not against children going to the range and learning how to use a gun. Okay? Guns don't kill people. Stupid people that pick up guns or people that are not educated about guns or kids that get guns that shouldn't have them guns, guess what happens? Those are the circumstances that causes somebody to die. Okay? If a gun just lay down there on the table, it don't kill nobody. It take the person to pick it up to pull the trigger before it hurts somebody. So know how to use that shit and teach your kids the same damn thing, okay? It's no different than white people taking their kids to go learn how to hunt and they be out there somewhere shooting. It's no different, okay? Let me see. We did get somebody who clicked the link up here. We got Chaos Rain Show in the house. So I'm gonna bring her up and then let her say what she want to say, and then we'll call it a night, y'all.
It's a man, not a woman.
Oh, it's a man. It's a brother. Hey, brother, how you doing?
How you doing? Yeah, man. You know, well, I've been there not many times, but you recognize it.
I have seen you up here before.
Yes. My thing, cause I saw the title and I've been falling in and out. I'm doing my thing a little bit. So they came by Chicago and they just left and about to go to another city to do some little more rain with the military.
Apparently, no. When we played the clip that it was, I don't know what it was. It seems like they're alluding to the fact that it was probably a lot of protests. I guess they were protesting a lot in Chicago in the streets, and they were talking about how many people were out there. So it was a lot of pushback. And you know that the mayor doesn't really want him there. So he's been giving constant pushback as well. And so I guess some of that maybe deterred it. So Trump said just this morning that they were not going to go into Chicago, that they really wanted to go there, help them clean up the crime like they did in DC. And but since that's not happening, he said they are headed to Memphis. He claimed he spoke with the governor and the mayor, and they're excited to have them there. They want their presence. The mayor The mayor got on TV and said he didn't think that was the answer, but he did say that they were coming. It's like he was overridden by the governor, I think.
Okay. Oh, I see. That X, you put that as a picture thumbnail near the bullish. You just place it there.
What? Oh, the yellow one?
Yeah. Is that you moved with the StreamYard to cover it?
No. So that's like on YouTube. When you do your channel, they ask you if you have like a logo or something, or if you're on StreamYards, it's like the logo that you put in and they put it in the corner of the screen. It's just right over the thing because of
the cussing?
No, because of how small the screen is right now. Usually it's on the other end. If it was a big screen,
okay. I thought you did that. Okay, all right. Yeah,
that's the logo for my network.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, they run some operations here and there. I think DC was more easier because that's where the president lives. So obviously he has more control to put military action. Really true. They really wanted to do it in certain cities, most likely where we reside mostly. Because when they talk about say we're gonna just clean up the crimes and all that. What do you mean clean up the crime? You talking about urban areas where Black people reside? Because you're not cleaning all crime. Because when we talk about criminality, you separate your criminality to everybody else's criminality. You get me? Look at the Mr. Kirtland situation. And come to find out, and I'm not going to really talk much about it, but, we do got to use their common sense here. This is not no normal just deletion. This was an actual hit done professionally because the place that he got deleted is in a university that has cameras everywhere. So a person to do that, they have to be orchestrated, plan out, have somebody help, all that stuff. We should be thinking ahead of time instead of accepting and say, we found the person. We could now rest. No, you put this out here as a distraction.
I think so too.
What you did under the last 2 days after 9/11 or during 9/11, which really is, the celebration, right? That what you had in stores that you signed away or you did that no one was really paying attention. You get me? Cause think about it. This man helped this president get in office. You get me? He's very close to this part. So, and mind you, they don't mind taking people out to either make an example or a sacrifice, one or the other. You get me?
I agree. I think he was kind of like a sacrifice. I think that him dying, they knew he would be martyred. They knew that it would cause tension.
Exactly.
That's what they're trying to do.
That's what I'm concluding, because the way how it was done, the way it is now, mind you, anytime someone did it that's unexpected, they'll be snatched up in less than 12 hours. It won't take long. But this took like what? Today? They said it's got this person.
Yeah, it took 2 days. They said they didn't even find him. They said his father turned him in.
That's what they want us to believe.
Yeah, because for him to shoot that man like that from that distance, my question is, where did he learn to shoot like that?
But think about this. Look at him and if we look at the people that do these things and look at them from head to toe, say, boy, you got no military experience. Even if you got trained outside the field shooting, that's different from actually doing a hit from a long distance to where it said it happened. You got to be really trained. You get me? And mind you, they said the weapon was used was a highly expert marksman gun. Where do regular civilians, Michi, get access to highly marksman guns?
And I haven't heard that he has a military background. He's only like 22 years old.
That's what I'm saying. So right there, the story, it doesn't make sense. It's not adding up.
Somebody said, okay, his father was a sheriff. His dad is a military veteran.
It don't matter. It don't matter. This, for somebody to commit an assassination from this distance, you gotta be really trained. Really trained. I don't care who background is. He could show you some things, but when actually initiating the actual hit and then able to evade and escape without no cameras, no detectors, nothing, that's an actual, like you said, either sacrifice or political hit. One way or the other. You get me? And mind you, Charlie Kirkland, now we talking about, I don't know the dude, but he's not really like super special. He's not like Nick Fuentes, that's really more known. You get me? And I hear about few people that are so-called white supremacists, like these dudes that talk about black people mostly to build their audience, because that's how they build an audience. Because really true, when you hear these people talk, they always talk about what, Michi? The crime in Chicago. Black people are and we're not 30%. I don't know why people are still using 30%. I'm not going that argument. And said we are doing like nearly half the deletions in the United States. Not the kind of say you mark and label who is this and that. When it comes to deletion, we have to look for the data and look at the statistic and say, when we talk about everybody in America, which they are the majority, how is this small percentage that you keep referring to as small, which we're not small, but that's doing most of the deletions, but you're doing more killings and you have no excuse doing these things because you have everything. Last time I checked. You're doing this for fun, for spite, because you're bored. You get me? Mr. Kirtland, like any Muslim dudes, they talk about black people, really, black men, but it's another story, because they really want to say, you Negroes are the problem. I just really want to purge you. You get me? There's no excuse. When you do something, it is all your fault. And really, truly, they will say, I just want to purge you. That's what they're telling in the long run. They're not telling most white people because you don't see it, because you don't watch their movies. When I first watched The Purge years ago, I did not know and really pay attention to the subtle message. They're not just doing a little craziness. The first they target what? Small people, which is blacks, and maybe they work their way around the color line. You get me? So if they really want an open season, which really the system protects them enough, they would say, I'd rather just tell you you're the problem. And really I'm not saying the ones that's the gang's problem. I'm talking about all you. The ones that's productive, may not productive, you're the problem. So if I delete you, I should have no sympathy. I should look at it and say, you were evil, you did some bad, you deserve it. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
And say black people should know what be. And most black people that either says something about this dude or not, most black people, I'll be honest with you, are indifferent. The ones that really capable for this is because they want to please their white conflict. And that's really shameful, because why are you pleasing people that really by nature, and they're showing it constantly for their actions, they don't like you? You get me? You be playing favors. And mind you, think about it. Every time when they do this to us, do you know they're always trying to look for the closest Negro to say who's going to got their back, who's going to have sympathy?
And
they try to bait questions black folks when they're around either workforce or something about their views. And black people should know. So you say, just tell them simple. You don't give them. Just say, I'm indifferent. I don't know the person. You get me? You don't give them no information, because really, truly, what is your purpose asking me about some dude that shown history that he's already shown he don't like black folks, and he built his whole network? Because really, truly, when they go back to the catalog, or when somebody lose their life, they go back what they've been doing for the last couple of years, because the internet's forever. They put tweets, they put things negative, derogatory of people, including us. So how any black person, if they really look at who they're, caping for, to know, so this person really didn't like you, and now he didn't like you, he don't see nothing positive about you. You get me?
Well, Officer Tatum and Candace Owens cried online because they claimed they showed a lot of pictures. Candace said that was her best friend. Don't ever.
I bet it was.
Tatum was crying harder than Candace. Like, I'm sure he had snot coming out his nose. He was crying, and he was trying to sell T-shirts to collect money. Talking about he gonna give it, all the funds gonna go to his wife. But they said that's their friend. But we know that Candace and Officer Tatum love hanging with those groups of people. They're always talking down on black people all the time. Somebody said Tatum was weeping. He was.
They gotta make their money, Michi. Listen, and I know Officer him, he's fronting. It's same for Candace to a degree. Let's say you guys got coon extra hard to get sympathy from these people so they keep paying your bills. I understand it. I understand it well. Hell, I think Tim had a conversation with a guy that was from Israel lately. I don't know if you ever covered this.
Yes. You talking about Officer Tatum? He interviewed Netanyahu.
Yeah, I was surprised at how you get access to Now, isn't it Netanyahu from Israel? Why?
Yes, he is. The thing is, I heard that they've been going, well, it's not I've heard, it's true. They've actually been like paying media to try and project a different narrative about them so they don't seem like the bad guy. So they're doing these runs, and he decided to go on the Token Negroes channel that would let him come on there and have an interview. I think it's crazy that somebody that is that big of a person from Israel to come over and to speak on somebody's YouTube podcast, like, really. But this is the funny thing about when Tatum did that, because he calls himself talking down on black people all the time. But when he did that, do you know that his whole audience turned on him, and they start I won't say his whole, he still got views, but the white people was running him through the winger. Now they're calling him racist names and everything. And that shows you that they're only cool with you when you're saying what they want you to say. When you step out of line, they let him have it for defending Israel. I think he got paid to have Netanyahu on there. They said, we're going to pay you because they've been paying people. I think they paid him to come on there, and he sold out to them to say he stand with Israel. And people have been talking mad shit about him for days.
Well, you gotta keep, and I think they paid Tatum, right, to do the interview with him. Okay, so my thing is this: I think Officer Tatum know what he was doing. He know that any response he does with the president of Israel was going to have a backlash on the white collective here in the West, and he was anticipating this. So I'm not sure if he was doing some apologies or sympathy. I don't know what he was doing, but let's be fair and honest. As long as you pay a coon enough money, they'll sell out.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, if he loses a couple subscribers, I'm not sure what his subscriber base. I think he's at 1 million subscribers, because I don't really check his channel. I think he's at a high subscriber base. So really losing a couple thousand maybe here and there is not gonna hurt Officer Tatum, because after they're gone, he's gonna get a new fresh batch, new people subscribe to the channel. That's how YouTube works. You lose a couple thousand, but you gain a couple more. Because let's be honest, Michi, who goes back and watch the catalog of most people's content? No one. These long streams,
especially if they talk about old topics. You're right. If they're
no
old,
no one's gonna have to, especially news. If you keep recycling new material after this one, they're not gonna catch up. I'm telling you right now. What I did or what you do on YouTube, they're not gonna catch up to it. They're gonna just go skip to a new one. They're gonna, and maybe they will go back to some old, but they're not go back to some that I did like a couple of streams back. They're not waste time. You get me? They want to see new shit. That's how it works, you know. So he lose some subscribers, he's gonna gain back quickly because think about it. He knows that by doing this nice little bag, because now smart, he's gonna get a decent check from this. I'm gonna get some new audience here and there, maybe some ones that hate me, but that's all cool. So the people that's talking bad about him say they hate him. He don't care about that because he did that just to get a bag. Once he gets the bag, he's gonna be on to the next bag. Y'all gonna come back, or I get some new crowd. You know what I'm saying? Because most of them they come to anyways to listen to talk about Negroes anyway. So you're back.
Look, if Tatum lose any subscribers or get any backlash, the Israel just give it back to him because the Jews own YouTube anyway.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They own YouTube. They'll promote his video, get him the subscribers right
back. Matter of fact, I wouldn't be surprised we see him. I see him on my algorithm more that I never, and I'm not subscribed to. I wouldn't be surprised I turn him in my YouTube feed and stuff. I see him on it because they can promote extra now. You get me? Because you're gonna see it to talk to the executives. Because you know there's a so-called enemy run this now, allegedly, right? They're gonna talk to him, say, yo, listen, put this man on the algorithm for me, all right? Do it now. Okay. And then also you see, wait, why is the also Tatum? I know scrap this dude. Why is he pulling my feet? Oh, I see. Damn, you did a good job, my nigga. You're in bed complete with these people now. You're gonna be more rich. Just play your part. Don't go out of line, and you'll be fine. You'll survive. But anytime you step out of line, I'm gonna tell you right now, you know what's gonna happen.
Well, shoot, Officer Tatum do not care because you know what I find that these coons all have in common is that Candace Owens is married to a white man, and Officer Tatum has a white wife.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Most of them are interracial dating anyway.
No, that's a fact. They both have white spouses.
White spouse, and they're playing they're playing the family very nicely and say, "Oh, look at his family. Oh, I can see why you coon so hard. I understand, brother. I understand. Same for Candace. I understand why you bad went so hard. I understand, sweetie. I understand." And one time when she was kicked off, she tried to come back to the black crowd to build her back up. Ain't that a bitch? Remember when she got kicked off from the other platform? And she tried to look for black people to build up. Remember that?
Yeah, all of a sudden she wanted to come back to her black roots.
And if we're gonna be open arms, well, welcome. I saw some dudes say they did videos on Candace. Said, "Well, yeah, Candace Owens come back to us."
You know what I find interesting about Candace, and then something about Officer Tatum. Yeah. Candace will tell you in a minute, you know, that racism doesn't exist. That's not really that same rhetoric that we heard Charlie Kirk be on, right? She'll say that. But how many of y'all know that Candace Owens had a lawsuit for being discriminated against as a black person in high school? And she had all kind of black activists helping her to pursue that lawsuit because I heard
about that.
She said that she had experienced racism and she got a check for it. And now all of a sudden it doesn't exist. I thought that was interesting. And then with Officer Tatum, he said something that was interesting to me because we all know he's an ex-police officer based on his name. My understanding, he was an officer for 6 years. And he was
that's not even an officer. If you never put 10 years into anything you do, you just
right. I thought that was a short amount of time, and I was wondering why he was no longer on the force. I really wish that
I explain why he's not a police officer.
No, I actually wish I could get my hands on his records to see his disciplinary record. And I'm gonna tell you,
I think somebody should do some research on this because
he said about Charlie. He said, "I'm just so mad," and he was crying, and he said, you know, "I'm mad because it's like you can't do nothing back," right? Like he wants to do something to somebody for what they did. And that just struck me as the fact he used to be an officer, because him saying that, and every time I hear him talk about these cases, he's always on the side of the going against black people. Even if he's wrong, he never will admit the black person is in the right and the cop is wrong. And I guarantee you, he was one of those officers that if you made him mad, you made him chase you down, you didn't pull over, or you talked to him wrong, he abused his authority plenty. I'm sure the fuck he did. And I would love to see this man's disciplinary record, because I do not believe that he was only officer for 6 years. He ain't got no injuries that he got off the force for.
He ain't put no work.
No.
What work you put in? Yeah.
So again, I definitely, I'm sure that he was an officer that was arrogant and abused his authority. And like I said, that it just made me think of that. I understand your friend is dead, but they got somebody in custody. Why do you need to retaliate or do something back? That kind of a mentality that you want to do something to somebody tells me as an officer, if you was arresting somebody, you thought they did something pretty heinous, you might think it was okay to whoop their ass before you put them in handcuffs. Yeah, I definitely believe Officer Tatum was that officer.
Okay.
Towards Black people specifically.
Yeah, I think so too. But like I said, I don't know much of his background. Since you tell me that he was an actual officer for only a short period of time, I like to know more about that with him before he started doing YouTube. Because usually, if you only did this amount of time and then all of a sudden you went to social media and got recognition,
and blew up.
And blew up unexpectedly, because most people that do content, especially a Black man, you just don't blow up overnight. You have to rub the right shoulders, do the right things to get attraction like you did personally. Cause let me tell you something. There are many coons meatheads that's doing the same thing, but they're not getting like the traction like these dudes are getting. So I'm saying, I hope you're not bending over, Mr. Tate. I don't know if you're doing anything,
I think it's the people that they rub elbows with. Officer Tatum doesn't show it publicly as much as Candace Owens, but they are very involved with the same people politically. Candace was close to Trump, and they both said that Charlie Kirk was like their friend. Officer Tatum was crying booger snot, like the way a man don't want the world to see him cry. That's how he was crying. And he said that he was collecting money. He called that man's wife by her first name. He said 100% of the proceeds will help her and the kids. That I guess his wife and Kirk's wife was friends. Candace was showing pictures and shit of them, like they really spend time together. So yes, they apparently are really, and I think they're really friends with these people. And I think that the reason they've risen so big is because of the connections they have with the white people in politics. I really think that's what it is.
Yeah, I think so too.
And I think that they promote them because they're like, oh, here goes a Black person who justifies all of our bullshit. They agree with us. It's our token Negro that, puts that stamp of approval on the bullshit that we say about Black people. So they always love those token Negroes all the time. Those are the people they can point and say, I'm not racist. My best friend is Candace Owens. Like, motherfucker, please. My good friend is Officer Tatum. Those aren't Black people. No, they don't count.
Yeah, they don't count. Yeah.
They don't count. But I think that's why they blew up so big, because of the people that they rub elbows with. That's what I think.
Okay. All right, let me go. Take care and good night.
Well, thank you for coming up. You have a good night too. I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Let me see. Shout out to My Life Been Exchanged for yours. FBA $2 holla. What is that? Blocks of somebody called ICE. Shut the hell. Why we call it ICE? Don't we talk about my people calling? You think he an immigrant? Stop it. We're Black. Okay, he's Black like us, I think. I mean, because I couldn't see his face, but he Black. Yeah, leave people alone. Stop it. It's too late for all of this. We have enough division. I would have been, y'all. It is. We've been live for 4 hours and 42 minutes. It is almost 3 o'clock in the morning where I'm at. I am going to bed. Thank y'all for hanging out with me. Thank you for all of the super chats. Thank you for everybody that did call into the show. We have not done this in a while. This is why I don't, because I'll be up here long as hell. But I always like to give y'all the opportunity to chime in and speak y'all piece. Y'all be having something y'all want to say, so I like to give y'all the platform to do that. It's always good to check in with the people and see where y'all feel about these things that we've talked about, where y'all mind is at. It's always nice to talk to everybody. We always see some regulars that come up here. We had some new people up here tonight that I haven't talked to on the panel before. But anyway, thank you for all the super chats, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. I will see you guys tomorrow at 10 o'clock. All right. So no call in tomorrow. Not tomorrow. It'll just be in and out like a robbery. We're doing an hour tomorrow and I'm getting the fuck off. But thank y'all for hanging out with me this long. I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good night, and I will talk to y'all tomorrow.